Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Arutz Sheva Israel National News Jerusalem Conference in New York City. For 20 years, the Jerusalem Conference has been bringing the spirit of Jerusalem to the discussions and debates regarding what is important to the people of Israel, the spirit of the capital of Israel, the spirit of the capital of the Jewish people. And now, for the second year in a row, we are here with the Jerusalem Conference in New York City. Here, strengthening two important connections, the connection between Israel and the diaspora, and the connection between Israel and the United States of America. We're here with the audience in the hall and with our viewers on Israel National News, Arutz Sheva, on the website, on social media. I have the honor to call upon Meir Porush, Minister of Jerusalem and Jewish Tradition, to open our important conference.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Jerusalem Conference hosted by Beersheva, together with the Ministry of Jerusalem and Jewish Tradition. Thanks to the Chairman, Mr. Dudu Saada, to the ministers that came from Israel, the Mayor of Jerusalem will be later here, my friend, Mr. Moshe Leon, the CEO, my ministry, Mr. Asaf Yazdi, and all the important guests that are here today. When we talk about Jerusalem, to this special crowd that is here, I am very excited. When I am asked to explain what is Jerusalem, I have always the same answer, that there isn't the answer. You can't explain what means Jerusalem. Jerusalem is like the soul. Like without the soul, there is nothing. Also without Jerusalem, there is nothing. For me, Jerusalem is home. That's where I live since I was born. And you can see of my beard that is woe a while ago. Jerusalem is a city where my father grew up, and his father, and also his father's father, 7 generations back. Through my father's mother, we are in Jerusalem already 11 generations. But not everything in Jerusalem is easy. Maybe even the opposite. Because the city is so special, the childrenness are also special. The difference between the communities, the economic situation, also the terror. The Baruch Hashem is almost quiet in the last few months, and we keep praying for peace. You are a friendly guest. Let me call you the ambassadors of Jerusalem around the world. Help us. Tell people the real story about the city. Get them to come for a visit. Let them see the truth. It's written, 10 קבים של יופי ירדו לעולם, 9 נטלה ירושלים. I wish you all a good conference, hoping that we will be able to do good for Jerusalem. Thank you.
השר, Minister Porush, a short interview. We're going to hold the interview in English. In Hebrew, I will translate a brief interview, and that's how we're going to play it today. שלום, שלום השר פרוש. קודם כל, אתה מגיע לכאן, מלווה על ידי מפגינים, פגשת את המפגינים, קצת על החוויה הזאת, הפגנות בנושא פנים ישראלי כאן בניו יורק.
קודם כל אני מבקש לנצל את ההזדמנות ולהביע צער ותנחומים על האירוע המחריד שקרה במהלך השבת בגבול עם מצרים, שם נהרגו 3 חיילים. ובואו נקווה שחלילה לא מתפתחת לנו איזושהי זירה חדשה, למרות שהכל נראה בסדר וככה מרגיעים אותנו, אבל בכל אופן זה אירוע שצריך לציין אותו.
I asked Minister Porush about the protest, but he decided to, first of all, pay condolences. 3 ADF soldiers were killed during the Shabbat, and there is an issue of the investigation, but he is paying his condolences from here. בנושא המפגינים.
אני חייב לומר ששירותי הביטחון של ישראל הם כל כך מוצלחים, שאותי דווקא הביאו דרך המטבח של המלון. דרך אגב, ראיתי שיש שם כבר משגיח גם, כי אם מישהו רוצה ומתעניין, אני לא יודע בדיוק, אבל נראה לי שמשגיח טוב. אז עברנו דרך המטבח ולא ראיתי ברחוב את המפגינים, אבל אני גם בירושלים מכיר הפגנות. הפגנות זה דבר דמוקרטי. כמובן, תלוי איך שמתנהגים. אני מביע צער על מה שעשו לחבר הכנסת שמחה רוטמן, אחד החברי כנסת המפורסמים והיעילים והבולטים מהכנסת הזו, וחבל שזה קורה כך, חבל שלא יודעים לצייר גבולות, אבל אי אפשר להתעלם מהעובדה שיש הפגנות, והפגנות זה דבר דמוקרטי.
Okay, אני רק אתרגם. Minister Porush is saying that he respects the democracy, respects the rights of protesters to protest, but of course there are limits, there should be borderlines. What happened on Shabbat with Knesset member Rothman, who was practically attacked, his wife also especially was attacked, that is crossing the border, and that should not happen, but protests are part of democracy, and the minister does not go out against those who come out and protest. בוא נדבר קצת באמת על
תספר למה על זה שהעבירו אותי דרך המטבח.
Oh, of course, and a few words about the fact that he was brought in to the hotel through the kitchen, where he met a mashgiach as well, important to note, but important to say that that's why he did not meet the protest, because the Shin Bet made sure that he would come in here through the kitchen. לגבי המשרד, באמת, משרד ירושלים, ירושלים זו העיר, הבירה של מדינת ישראל, כולם מבינים שהיא חשובה. מה זה בעצם אומר כשמרכזים את הפעילות במשרד ממשלתי?
אני אתן לך 2 דוגמאות שדווקא בישיבת הממשלה שהתקיימה במנהרות הכותל לכבוד יום ירושלים, שם נמצא פה גם המנכ"ל של המשרד שלנו, שוודאי ירחיב בהמשך כשהוא יתראיין, הביאו לשם 2 תוכניות חומש של 5 שנים. אחת היא על אגן העיר העתיקה, שזה כולל את כל מה שאנחנו מכירים מאזור של שער האשפות, ובעצם כולל חלקים מסוימים בתוך העיר העתיקה, עם סכום של יותר מ-400 מיליון שקל, ב-100 מיליון שקל יותר מאשר החומש, תוכנית הקודמת, וכך גם הבאנו תוכנית רחבה מאוד של יותר מ3 מיליארד שקל לפיתוח מזרח העיר, שירותים לתושבים הערבים. הרעיון שלנו זה שכאשר אתה רוצה שתהיה ירושלים אחת, בירת ישראל, אתה לא יכול להיות במצב שכמה מאות אלף של תושבים לא מקבלים את השירותים העירוניים, וכמובן שהדבר הזה של 3 מיליארד, יותר מ3 מיליארד שקל, זה 2/3 הייתי אומר, אולי אפילו יותר, זה ממשרדי הממשלה, שכאשר משרד ירושלים הוא זה המתכלל את כל הפעילות, וגם יותר מ700 מיליון שקל של עיריית ירושלים, שבוודאי ראש העיר מר ליאון גם ידע להתייחס לעניין הזה. אלה 2 דברים מרכזיים שאנחנו עושים. יש לנו גם תוכנית במסגרת הרשות לפיתוח ירושלים, עם כמה מיליארדי שקלים, גם לתוכנית חומש שהתחילה כבר לפני כחצי שנה.
Okay, אני אתרגם. I asked the minister, why is there a necessity? What's the need for a ministry regarding Jerusalem? Jerusalem is the capital of Israel. Why does it need a ministry? So the 2 main projects that the minister is presenting here is, first of all, promoting what is going on around the old city of Jerusalem. The old city of Jerusalem is the most important place for Jewish people around the world. And also, what is very interesting, actually to be the Jewish state in the Jewish land, in the capital of Jerusalem, is taking care of the Arabs of East Jerusalem. What Minister Porush here is emphasizing that if Israel really rules, Israel has to take care of all the residents, including the Arab residents of East Jerusalem, and the ministry is doing that. He emphasizes that the budgets come from all different ministries, but there is a big focus of what the ministry is doing is putting together and gathering all the forces to really promote these and other important projects. We're talking about billions of shekels that are being put into these projects. וכשאתה אומר מזרח העיר, וכשאתה ממשלת ימין על מלא מלא, לא אומרים לך לפעמים, בכלל לא אומרים להיות פה.
תראה, גם אלה שאומרים ימין מלא מלא, יודעים שאי אפשר לשלוט כאשר אתה לא נותן את השירותים. אתה לא מפנה אשפה, אתה לא מתקן כבישים, אתה לא דואג למעונות יום, אתה לא דואג לטיפת חלב, אתה לא דואג לחיים הבסיסיים, שאתה רוצה שהם יהיו יחד איתך. ואני רוצה לומר לך שמסקרים שאנחנו עורכים, אנחנו יכולים לראות גם שיפור. חבל שאי אפשר לפרסם את כל הפרטים, אבל אפשר גם לראות שיפור של השתתפות גדולה יותר במזרח העיר, שהילדים הערבים לומדים יותר את התוכנית הישראלית, וזונחים את תוכנית החינוך של הפלסטינים. לא במספרים גדולים, אבל משקיעים גם בזה מאמצים. אפשר גם לומר שהערבים גם אולי לא יכולים להודות בפה מלא, אבל גם הם שמחים מהדבר הזה.
Okay, very, very interesting. So I asked, this is a so-called the right-wing, some even define it as the radical right-wing government. Why take care of the Arabs? Some may say they're not even supposed to be here in Jerusalem. So two important things that Mr. Porush is emphasizing. First of all, that if you truly rule, as we mentioned before, then you have to take care of the citizens. But another thing is that when you emphasize and you put effort and resources into the education, for example, in East Jerusalem, then suddenly there's an alternative to the incitement that we are seeing in education that they're receiving from the Palestinian Authority, and that is an alternative that is being used more and more, not enough, he emphasizes, but more and more. And he also feels that on the long run, also the residents start to understand that it's better for them if there's the Israeli power, the Israeli ministries that are involved and in charge of what is going on.
שאני לא ישמע כל כך רגוע בעניין הזה, הפלסטינים ודאי משקיעים מאמצים ולא נותנים לנו לתת את השירות הנכון הזה, אבל זו התמודדות יומיומית. אי אפשר לומר הרבה מאוד הצלחה, אבל אפשר לראות התקדמות מכובדת.
Okay, noting here that the Palestinians are putting much effort into confronting, into giving something, again, we talked about an alternative, into creating a situation where they rule in terms of the education, in terms of many things, and it's a big challenge. There's room for optimistic, but it's still a very big challenge. I want to end with politics, נסיים בקצת פוליטיקה. הממשלה הזו, הנראות, כל כך הרבה דברים אומרים עליה, והנה כאן גם בהפגנות, ממשלת ימין, ממשלה דתית, ממשלה כמעט חרדית. אתה כשר חרדי, איך אתה רואה את הנראות של הממשלה, ומה עושים עם זה הלאה? כי המחאות הן אמיתיות, אותנטיות, גם אם אולי התחילו מקמפיין, יש דאגה.
עוד מעט נדבר על הדאגה, אבל אני רוצה רק לומר כך. אני כל כך לא יכול להבין שאנשים שעמדו בראש הממשל הזה, שכרגע קוראים להפגנות, זה לא מכיוון שהם, למה הם מבליטים עכשיו את העניין של הדתיים, הממשלה שלוקחת כסף לדתיים, כי מה? הדתיים הם לא שווי זכויות? איך הממשלה הזו רק לפני שנה וחצי העבירה תוכנית חומש של 54 מיליארד שקל לפלסטינים, לערבים, שלא רק שהם לא משרתים, יש ביניהם בהנהגה שגם קוראים לא לשרת. אז אנחנו רואים זה מה שמוצאים עכשיו את הדתיים, זה מכיוון שהם מרגישים שבאמצעות הדברים האלה הם יכולים לקבל קולות בציבורים שלהם. אבל הרבה דברים שנתניהו עשה, ולפיד צעק נגד זה, כאשר הוא נהיה ראש ממשלה חליפי יחד עם בנט, הוא אימץ את זה בכל מה שקשור להתנהלות של חוקים נורווגיים, ומה שהוא קרא לזה בזבוז. כאשר הוא בא לשלטון, הוא השאיר את זה. כך גם, אני יודע לומר לך שגם לפיד ואנשיו, גם אם הוא יכחיש, אני אומר לך, גם הוא ואנשיו היו מוכנים לתת לנו הרבה מאוד כסף, לחינוך שאנחנו מאמינים ולומדים את זה, כאשר הוא רצה שלא יצביעו נגד התקציב. כל הדברים האלה הם עליות וירידות. אני מאוד מקווה, אחרי שהעברנו את התקציב לפני 3 שבועות, הממשלה הזו, לפחות יש לה עכשיו 1.5 שנה, בלי דיונים והתכתשויות סביב תקציב, והיא עולה על דרך המלך.
Okay, we'll end with translating. I asked how does he respond to the fact that in terms of the way this government is perceived by many also due to protest and due to protest from the left as a religious government, as a right-wing government, some even define it as radical. First of all, he mentions that the religious have rights, equal rights, and to receive equal rights, and there's no reason for what he also talks about this hate. Mentioning also that Arabs, during earlier governments, Arabs who even are against the army received budgets as part of different programs of the governments, and there's no reason to go out against budgets that are being given to the Haredim. Also mentioning that the Lapid government also agreed, or would have agreed, as he knows from the inner discussions and conversations, that the budget would be received by the Haredim. And it's mainly a campaign, as you defined it, Mr. Porush, a campaign of hate.
אני רוצה רק להוסיף משפט. גם הציבור החרדי, יש לו אידאה ויש לו השקפה. מעולם לא שמעת מנציגות חרדית שאומרת, אנחנו לא רוצים לשרת בצבא, מכיוון שמדינה לא מתנהלת לפי ההלכה. אלה שמפגינים היום נגד הממשלה, הם חוצים קו אדום. מכיוון שהם אומרים, אם המדינה לא תתנהל כמו שהם רוצים, הם יפסיקו לשרת. זה יהודי חרדי לא אומר. יהודי חרדי יכול לומר, אני מאמין בלימוד התורה, כל זמן שאני לומד, תן לי דיחוי. אלה, אם אתה לא תעשה מה שאני רוצה, מבחינתי שלא תהיה מדינה. זה לא נשמע על ידי החרדים אף פעם.
Very, very, very interesting statement, and we'll end, I think, with this, is that Minister Porush is pointing out the fact that Haredim, when they do not join the army, it's for a few reasons of halakha, and also the reason that ideologically speaking, the Haredi learns in the yeshiva to help the state of Israel, and ideologically speaking, believes that that is their contribution. Again, we also mentioned the issues of halakha and problematic situations in the army. While he's saying, on the other hand, what we're seeing now from the protests against the judicial reform is people that are threatening not to serve in the army because they are not happy with a specific policy of a specific government, and that is a big difference. השר פרוש, תודה רבה לך על הדברים, ותודה שהצטרפת אלינו לכנס ירושלים. Thank you very much.
תודה רבה.
Thank you very much. One thing sure to these days, media has a great influence, but media is changing. I now call upon Eli Palei, publisher of the Mishpacha Media Group and chairman of the Haredi Institute for Public Affairs.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you, Dudu, the chairman of this event, the minister, Rabbi Meir Porush, for the opportunity to speak in front of you in a time that I feel that we have to have an open conversation about the challenges that we're facing today in Israel. And I just want to continue the conversation that Rabbi Porush started to speak about, the demonstration and the big tension in Israel. And I would like to try to shed some light about some of the elements that we have to give some attention to it. It is not a secret that Israel is really facing one of the, I don't remember such a tier in the society as we are facing in the past few months. I think that some of that we saw already by the time of COVID, the tension between Haredim and the non-Haredi society, and maybe it has to do with what we're facing today. But definitely what we see today, that Israel is becoming divided to two tribes or two groups, that it's hard almost to find some common denominator or some common values that we should all agree about. And I would like to try to explain from my perspective what are, from my understanding, are the main issues that we're dealing today, and what can we, if we can, do to try to bring under the theme of this conference to create more unity as part of our responsibility. And our responsibility is not just to be right, our responsibility is also to try to make sure that all of us, whether we are secular or religious people, will stay together with the big mission of continue the miracle of the State of Israel and the miracle of the Jewish people. In the past few months, mainly right after the election, even before the reform, what we called judicial reform, I sense that we are going in a process that the main change that happened during the election caused many Israelis to try to ask themselves whether we still have a future in Israel. Over the years, and I think that when the demonstration started, I wrote an essay in Mishpacha and also in Ynet saying that the issue is not about democracy, the issue is about demography. It's not a secret that Israel is changing. The results of this election shows that the majority of the Israeli people are affiliated with a tradition, either or the tradition, right-wing or religious parties. And for many people, that was a moment of crisis, a moment that they start to ask themselves, is that reversible? And I think that the passion and the concern that those people are demonstrating is really, till today, they have a confidence that even though that it wasn't a secret that the demographic is changing, but they still believe that the balance between the Israeli system, the judicial system, the government system, is creating some kind of a balance between the right-wing or the religious part of the Israeli society and the rest of the Israeli society. And at some point, people start to sense that maybe it's not anymore. Maybe something is changing and it's irreversible. And I would like in my next minute to try to focus mainly on the Haredi angle of this issue. I know that it's a broader issue. The dispute is not just between Haredim and non-Haredim. The dispute is between people who believe that Israel should be a Jewish state with the Jewish values and people who believe that it's irrelevant. I just want to share with you, I gave a presentation last week to the board of one of the biggest Israeli banks, talking about Haredi issues and Haredi values and for sure the relevant challenges that we have today. And at some point of the conversation, we start to speak about education. And as I said, the issue was, are Haredim are participating in the army, are Haredim are participating enough in the workforce? But today the issue is not anymore army, is not even anymore employment. The issue is becoming the essential issue about the identity of our education system, the identity of our Jewish identity. And at some point of the conversation, one of the ladies there told me that I respect and I understand that you Haredim allow to have a separate education system, but as long as we respect a common values that they are the base on our Jewish values. And I asked this lady, what are the values that you think should be the main values of our education system in the State of Israel? And she said, very simple, we should make sure that no matter what kind of system, what kind of schools, we should make sure that our system is first and foremost is educating the kids to respect the values that Israel as a democratic and liberal state. And I asked her, that's the values that you should expect from us as a Jewish state? Democratic and liberal, and I have nothing against democratic and liberal. I ask, Did my mother, a Holocaust survivor who came to the state of Israel after the Holocaust, she came to Israel to look for democratic and liberal education for her kids? Did my grandfather, who came in 1924 to establish the yeshiva in the city of Hebron, to build Torah in Eretz Israel, did they came to Israel to look for democratic and liberal education? These are the common base of our education in the state of Israel. I know that some of you believe and some of you even feel that it's maybe doesn't even worth to try because there is no attention today to have a real dialogue and the gap is so big that maybe there is no way to bridge. I believe that we have to do whatever we can to try to do whatever we can to create a dialogue and to explain and to try to convince other people about our system. It's not just right to do it, it's our obligation to do it as people of Torah. Chazal are telling us that the obligation of Ve'ahavta et Hashem Elokecha, Ve'ahavta et Hashem Elokecha, you should love your God, is not just Ve'ahavta et Hashem Elokecha, is Ve'ihavta et Hashem Elokecha, Sheyehe Shem Shamayim Mitahev al Yadcha. We have the obligation not just to love HaKadosh Baruch Hu, we have the obligation to make sure that other people will respect and love HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And this is why I believe that this conversation and the effort to try and to explain our position is not just to win a debate, it's not just to get the credit that we are coming from a right position. It's our obligation to explain and to show respect and that we care about other people. I know that sometimes we disagree. We have so much to offer. We have an amazing Torah system. We have an amazing education system. We have an amazing communal system. But to be happy with our system without making the effort that other people will understand and respect, we're missing our role. And I see that I have to finish, we have to continue, but I really congratulate you for creating this event and having this conversation, because I believe that this is the way that we should come and continue having the dialogue, showing that we care about other people as well, because at the end of the day, we are one nation and we have no choice. We have to live together and to create common goals together. Thank you and have a successful day.
Okay, we have much to discuss, much to ask, much to understand. I'd like to invite senior I-24 News U.S. correspondent Mike Wangenham for a set of interviews. And first, our first interviewee will be Nir Barkat, Minister of Economy and Industry.
Thanks so much, first off, for taking the time to be here, Minister Barkat.
Thank you very much for hosting me.
Absolutely. So, you're the Minister of Economy. Recently, within the last few days, there's been a new committee created to try to handle the cost of living, bring down prices in Israel. What is the goal overall of this committee? How do you see it moving forward, and how quickly do you think the Israeli consumer can see a difference made in their lives?
Well, I think it demonstrates the seriousness that our Prime Minister Netanyahu understands that we need to focus on cost of living. There are a few elements of cost of living, and we are going to put major effort together. From my perspective as Minister of Economy and Industry, we're looking at how to decrease the cost of food in Israel and the cost of commercial goods. See, Israel has a sort of an island economy. It's independent, it's far away. The regulations are not standard, not global standard. They're very rough and tough, so many products can't even get into Israel. And the ones that can, the monopolies and the cartels in Israel can sell at a higher price just because they can. And what we've started doing is actually opening up Israel for European standards. We enable today anybody that wants to bring European standard goods to bring that side by side to the Israeli regulations. So in essence, we're opening up the market. We're enabling people to buy cheap from Europe and bring them directly to Israel with minimal intervention. so that the prices will decrease. And indeed, Carrefour, which is a European network, very strong commercial network, are able to sell a few thousands of their goods at between 25 to 50 to 40% cheaper. And the next steps is to enable everyone to do the same. That was sort of a pilot. We're also going to be fighting the monopolies and the cartels. Today, unfortunately, they have an opportunity to sell expensive in Israel, and they do. We are not going to enable that to happen. And what we're going to be going through is the process of separating between them. The big monopolies and cartels will not able to use their power in a way that they could push the rest of the chains in a dishonest way. So from my perspective, it is really opening up the market, making sure that anybody could bring goods cheap from the global marketplace. And there's no doubt in my mind that in the near future, you will see step by step prices going down of more and more goods. More and more people will import goods to Israel, and you will see a consistent decrease in the pricing.
So are these new ideas, or is it simply the will to actually implement them?
Well, it's actually quite tough to work with the regulators in Israel. I'm telling you, I come from the private sector, and then as mayor of Jerusalem for a decade, and you see that it takes its time. You have to convince them, show them the way, because people are used to doing what they've done yesterday. They do tomorrow what they did yesterday, and you have to show them different ways of how to work. And the European perspective is our goal. What's good in Europe is good for Israel. And slowly but gradually you see that we adopt more and more of the European way of doing business, the European standards, and slowly but gradually you see that that big, huge 30 to 40% difference in price between Israel and Europe decrease in the goods that we bring from Europe. And unfortunately, you saw that the monopolies have increased the price of their goods, but slowly but gradually, the more goods we bring from Europe, you will see it influence the general price of living in Israel.
I want to stick to the economy for a moment, but a different economy, the Palestinian economy, which Israel has been charged with propping up, essentially. Where are the challenges right now in dealing with the Palestinian economy specifically?
That's a great question. First, let me give you some statistics and numbers. The average GDP per capita in Israel is $55,000 a person a year. The Arab Israelis are around about almost $40,000. The 120,000 Palestinians that cross the fence every day to work in Israel is over $16,000, close to $20,000. The ones that work in Area C under Israeli control in our industrial zones, that's 11,000. In areas A and B, it's 7,000, and in Gaza, it's less than $3,000 a person a year. The point is that the more the Palestinians cooperate with the Jewish state, the better off they are. And what we want to do is propose them better ways to cooperate with our economy in a smart way. For example, my plan calls for expanding industrial zones in Area C. Today, you have about 40,000 Palestinians and about almost 20,000 Israelis working in Area C together in the industrial zones. I want to scale that 10 times in the next 15 to 20 years. So in many ways, to enable more and more Palestinians to come to these industrial zones managed by Israelis, by Israeli cities and towns in Judea and Samaria, and enable them to triple their salary in many, many ways, because eventually, if it's good for them, it will be good for us. So strategically, the plan is to enable more Palestinians to work in Area C and cross the fence and go back home to sleep, get better wages. You have civil separation. You've got full Israeli security, but you have mutual economies. You want to have their economy linked to our economy, because together they do much, much better, and eventually so do we.
Quickly, we have about a minute left. You've been to the United States a number of times to speak on the Iranian issue, to members of Congress, to members of several administrations now. You once said that any missile fired on Israel by an Iranian proxy should result in an Israeli missile fired on Tehran. Do you still believe in that?
Yes, and I'll explain why. Iran is using their proxies with 250,000 rockets aimed at us. And it reminds me what eventually, at the time, what President Kennedy did in the Cuban Missile Crisis, eventually said that a missile from Cuba will be answered by a missile to Moscow. And he made it very clear that we understand where the head of the snake is. And if, and God forbid, we get a missile attack, significant missile attack from the proxies around Israel, Hezbollah in the north, Hamas in Gaza, you have Syrians, and you have long-range missiles from Iraq. Unfortunately, you have Judea and Samaria, and unfortunately, some of the Arab Israelis. They want to attack us on all fronts. They will not sleep good at night. The Iranians must understand that we understand their strategy, and we will not allow the people of Iran to sleep good at night if, God forbid, we're attacked. Hopefully, this will deter the Iranians from attacking, and if not, we must strike them with very strong force, and we can.
Minister of Economy and Industry, Nir Barkat, thanks so much for taking the time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Mike, you're staying with us, and now I'd like to call upon Minister Ofir Akunis. Bevakasha.
Same here. There you go, sir. Thank you. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here, Minister Kunis. You've had an eventful week. I know you were one of the proponents, especially within the Likud party, about trying to tamp down the flames surrounding the fire of judicial reform, try to calm tensions, but it seems like you're reaching your wits' end with some of the protesters.
First of all, Mike, with your permission, I would like to send my condolences to the families. 3 IDF soldiers were killed yesterday in a terror attack near the border, actually in the border with Egypt. So I suppose that all of us sending our condolences to the families, and I hope that it will be the last terror attack near the border with Egypt and in other places. Even though, as we all know, we are living in a very, very, let's say, interesting times in our region according to security issues and policy issues as well. And if you will want, we will talk about it in a minute or two. But I want to give you an answer. And I want to say to all of you, ministers and the deputy ministers, members of the Knesset, and to the audience here and outside, there is no danger to the Israeli democracy. There is no danger. The Israeli democracy is stable, is strong. Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, and my suggestion is that will no one preach me, the Prime Minister, my colleagues from the cabinet, and the others about democracy. We know democracy, and we know that in the beginning of November, the people of Israel voted, and the results are the will of the people. And so this is a real democracy. So my suggestion is that, of course, everybody will calm down, and I suppose, and I hope that it will happen very soon, because Prime Minister policy is to bring to the table, to the Knesset, the judicial reform, let's say, huge consensus. It's okay? Okay. Right after we will finish the negotiation, the talks in the president's residence, and then I hope that we can, can finish the summer session of the Knesset peacefully.
You're the Minister of Innovation, Science, and Technology. The tech sector right now in Israel is struggling. It's globally, and tech is struggling with investment. Specifically in Israel, the controversies around the judicial reforms, fairly or unfairly, have impacted the tech sector as well. What does the future, near-term and long-term, hold for the tech sector in Israel?
I will tell you, Israel knows as a powerhouse of science and technology and innovation. We are leading the world. You know, I think that in my first term as a Minister of Science and Technology, and I talked about it in your previous meetings, I signed 30 agreements. It's 30, you can hear the number, agreements with other countries around the world. I'm talking about India, I'm talking about United States, Latin America, Europe, other places in the Far East. Everybody wants to learn from us how to be an high-tech nation. And they are right. Now I have to tell you, according to the future, you asked, we recognize the food tech as the next cyber, if you want, where we deal in the cabinet, heading by Netanyahu, decided that the cyber will lead the industry 10 years, it was 10 or 12 years ago. Now, I suppose, first of all, we already declared in the Committee of Science and Technology, I am the chair of the committee, that the food tech will be will bring a national program to the cabinet, and I hope that Minister Shikli and the other ministers will vote for the national program of food tech. That was one example. We are dealing with the AI, we are dealing with the quantum, we are dealing with water tech and agri-tech, and I think that we have a bright future. I am optimistic. I can't be pessimistic. And I'm calling upon all the others. You know, and I said it in the committee in the Knesset, stop talking and stop saying bad things about the state of Israel, about the Israeli economy, and about the Israeli high-tech. Thank you.
Part of the technology sector in Israel is tech diplomacy. It's exporting technology to the world for a good purpose and for diplomatic purposes. I know last time you were a minister, 2018, I guess it was, you created an international tech expo hosted by Israel. There were a number of ministers from foreign countries that came to that. Another one is planned here. What is the plan? What's the mission this time?
You're right. Last time it was May 2018. Then we celebrate 70 years of independence. This year, I suppose that it will be in October. Actually, we are celebrating 75 years of independence. So, first of all, I suppose to invite ministers from all over the world again to Jerusalem to celebrate with us. But the umbrella will be 75 years of innovation. And they will come, I suppose, from states, from Europe, from Far East, from Australia, I hope, everywhere to celebrate with us and actually to salute the Israeli innovation.
I want to really quick bring up food tech. You just passed a approval for a company called Remilk to develop non-animal dairy products. What's the next big thing after that?
So that's the reason that I brought it to the table of the committee. We want, much less bureaucracy. We want, let's say, a national program like in the United Kingdom. They approved in their cabinet a national program that, let's say, it will be much faster to actually to give the license to the companies who are dealing with food tech. And this is the main purpose of the, let's say, the national program that I'll bring to the cabinet table as soon as possible.
Anything else on the horizon in terms of innovation, in terms of science? I know there's a long-standing partnership between the U.S. and Israel on that front. They just celebrated an anniversary recently for the Binational Science Foundation. What kind of partnerships can we look forward to?
The ally with the United States is very, very strong. I'm talking about, of course, the policy issues, the security issues, the space issues, and the other issues. I suppose that you know that from 2020, it's allowed to Americans actually to deal with R&Ds in Judea and Samaria in the Golan Heights. So this is only one thing that we did in the past. The Bird Foundation, they will meet in the end of June in Washington, and we will announce about all other programs to the next future. It's very, very, very important foundation, Israeli-American foundation, and we are doing a lot. Of course, I met the NASA Director General. We are meeting with investors. A lot of people want to be part of the wonder, the Israeli wonder of science, technology, and innovation. And, my goal is to assure that it will continue in the next decade.
Very informative. Minister Ophir Akunis, thanks so much for taking.
Thank you very much. תודה רבה לכם. שבוע טוב. תודה לכולכם.
Thank you very much. Now we are honored to invite to the stage Amichai Shikli, Minister of Diaspora Affairs.
Minister Shikli, welcome.
Welcome. Shalom.
We often talk about, there's an axiom that says that you cannot fight anti-Semitism until you define it. In your role as minister battling anti-Semitism, how exactly do you define it, and how does the Israeli government define it?
Anti-Semitism today is has many forms. We know the old forms that are coming from racist point of view or from counter-religious point of view, but that's, I think that's on the side. And not think, actually, it's statistics. When you see the statistics, it's on the side. The main anti-Semitism that we see today, it is an attempt to to deny the right of the Jewish people to have their own sovereign state, to resist to the idea of the collective right of the Jews to have their own state. That is today the most significant appearance of anti-Semitism. That's the new anti-Semitism. And we're not speaking about criticizing Israel or about the argument about Judea and Samaria. Just like the BDS says, from the river to the sea, Palestine, וכולי וכולי, that's their message. There is no room for a Jewish state. And this is the most dangerous anti-Semitism that we see today. And it is most of the times it's coming from the progressive ideology, and because it's also against nationality, and especially against Jewish nationality.
I want to talk to you a bit about your other role as a minister, besides the struggle against anti-Semitism, is diaspora affairs. Your father is a Jewish educator. It's a very important issue to you. You recently released a plan to deliver $40 million to the U.S. and Canada to train the next generation of Jewish educators. There's been a lot of money over time thrown at this problem. What about your plan will succeed?
So first of all, we need to understand that there is a relationship between Jewish education and anti-Semitism, because most of the people that meets on a daily basis anti-Semitism are students here in the US or in Canada or in Europe. They are the one who need to confront anti-Semitism. We in Israel, it also affects us because of the UN approach and some diplomatic aspects, but regularly it is here. Jewish young people, sometimes even in high school, they are the one who needs to confront it. Now, if you don't have Jewish and Zionist education, it is very hard to stand strong against this accusation. It is very hard to stand and fight for the truth if you don't know the history, if you're not well educated about your Jewish identity. And I think that the deep answer to anti-Semitism, and especially to new anti-Semitism, is Jewish education. Now, regarding to the investment that we intend to make in Jewish education, we need to understand that in the US currently only 20% of the kids goes to Jewish day schools. That include the Hasidic and the ultra-Orthodox and the modern Orthodox, meaning that around 5% from the non-Orthodox sectors go to Jewish day schools. It's nothing. It means that their entire generation of young Jews doesn't get Jewish education. And now there are amazing programs that you can do later on, and you can go to Masai, you can go to Taglit, but if you don't have the foundation, then it's irrelevant. And this is the mission, and we hope to have matching for this investment with many other foundations, to work with the federations, and to create a model that will enable us to empower significantly Jewish education. And we do see that it is possible to do it, because we're learning what's going on. I just came from Toronto, and we saw in Toronto that they had a similar crisis, and with major investment, they have managed to shift the course and to change the situation radically. And they now have more and more students in Jewish day schools, in Jewish high schools. So it means that this challenge can be solved.
I want to stick with diaspora affairs. You have been critical over time of the reform movement here in the United States, which is the predominant movement. I don't know if you saw last week some 300 rabbis and leaders gathered in New York, reform movement members, to try to correct their path, essentially, to try to find a way to be more in touch with the state of Israel, to be more, use more religious language, more religious practice, to further Jewish education in a way that has kind of slipped off the path, off the derech, as they say. Can you find a common path forward with the reform movement as Diaspora Affairs Minister?
Look, so I had meetings with Rick Jacobs, who said that he see himself and the movement as Zionist. I saw many other rabbis from the reform movement who does see themselves as Zionist, and some who are not, but that's not always the case. And I'm not suggesting that the entire reform movement is anti-Zionist, and I never said it, but you can see that some segments of it do go back to the origin of the movement as a counter-national movement. That's how it started. It was anti-Zionist at the beginning because the idea was to be Yehudim Bnei Dat Moshe, okay? Germans who are in the religion of Moses. That was the idea right from the beginning. So there are some rabbis who do go back. It seems that they go back to this origin, but I wouldn't say it about the entire reform movement as a whole.
I wish we had more time. Hopefully we can speak again soon. Time for now. Amichai Chikli, thank you so much.
Hello from Jerusalem. Government Decision 3790 to reduce social and economic disparities in the eastern part of the city is nearly complete. Under the leadership and management of the Ministry of Jerusalem and Jewish Tradition, and under the supervision of government ministries and the Jerusalem municipality, we set out with the aim of creating a better future for the residents of eastern Jerusalem and for all of us. We all want to give our children the best tools possible to face various challenges, to be able to create and develop. Let them set their sights on the highest of heights. To plan the future is to see everything we've already done, to look ahead with a smile and see what we've yet to do, and to realize that this is just the beginning. In the coming days, a new decision will be approved with an expected budget of about 3.5 billion shekels. The decision will impact dozens of areas: education, higher education, road infrastructure development, programs to integrate women into quality employment, trade promotion, energy, young people, environmental protection, and more. The East Jerusalem 5-Year Plan, 2023 to 2028, building a better future for all of us.
Okay, so our first panel will focus on Jerusalem and raise the issues of the challenges of our capital. Yishai Fleischer, political advisor and lecturer, will host a panel about sovereignty in East Jerusalem. Yishai will be joined by Liron Yifach, deputy director of the Jerusalem office and former East Jerusalem senior area manager, and Uri Yakir, municipal representative and advisor to the mayor for East Jerusalem affairs. Yishai.
All right, thank you, Yoni. And thank you, everybody, for coming to the Jerusalem Conference and the Besheva Jerusalem Conference. And we're going to call it the Jerusalem Conference. We might as well talk about Jerusalem, Yerushalayim. First thing I just want to say, what a magnificent conference and a magnificent day out there with the parade. So much fun, so much energy, so much love of Israel. And we have here today a panel of people who are moving Israel forward, the Israel that's not always seen. And we just saw a video of some of the stuff that's really East Jerusalem, Eastern Jerusalem. People don't see it oftentimes. I happen to have lived there on the Mount of Olives for 7 years, and I know what the real East Jerusalem, Eastern Jerusalem looks like. And so we're going to speak with Liron Yifach. She was born in Eilat and has served for 22 years in the public service, and with Ori Yakir, who's today the advisor to the municipality of Jerusalem about Arab affairs. He comes from the security services. No more words on that. Okay. אני אשאל שאלות בעברית ונתרגם לאנגלית. אורי, קודם כל שאלה הכי פשוטה. מה זה מזרח ירושלים? והאם זה נטל או יתרון? What is East Jerusalem? What is it? And is it an advantage or a disadvantage to us? Can we get something positive out of it?
טוב, קודם כל, שלום לכולם. מזרח ירושלים זה חלק מירושלים. ירושלים מאוחדת וככה תישאר.
It's part of Jerusalem. Jerusalem's united and such it will remain.
כשאנחנו יודעים קצת יותר לפרטים, אז באמת מדובר על אוכלוסייה של 380,000 איש. כדי לסבר את האוזן, העיר...
380,000 people?
אוכלוסייה שיותר גדולה מחיפה.
It's a bigger population than חיפה.
ואנחנו מבינים לחלוטין ש50 שנה מדינת ישראל בטעות ראתה במזרח ירושלים נטל עד לפני למעשה 6 שנים.
So the state of Israel has mistakenly seen Eastern Jerusalem as a, how do we call it, netel, a weakness, a burden, and now there's a change of heart.
ואנחנו היום מאמינים יחד עם הממשלה והעירייה ביחד שזה יכול להיות מנוע צמיחה הבא של מדינת ישראל. אנחנו רואים פה למעשה, אם אתה רוצה להוציא ממני אמירה, מזרח ירושלים היום זה הפתרון של הרבה מאוד בעיות ולא הבעיה.
Okay, so we see today a change of heart in the government and in the municipality that Eastern Jerusalem is part of the solution and not part of the problem. Okay, but we'll have to understand that a little bit. Let me ask Liron. Liron, okay, Ori mentioned that הוא הזכיר עכשיו שהממשלה רוצה לשתף פעולה עם העירייה. מה תכלס נעשה כדי לחבר את אותם האנשים שאנחנו ראינו עכשיו בסרטון? How do we connect the people that we just saw in the movie to a greater Israeli, connected to Israel, part of real Jerusalem, or how do we not fail by doing that by keeping them detached?
אז ראשית ישי, תודה על ההזדמנות לספר בעצם מה אנחנו עושים ב5 שנים האחרונות במזרח העיר ומה אנחנו מתעדים לעשות בשנים הקרובות באמצעות החומש הבא שאנחנו נעביר בממשלה בימים הקרובים.
So you're planning on a 5-year program that's coming to pass.
אנחנו בעצם מסיימים החלטה של 5 שנים, החלטה מאוד תקדימית בהיקף של 2.5 מיליארד שקלים.
2.5 billion shekel.
כן, שעוסקת
$1 billion almost.
נכון מאוד, שעוסקת בתחומים שונים, בתחבורה, בחינוך, בהשכלה גבוהה, בכלכלה, במסחר, ובעצם אנחנו מסיימים בימים האלה את ההחלטה, ויוצאים להחלטה חדשה.
So we're finishing up already a decision that was taken for a long time, now we're starting with a new decision.
אנחנו מסיימים החלטה בהצלחה מאוד מאוד גדולה.
מה זה הצלחה?
החלטת חומש, החלטת ממשלה שבה בעצם כל משרדי הממשלה השונים לוקחים חלק. תחבורה, כבישים חדשים, תחבורה ציבורית.
בואו נדבר תכלס, דברי איתי תכלס, משהו שאני יכול ככה ללעוס עליו. מה זה הצלחה?
הצלחה זה אומר...
What is success?
הצלחה זה אומר שאחוז הלומדים בתוכנית ישראלית גדלו באופן משמעותי. איכות תוכנית הלימודים משתנה מפעם לפעם.
Okay, so Arabs living in East Jerusalem are now studying the Israeli curriculum.
Some of them.
Okay.
אנחנו מנסים כל הזמן להעלות את אחוז הלומדים.
We're trying to raise the percentage of them studying.
That's right. ואנחנו בהחלטה הבאה נמשיך להעלות את אחוז הלומדים, כאשר אנחנו הפעם נשים גם דגש גדול יותר על איכות התוכנית. זאת אומרת שחשוב לנו שמספר שעות הלימוד העברית יהיו גדולות יותר.
Okay, so the quality is going to rise in terms of learning Hebrew, and you know a lot of Arabs in East Jerusalem do not speak Hebrew.
זאת הבעיה העיקרית היום במזרח ירושלים.
Okay, this is one of the big problems in Eastern Jerusalem.
נכון, אנחנו זיהינו את זה, ואנחנו נקדיש לזה הרבה מאמצים בהחלטה הנוכחית. אנחנו מבינים שככל שערבי מזרח ירושלים ידעו עברית, הם יוכלו להשתלב בתעסוקה איכותית טובה יותר.
So bringing them into the job force, into the Israeli job force.
נכון מאוד.
כמו מה, מלונות, כמו מלונות?
לא, אנחנו מדברים על הייטק.
Oh, high-tech, okay. So we're moving them out of just the service industry and into already like the real Israeli high-tech scene and moving Arabs in Eastern Jerusalem kind of into mainstream Israeliness.
אנחנו מדברים על שילוב, אנחנו מדברים על איכות חיים, אנחנו מדברים על כ-400,000 תושבים, כמו שאמר אורי, שאנחנו רוצים שישתלבו בחיים איכותיים.
Okay, so we want these 400,000 Arabs basically and residents of Eastern Jerusalem to come into a higher standard of living, a higher life, and a more Israeli life speaking Hebrew.
אני רוצה להמשיך טיפה את מה שלירון אמרה, ולומר שאנחנו ראינו בהחלטה הראשונה של 5 שנים הראשונות, בראש ובראשונה, המטרה שלנו הייתה בכלל להתחיל לבסס איזה אמון בין ישראל לבין האוכלוסייה במזרח ירושלים.
So you wanted to raise the level of trust.
אני חייב לומר לך משהו שבמנטליות הערבית יש פתגם שאומר, אל-חאק פיש עלי ג'ומרוק. ערבים תמיד באים ואומרים...
One second, so here's an Arabic, and you can see that Ori speaks Arabic.
אני אומר, הערבים שבעו באמת מכל האמירות, מכל הדיבורים, מכל ההבטחות שבאו ואמרו להם, אתם חלק מאיתנו, אתם תקבלו את כל השירותים, בפועל הם ראו שכל המצב של בתי הספר, של התשתיות, של מקומות התעסוקה, שכל הדברים האלו, אף אחד באמת לא ספר אותם.
שנייה, so what Ori is saying is that Arabs in Eastern Jerusalem are tired of a sense that they've been promised to be matriculated into Israeli society, but the promises have fallen flat.
ולמעשה בחמש שנים, כמו שגם בשר פרוש הזכיר, אנחנו עשינו פה משהו שעדיין לא נראה לגמרי מעל פני השטח. כי יש המון תוכניות, תתן לך דוגמה, כמו שלירון עכשיו דיברה, הנושא של ההייטק. אינשאללה שמחר או מחרתיים תהיה הפקדה, זאת אומרת, תהיה כבר קבלת תוקף של תוכנית להקמת הסיליקון ואדי, שמדובר שם על 250,000 מטר מבנים לתעשייה איכותית של הייטק.
So we're talking about where is this in East Jerusalem?
זה יהיה בוואדי ג'וז, לא סתם קוראים לזה הסיליקון ואדי.
I traveled a lot.
זה הסיליקון ואלי של מזרח ירושלים, כי זה בוואדי ג'וז.
שנייה, so Wadi Joz is an area close to the Mount of Olives, between the Mount of Olives and Mount Scopus, and there's a lot of shops there. And what Ori's saying is that the government's going to be building a municipality with Minister Porush's Ministry of Jerusalem is going to be building a 250,000 square high-tech center in Wadi Joz.
ועכשיו תבין מה זה עושה לאנשים. כשבן אדם רואה שפתאום באמת בונים שם מגדלים, תעשייה. זה יוצר את המוטיבציה לילדים ללכת וללמוד את התוכנית הישראלית.
So what he's saying is that when a kid, an Arab kid, an Eastern Jerusalem kid sees towers going up, it gives the young person motivation. I can now study this and get into and work in this building.
זה יאפשר לנשים מוסלמיות, ערביות, ללכת ולעבוד, כי זה יהיה באזור שלהם. ובסופו של דבר אנחנו כמובן נעלה את כל הנושא של ההכנסה. האוכלוסייה היום ברמת סוציו-אקונומית נמוכה מאוד.
Okay, so this will let women work because they'll be close by. It'll raise up the standard of living. Ori, I don't have a lot of time. I need to ask you a serious question. But what about the jihad? What about jihadism? Aren't these Arabs, many of them that live in Eastern Jerusalem, going up on the Temple Mount, hearing a lot of stuff that is anti-Israel? How are you going to solve that?
אני רוצה רגע, אורי, ברשותך, להגיד משהו.
בבקשה.
אנחנו, ממשלת ישראל, מדברת על ריבונות. כאשר ריבונות, חלק מהעניין זה גם אחריות. אנחנו לוקחים אחריות.
Let me translate that. A very important phrase. Ribonut, which means sovereignty, has to come with responsibility. If we're going to talk about being sovereign in this area, we've got to take responsibility for this
כשאנחנו
society.
מדברים על אחריות, אנחנו מדברים על חינוך, על תעסוקה.
That means education, that means work.
That's right.
Okay? Okay, so that's very important. Meaning to say that's the, but you're saying something that's important here at this conference for a more right-wing spectrum. If you're going to say sovereignty, you're going to have to take responsibility. Very good. Okay, just the phrase.
אני לא אתחמק מהשאלה, כי זו שאלה טובה. באמת, ישי, אין ספק שאנחנו מבינים שיש לנו אוכלוסייה גדולה, ואנחנו דרך אגב, כולנו תמימי דעים, שמה שקורה במזרח ירושלים משפיע על כל המזרח התיכון.
Okay, so what happens in Eastern Jerusalem affects all of the Middle East.
ראינו את זה בשומר החומות, ראינו את זה בהרבה מאוד מקומות.
We've seen it in the conflicts, yes.
ואנחנו מבינים שאם אנחנו לא נבוא, וניתן באמת את התקווה, ולכל בן אדם את האפשרות, להוציא לפועל, לממש את מה שהוא טוב בו, אין לנו ספק שהם באמת יחפשו ויחיו בצורת חיים כזאת שהם יחפשו את הבעיות.
So if we don't give them opportunity, they're going to look for jihadism. But is this government effort also going to try to uproot some of the bad ideology that's there?
תראה, ברור שיש אידיאולוגיה שלנו, ואני אומר עוד פעם, אני לא מתבייש לומר שמזרח ירושלים היא מאוחדת, מזרח ירושלים היא חלק בלתי נפרד מירושלים, ואני לא בא גם לנסות לשנות אידיאולוגיה, אני לא מנסה לבוא ולקרום לתושבים הפלסטינים במזרח ירושלים להשאיר את התקווה, לא לשם אנחנו מכוונים.
I'm probably not going to cause the Eastern Jerusalem residents to sing a tikva, that's not what we're aiming for.
אני כן חושב שהאחריות שלנו וגם האינטרס שלנו, לראות שם אוכלוסייה שהיא יצרנית, לראות שם אוכלוסייה שהיא מממשת את מה שהיא רוצה, שהיא קמה בבוקר ויש לה חלומות, והיא גם יודעת שהיא יכולה לממש את החלומות, וזה מה שיקח אותה.
Basically, you want to inculcate different dreams, not just jihadist dreams, but dreams of living a good future, a good life, good opportunities, and you want to create.
תראה, אני אתן לך עוד דוגמה. הרמדאן האחרון, לא שמעו כמעט את שער שכם.
מה?
לא שמעו כמעט את האירועים בשער שכם כמו בכל שנה. אנחנו כעירייה ראינו, יחד עם המשרד, תפקיד מכריע, שאנחנו לא יכולים רק לחשוב על הנושא הביטחוני, להביא עוד כוחות משטרה ועוד כוחות שב"כ.
We can't just deal with security through police and more police.
אלא אנחנו ראינו באמת משימה לאפשר להם לחגוג. זה חג מבחינתם. הרמדאן הוא חג.
We gave them an opportunity, the chance to celebrate.
והשקיעו הרבה מאוד מיליונים של שקלים.
And yet there was a quietness this year relative to
כדי שמדי ערב יהיה להם פעילויות, שהם יוכלו לצאת, ויהיה להם באמת את האווירה של החג, ואנחנו...
They had the atmosphere of the holiday.
ואני אומר לך את זה, וזה לא ציטוט שלי, כולם מדברים על זה שהשנה, אף אחד לא דיבר על שער שכם.
Right, and I heard this from the deputy mayor of Jerusalem, Aryeh King. He told me this was the quietest Ramadan in many years, and you didn't hear much about שער שכם.
וכמו שהשר פרוש אמר, יש שירותי ביטחון מצוינים במדינת ישראל שהתפקיד שלהם באמת לטפל באותם אלו שלא רוצים ומבינים שזה רע להם, שמדינת ישראל תהיה חזקה ושהאוכלוסייה תבין מי באמת דואג להם ומי עד עכשיו רק עשה כאילו הוא דואג להם ובפועל רק גרם להם לכל המסכנות והחוסר תקווה.
All right, so security brings hope, opportunity, good. Last question, Liron, we're running out of time. להביא אנשים לירושלים ולשמור את זה שלא יוצאים מירושלים יותר מדי, שהאוכלוסייה היהודית ובכלל האוכלוסייה תישאר בעיר הגדולה הזאת והיא תמשיך לגדול. איך עושים את זה? How do we keep Jerusalem growing and keep people from leaving?
אז אני אגיד את זה בקצרה. משרד ירושלים ומורשת ישראל בעצם מובילה מספר תוכניות. מנכ"ל המשרד גם מדבר בהמשך ויפרט על כך. אבל יש בנוסף עוד שתי תוכניות.
A lot of programs to keep people in.
תוכנית אחת היא תוכנית לוי, שעברה שנה שעברה ביום ירושלים, שזו תוכנית כלכלית שבעצם פועלת לקדם את תוכניות של תעסוקה למגזרים שונים. עיר ממשל, למשל, זאת גם תוכנית שדואגת להשאיר כמה שיותר צעירים בתוך העיר, ועוד תוכניות רבות שאנחנו מקדמים בירושלים.
Many programs, including programs especially to keep young people in. Guys, I really want to thank you.
רק בא ביחד באמת עם תנופת בנייה אדירה, שמקדם ראש העיר. אני אומר, מי שלא נמצא בירושלים ולא רואה את כמות המנופים והמגדלים, ובאמת זה בירת גם ההתחדשות העירונית במדינת ישראל, זה מה
When you come to Jerusalem, you see towers going up, you see cranes and pregnant women, and that means that there's hope in Eretz Israel. Liron, Ori, thank you very much for keeping Yerushalayim strong. Toda rabba.
Thank you very much. We will stay in Jerusalem now, and we will be joined by Asaf Yazdi, CEO of the Ministry of Jerusalem and Jewish Tradition. Okay, so we're going to do this again in Hebrew and English. Yeah, I'm Yoni Kempinski, here instead of Mike. We're going to do this in Hebrew and English. We'll speak in Hebrew, we'll give a few translations. So first of all, really to try to understand what is this ministry, very important name, שמאוד חשוב, מה זה המשרד הזה?
שלום, ירושלים זאת עיר הבירה שלנו, זאת עיר החשובה ביותר. הגדולה ביותר בישראל, המגוונת ביותר, העשירה ביותר בערכים תרבותיים והיסטוריים, ולצד זה גם המאתגרת ביותר בכמה מובנים. מכל הסיבות האלה, ממשלת ישראל בחרה להקים משרד ממשלתי שמתייחד, מייחד פעילות בירושלים, ולמעשה מהווה את ראש החץ לעשייה הממשלתית כולה בירושלים. אנחנו למעשה מובילים במשרד בחלק של ירושלים, 3 תוכניות רב-שנתיות גדולות, דיברו עליהן קודם פה קודמיי, 1 תוכנית לצמצום פערים כלכליים חברתיים במזרח ירושלים, למעלה מ3 מיליארד שקל, 1 תוכנית רב-שנתית לפיתוח מנועי צמיחה כלכליים אסטרטגיים לעיר, לתת לה מנופים כלכליים, ותוכנית רב-שנתית נוספת לפיתוח כל מרחב אגן העיר העתיקה, עיר דוד, הר הזיתים, המקום החשוב והקדוש ביותר בעולם.
Okay, so I'll just translate now. We're talking about the most important city, of course, but also the city which is very rich in terms of the sites that are in the city, a very high value, of course, for the city, and the government of Israel has decided to put a special effort into the city, which is the capital of Israel, and as we said, also the capital of the Jewish people. The main, and of course, he mentioned that it's a challenging city, a very challenging city. The 3 main projects that Asaf is presenting here today. The first one is regarding to East Jerusalem. We heard from the minister, we saw the video, we heard also what we're talking about here, making sure that everyone has equal rights and opportunities in Jerusalem, also in East Jerusalem. The second is the project that will develop the city financially in terms of the economy. I myself visited, did a tour with the ministry, understanding the different places in Jerusalem where they are doing that. And as we mentioned before, the area of the old city of Jerusalem, which has so much potential in terms of tourism, in terms of what is going on there, that is another area that they're putting in much effort to. Anything else you'd like to emphasize, first of all, about the ministry itself?
אז זו זרוע אחת של המשרד, כל מה שקשור לירושלים, דיברנו. יש לנו עוד שני חלקים גדולים ומרכזיים במשרד. החלק השני הוא מסורת ישראל, זה חלק חדש, השר מאיר פרוש יזם והביא לממשלה. קיבלנו גם תקציבים גדולים מאוד ומשמעותיים, ואנחנו ממש בימים הקרובים נתניע את הפעילות בתחום של מסורת ישראל, נחזק את המסורת, את החיבור של כל אחד ואחד מאיתנו למסורת, כל אחד באופנים שרלוונטיים אליו.
Okay, and the second very important issue that the ministry is involved in, and it's new for this government, is the tradition, the issues of tradition of the Israel, Jewish tradition, and promoting that in a governmental and official way, not just as it's being promoted until today, and that is something that we will see very soon. So let's get back to Jerusalem. How do you see Jerusalem 2040? ירושלים ב-2040.
תשמע, לירושלים יש ערכים מוספים ויתרונות שאין להרבה ערים בעולם, ואנחנו במשרד ירושלים ומסורת ישראל פועלים בשני מישורים במקביל, המישור הציבורי והמישור הפרטי. אם אני צריך למקד את העיקר העשייה שלנו. במישור הציבורי, למצוא ולייחד ולתת ערך מוסף במקומות שבהם לירושלים יש יתרון כלכלי יחסי. וזיהינו כמה כאלה. זיהינו כמובן את תחום התיירות, את תחום האקדמיה, את תחום התעסוקה המתקדמת, הייטק וביוטק, ואת תחום הממשל, לחזק את ירושלים כבירת הממשל הישראלית. ואנחנו צריכים לפעול ולהמשיך ולפעול במישור הזה הציבורי. ובמקביל, לאורך כל הזמן הזה, גם לפעול במישור הפרטי. חובתנו ותפקידנו כמשרד, לאפשר לכל אחד ואחת בעיר הזאת, מכל מגזר, מהמגזר החרדי, מהמגזר הערבי, מהמגזר הכללי, לאפשר לו שוויון הזדמנויות, והזדמנות אמיתית ושווה להשכלה גבוהה נכונה, לתעסוקה מכבדת, ולייצר לעצמו אופק כלכלי בר קיימא, ואני חושב שכשפועלים בסוף במישורים האלה, גם במישור הציבורי וגם במישור הפרטי, העיר תהיה חזקה, וזה בעצם יהיה החוסן שלה.
Okay, when we're talking really about Jerusalem in 2040, Asaf is dividing the goals of the ministry to two aspects, the public aspect, the aspect of the residents, and what will really happen to Jerusalem. Talking about tourism, of course, promoting tourism, which is one of the extra values, of course, of Jerusalem throughout centuries. Talking about academy, there we're seeing more and more institutions coming to Jerusalem. And when an institution comes to Jerusalem, the younger generation hangs around in Jerusalem. Suddenly we're seeing coffee shops full of young students. And government. The Knesset is in Jerusalem. Government ministries are in Jerusalem, but not enough. There's still more to do. Some government ministries spend more time in Tel Aviv and other areas. It's time to bring everyone home to Jerusalem. On a private level, in terms of each and every one of the citizens of Jerusalem, we're again talking about equal opportunity. We're talking about opportunity to develop, to flourish in Jerusalem, to be educated, and of course, employment. Employment is a very, very important issue for people to feel that they have a future in Jerusalem, and those are the goals of the ministry as we're coming towards, it'll take some time, 2040. You're hanging around here these days, meaning Jewish diaspora, Yadut HaTfutzot. What is your message to them? What could they do to connect and maybe even really support Jerusalem more?
ירושלים היא העיר החשובה ביותר בעולם. זאת עיר יפה, זאת עיר עשירה, זאת עיר מאוד מגוונת. ואני באמת קורא לכל אחד ואחת, בואו לירושלים. בואו לגור בירושלים, בואו לעבוד בירושלים, בואו לחוות, בואו לטייל, בואו להשקיע. בסוף, זאת עיר שממש מרגישים את ההיסטוריה, מרגישים את הנצח. ואני קורא לכולם, בואו תהיו חלק מההיסטוריה הזאת.
Okay, so we'll end with Asaf's message to Jewish diaspora, to the audience here in our hall here, and also those watching us online. If you want to support Jerusalem, if you want to connect to Jerusalem, first of all, come to Jerusalem. Come to Jerusalem, enjoy what Jerusalem is today. As I mentioned, the coffee shops, as I mentioned, the tourism that has been really flourishing and everything is renewed, the light rail, lots of things going on in Jerusalem. So his call to all of you, come and visit Jerusalem. Asaf Yazdi, toda rabba.
Thank you very much. Toda rabba.
Okay, thank you very much. The challenges of Israeli sovereignty are felt throughout the land of Israel. It's not only about East Jerusalem. I now call upon Meir Deutsch, Director General of Regavim.
I think we've talked a little bit in the news about judicial reform. It's kind of made some headlines. Specifically for you, your NGO, Regavim, there is so much tied into the issue of judicial reform. Walk us through it if you can.
First of all, thank you so much for having me. And thank you so much for Dudu Sada for the invite to this such important stage. Before I start my answer, I do have an American accent, but I was born and raised in Israel. So if I'm lacking a word here and there, I'm going to ask the audience to help me out. So the question about the judicial reform and the connection to Regavim, where Regavim we mostly do work that has to do with land issues. The land issues in Israel, in the Negev, the Galilee. In order to understand that, let me take you to a research that was done by the ISI, the Israel Democracy Institute. They publish, once a year, they publish a research that asks the public in Israel, how much do you trust the different parts of the government in Israel? The army, the institutions, thank you. The Knesset, the government, the Supreme Court. And something mind-boggling is that in 2003, there were 70% of the public in Israel that said they trust the judicial system in Israel. Today, 2023, it's around 40%. That means 60% of the people living in Israel do not trust the judicial system. That's crazy. That is not a democracy. Just a few weeks ago, we did another research, in Regavim, we did another research. We wanted to find out, from those 60% that do not trust, does it have anything to do with their political standing? And here's even a worse number, which is 90% of the people that voted for the opposition, they have trust in the judicial system. But 90% of the people that voted for this coalition do not trust the Supreme Court in Israel. That is not a democracy. The reason why we see the collapse in numbers from 70% 20 years ago to 40% of trust in the Supreme Court is because 20 years ago there was a gut feeling that the Supreme Court is biased. Today, that's not a gut feeling. Today, that is proven. Today, it's a proven fact that the Supreme Court is biased. How is it a fact? when we started in Regavim in 2006, our thoughts were that the Supreme Court is giving demolition orders only to Jews that built illegally in Judea and Samaria. We thought it's because the Supreme Court is not aware of the fact that there's much more illegal construction done by Palestinians in Area C, by the Bedouins in the Negev, just in terms of numbers. All the illegal construction in Area C done by Jewish settlers, we're talking about 4,000 illegal structures. At the same time, there are 80,000 illegal structures built by Palestinians in Area C. There are more than 85,000 illegal structures that were built by the Bedouins in the Negev, and approximately 40,000 illegal structures in the Galilee, and add to that the illegal structures that were built in East Jerusalem and all that. So we thought the reason why the Supreme Court gives demolition orders only to the Jews is because they're not aware of the fact that the Arabs are building. And that's when we started giving in petitions, many petitions. And what we did in this report over here, I have a few copies over here. Between 2008 and 2018, every 2 years we published a report. Every year there's an average of 20 petitions given in by left-wing organizations against Jewish illegal structures that were built by Jews. And we have approximately 20 petitions given in by Regavim against illegal construction done by the Arabs.
Let me guess, it comes out uneven.
Well, we didn't ask what was the bottom line of each court case. What we wanted to check is the way the system treats each and every of these court cases. And we did an average. Again, we're talking about 20 petitions on each side. Every 2 years we published it. And it's amazing to find the figures. Again, we're not talking about the bottom line of each of these petitions. We're talking about the way to the final line. So when you give in a petition to the Supreme Court, before the judge even reads in depth the petition, he gives the state a number of days to answer to the petition. Okay? The average is when it's a court case given in by the left, the state has 18 days to answer. That means the state sees this as something important. Only 18 days to answer. On the other side, when it's a petition from the right wing, it's more than 30 days to answer. That means the court has time, no rush to deal with the situation. When we talk about interim orders, that means before the final decision, there's construction going on, right? So when the left goes to court against illegal construction that is going on, 84% of the petitions, 84% of the times, the court is going to give it a stop order, that you have to stop the work immediately before hearing the final decision. On the other hand, when it's a right-wing petition, only 13 to 84, that's a huge number. And it could go number after number, that means it's a fact that the Supreme Court is a bias. But that's only the numbers. If we go into examples, in 2006, a long list of petitions that were given in by the left organizations, such as Migron, Amona, Netiv Avot, Beit El, Ofra, and so on. The Supreme Court said a very clear message. If it's illegal construction that is built on privately owned land of Palestinians, the state has to demolish those structures. On the other hand, when Regavim came in with a long list of places where Arabs built on privately owned land, such as Bir Adaj and El-Zarnug and Mitzpeh Dani and so on, over there the Supreme Court said no, the fact that it's on privately owned land, even though it's privately owned land by Jews, it doesn't matter. The state could decide whether or not to demolish those structures or not. And I could give you, again, a whole long list of those kind of things. So the bottom line is, we're talking about whether or not this is a democracy. And it's time that all of us have a democracy, not only the people that vote for the left.
Mayor Deutsch, Director General Regavim, easiest interview I've ever had, and have confidence in your English. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Dear friends, after many years of raising awareness of the challenges to governance in the Negev, the Galilee, Judea and Samaria, while at the same time formulating detailed strategic solutions for these challenges.
For the first time, protection of our national land resources has been included in the government's agenda.
אני יכול להפעיל לחץ.
במקום לתת לו מעטה.
כמות אדירה של פסולת.
1,600 דונם.
פרויקטים מאוד גדולים של קק"ל.
הדברים האלה לא עמדו בשום בית משפט.
בג"ץ האחרון, המדינה צריכה להשיב.
ח'אן אל-אחמר, מקבץ של בנייה לא חוקית של פלסטינאים.
מדינה להזכיר. תקים לנו את מדינת פלסטין.
Except for one place, here in Judea and Samaria.
Let's talk about Khan al-Ahmar. This is so dangerous.
Israeli taxpayer of tens of millions of shekels.
70% of the land already under Palestinian Authority.
Our battle for the land of Israel continues at home in the international arena as well.
We work to block foreign funding for the illegal takeover of our national assets and to explain Israel's position throughout the world.
דחוף בוועדת החוץ והביטחון של הכנסת.
החודשים האחרונים יוצאים במדים של צבא קנדה.
The fight for the land in the Negev, the Galil and Yehuda v'Shomron has shifted into high gear.
And we are using all the tools we have. Research, legal action, and field work. To fight and to win.
קמו להן בחודשים האחרונים עשרות תחנות דלק פיראטיות.
פה בכסייפה כמה תחנות דלק פיראטיות.
These houses have electricity, which begs the question, where are they getting their electricity from?
מנובמבר 2019 אנחנו מתריעים.
Even when we come under fire, nothing can keep us from doing what has to be done.
Time after time, we've seen that our hard work brings real results.
Spike, protest, gunfire. We are in the field every day. שימו לב מה יש כאן מאחוריי, יכולים לראות חממת סמים ענקית.
אנחנו רגע לפני הגדרה רשמית של מדינה אחרת.
We are here for the sake of our beloved homeland.
We are here to protect our national land resources. We are here to restore security to the Negev.
We are here for our national sovereignty.
We are here for Zionism.
Thank you for being part of our journey this past year and the year ahead.
We're here today in New York, an amazing city, but are honored to be joined by the mayor of the most amazing city, Jerusalem. I'd like to call upon Moshe Leon, mayor of Jerusalem.
CEO of Besheva Group, Dudu Saada, Deputy CEO of Besheva Group, Dudi Finkler, CEO of Arutz Sheva, Uzi Baruch, ministers and members of the Knesset, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to be here with you in New York. If New York is a city that never sleeps, that Jerusalem is a city that cannot sleep. We just have too much going on. As we mark 56 years of the city being reunited, I can look out from my office window and I can see new buildings on the skyline. New homes, new offices, new hotels, new schools, new sports, arts, and community centers. Between them, new, green, clean, efficient public transportation and all along in the way, cafes, restaurants, and more. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, the words of the prophets are jumping off the pages and taking shape before our eyes. I'm proud as mayor of Jerusalem to be leading a revolution for the city. It is a revolution that is improving the lives of all the communities and peoples of the city. Jerusalem has never had so many economic accelerators for different communities: Arabs, Haredim, for secular people. Jerusalem has never had so many development projects with over the 1 million square meters of high-tech offices and academic research centers being built. It is a revolution that is being seen in the East and in the West for the benefit of all communities of Jerusalem, who make up the internal capital of the state of Israel. But Jerusalem is not just the capital of Israel. It is the capital of the Jewish people, and I would say the capital of the world. Jerusalem has never had so many international delegations, conferences, and more. Just like in the days of the Kingdom of Israel, Jerusalem is a gateway to the world and a center for international inspiration and innovation. Of course, we know there are still many people, for too many people, singers, sport arts, journalists, and more, who deny the Jewish people's connection to Jerusalem. They cannot accept that the holy mountain stood the first and second temples. They won't believe the evidence that we find every day, which tells the story of the kings of Israel. Dear friends, the Jewish connection to Jerusalem is not a matter of a debate. It is a matter of fact. It is historical fact, and it is a modern reality. But sadly, so in the rise in anti-Semitism that we see in Israel and around the world. But let me tell you, there is no better answer to anti-Semitism. There is no better answer to anti-Zionism. There is no better way to fight hatred than to show them in Jerusalem, Am Israel Chai. I know that right here in New York, there have been some terrible attacks on the Jewish community. And I stand here today with you in solidarity. Din Yerushalayim kedin New York. What is true in Jerusalem is true in New York. Anti-Semitism cannot be tolerated anywhere in the world. I want to express my appreciation to the American administration for their work to promote a strategy to fight anti-Semitism. I believe that we must cooperate in the fight against racism, country to country and city to city. In Jerusalem, you have a willing and able partner, a partner with a diverse and vibrant society, a partner with a modern economy, a partner where every day for the last 56 years and beyond, Jews, Muslims, and Christians work, learn, and live side by side. This is our message. This is our commitment. And as a sovereign power in the eternal city, this is our duty. And I welcome anyone who wants to come and see for themselves. I want to end by thanking everyone at Arutz Sheva. Your platform is not just a news site. It is a bridge for so many to know what is happening in Israel, and you help strengthen and bond between us. I wish you all a very successful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The missions and goals of Kakal JNF are changing throughout the years. I would now like to invite to the stage Yitzhak Vaknin, Kakal JNF co-chairman. Okay, so we're going to do this again. Bear with me. Hebrew and English. You ready? אז נתחיל בעברית ואני אתרגם את התשובות לאנגלית. קודם כל, על קק"ל של היום, אנחנו זוכרים את קק"ל של פעם, יערות, תרומות, להציל את היערות של ישראל. זה משהו שונה לגמרי, או זה המשך טבעי של הקק"ל של פעם? מה הקק"ל של היום מבחינתך?
תרשה לי רק להגיד מילה אחת.
בוודאי.
אני חושב שאנחנו צריכים להשתתף בצער המשפחות במדינת ישראל, שאיבדו את יקיריהם. מפה אני שולח את התנחומים, השם ייקום דמם.
First of all, אני אתרגם. Before we delve into the issues of Kakal, Yitzhak Vaknin wishes to pay condolences to the 3 families who lost soldiers. 3 IDF soldiers were killed on Shabbat. May Hashem, may God avenge their blood. Now we'll continue into understanding what is Kakal JNF today.
אני חושב לא רק שקק"ל לא השתנתה במהות שלה, ההפך, היא במכפלות אחרות לגמרי, והעובדה שרק לפני כשבועיים קק"ל חתמה על הסכם עם המדינה שהיא מעבירה 6 מיליארד שקל שברובם הולכים לפיתוח, להתיישבות, לטיפול ביערות. צריך להבין שכמות הטיפול של היערות במדינת ישראל, כל 100% שמתוכם 30% שייכים לקק"ל בטיפול היומיומי, וה-70% שייכים למדינה. את כל 100% אנחנו מטפלים, שלא נדבר על הקמת יישובים, הכשרת יישובים. אני חושב שהפעילות היא במכפלות אחרות לגמרי, לא במה שהכרנו בעבר.
שזה יותר בעצם.
הרבה יותר, בוודאי.
So first of all, I asked regarding Kakal JNF, as we knew, was years ago, centuries ago, decades ago, was about the forests of Israel. And is there any connection between Kakal and today? And we'll delve into their activities soon. Then what's happening today? And the answer is yes, very much so, and even more. It's becoming the quantity of activity and the resources are much more than they used to be. And what is happening today is Kakal JNF are helping develop communities throughout Israel while still continuing to worry for the forests of Israel, for Israel as a country with lots of green areas. יש עדיין מקומות ירוקים בישראל, או שזה ייעלם לנו עם הזמן, או שאתם דואגים שזה יישאר?
אם לא יהיו הרבה שריפות, אז יהיו הרבה מקומות ירוקים. אני יכול להגיד לך שתקציב קק"ל הוא שווה ערך ל3-4 משרדי ממשלה, 4.5 מיליארד שקל לשנת 2023, מתוך זה 2 מיליארד...
We're talking about a budget of 4.5 billion shekels for a year. That's like 4 ministries in the government.
כן, 2 מיליארד 400 זה רק תקציבי פיתוח, הכשרות קרקע, כמו שאמרתי, טיפול ביערות, חוץ מהטיפול העולמי שלנו, עם כל השלוחים בכל המדינות בעולם.
טוב, אתה מבקר פה בארצות הברית, זה לא פעם ראשונה שלך, אבל מתוך התפקיד הזה, בוא באמת נדבר על הקשר. Let's talk about the connection really from this role between Israel and the diaspora, בין ישראל לתפוצות.
תראה, יש חשיבות גדולה, ואני בין אלה שיכול להגיד לך שאנחנו עושים היום מאמץ גדול פה בארצות הברית דווקא, לנסות לשנות את מה שהיה עד היום כ-JNF ארצות הברית, שזה גוף עצמאי, כמעט מנותק מאיתנו. אנחנו מנסים למצוא איזה שביל של זהב, לחבר בין שני הגופים האלו, JNF בישראל ו-JNF בארצות הברית.
First of all, a practical issue. We're talking about the fact that there is Kakal JNF and that there is JNF United States. So Mr. Vaknin is talking about their will and efforts to bring things back together, to act together in more coordination and more cooperation.
בכל שאר המדינות בעולם אנחנו במערכת יחסים וטובה מאוד, ההפך, אנחנו רואים לא רק בעניין של הנציגויות שלנו בכל העולם, אלא גם בנושא של חינוך, קירוב, כל מה ששייך לקק"ל בדברים שהם בשנים עברו היו במקום אחר. אני חושב שהיום קק"ל במקום אחר מכל הבחינות מול כל קהילות היהודיות בעולם.
So we're talking about more and more activity, and he's saying that Kakal throughout the world is working together as a big unit, and there's much more to do to work together in a partnership where the Jews around the world will feel partners in what happens in the land of Israel on a daily basis, in day-to-day life, and understanding that everyone is part of the bigger picture. אני רוצה לשאול אבל על התחושות שלך כאן. פגשתי אותך במהלך השבת, אתה שומע את המחלוקות, את הדאגות שיש לפעמים לגבי הממשלה הנוכחית בישראל, מחאות שראינו בחוץ. בכלל, אנחנו בישראל חושבים שאצלנו זה מפוצל, פה הפיצולים והשינויים והמחלוקות לפעמים הם עמוקים יותר או מהותיים מאוד. איך אתה רואה את זה? מה למדת מהסיורים שלך כאן?
תראה, אני גם מכיר את זה מהארץ. בכמה כנסים שאני הייתי, ולצערי הרב, המפגינים בחוץ והמפגינים בפנים, ולא נותנים לך לדבר. וגם היום ראינו את זה בצעדה. אני חושב שיש דבר שאסור לנו לעבור אותו. אנחנו עדיין צריכים לדעת שלא מצא הקדוש ברוך הוא כלי מחזיק ברכה לישראל, אלא השלום. השלום בינינו הוא ערבות לכך שנוכל לעמוד מול כל האתגרים שהמדינה עומדת בהם ביום יום שלה. אנחנו עדיין לא יושבים על זרי דפנה ולא הגענו למנוחה ולנחלה. אני חושב שחשוב לא לעבור את הגבולות ולא לשמוע את הביטויים שמתבטאים כלפי חברי כנסת, כלפי שרים. אני אומר לך, זה פשוט כואב לי הלב. זה עושה לי מצב רוח לא טוב כיהודי שבא לפה ושומע את זה גם פה.
So we asked about how he sees, he's been here for Shabbat, he's been here for some time, see the protests that we saw outside, the worries, the concerns, the protests, the activities, the statements regarding the government, the division in the community that we are also seeing here. And what Yitzhak Vaknin, who is also the former religion minister of Israel, is saying that God gave us a gift, the gift of peace. And it's not only about peace between countries, it's also about peace inside the people of Israel, and that we must strive to reach that peace, because without that peace, where it will be very difficult to go ahead. And I'll just end and ask if you are optimistic. אתה אופטימי?
אני תמיד אופטימי, כי אני חושב שיש רגעים מסוימים שאתה רואה שעם ישראל מתאחד, אבל כשדווקא זה מגיע ממקום שאנחנו נמצאים באיזה לחימה מסוימת, או בעזה או במקום אחר, אני חושב שהאחדות בינינו היא ערובה להמשך קיום מדינת ישראל. יש ויכוחים, פוליטיקה תמיד הייתה, מי כמוני מכיר את זה 25 שנה בכנסת, עדיין יש גבולות שלא עוברים אותם, ואני חושב שזה צריך להיכנס ולחדור לכל אחד שמפגין. מותר לך לומר דברים, מותר לך להביע את דעתך, אבל לא חוצים את הקווים.
Okay, so we'll end with, yes, he is optimistic. But what's troubling is that what makes Yitzhak Vaknin optimistic is when he sees in days of trouble, in days of distress, as we experienced throughout the years, throughout the generations, those are the times when the people of Israel come together and unify, and we must learn to do so also when we're not in a specific state of distress. And people are allowed to protest, but not to cross border lines that are not to be crossed, and that without unity, we are in a serious problem. And only unity is the condition to continue to develop the country of Israel, the state of Israel. Thank you very much. Toda rabba lecha al advarim.
Toda גם לכם.
Okay, and now, ladies and gentlemen, the elephant in the room. The judicial reform. A debate that has begun some time ago. It's been going on in Israel for years, but somehow has become an issue that has taken thousands to the streets in Israel, abroad. So let's stop to understand the debate, to understand what's behind it. Understand also if compromise can be reached. I now invite to our stage today, Tal Einrich, senior correspondent for All Israel News and TBN, for a keynote panel with leading attorney and law expert Professor Alan Dershowitz and Knesset member Simcha Rotman, chairman of the Knesset Constitution, Law and Justice Committee.
Thank you, Yoni. Thank you, gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. You said the elephant in the room, Yoni, and I think we have a few elephants in the room. We will get to the judicial reform in just a moment, but first I want to ask Simcha Rotman.
Wait for the music to, yes.
I'm not an elephant in the room. I'm a donkey because I defend Democrats, not Republicans. So.
All right. So, Simcha, not to say that you're an elephant, but you've been the talk of the day in Israel over the past 24 hours, and we want to address this incident in which protesters, some would say an anti-government activist, harassed you on the street, was walking after you for a few blocks here in New York City, shouting in your ear constantly with a megaphone, trying to express, you know, her First Amendment rights, being here in the U.S., she would say. But you seized the megaphone away from her and really grabbed the attention of the press in Israel. What's your comment about this?
It's quite a simple issue, because there were demonstrations outside of the place that we had dinner. No problem with it. As a long-time protester on many issues, I would respect any protest. To go for 10 blocks, for 20 minutes basically, after a couple, I was there with my wife, and use megaphone after we ignored them for a few blocks because they were not using megaphone. Using megaphone in a very close proximity, that's not a demonstration, that's not a protest. That's an attack. That's an attack on me, but because I don't take it personally, of course my wife, but the attack is actually on democracy. And maybe it's connected to the issue that we're talking, judicial reform, because many people claim that if the judicial reform will pass, that will be the end of democracy in the state of Israel. I don't know about any countries that lost its democracy because they changed the way they elect their judges. I don't know, maybe there was. I'm not such an expert in history, I don't know of. I know many countries that lost their democracy because they have small, very small, violent groups that went and harassed elected officials and threatened them until they give up their position, or until they give up their views. For that, we have many, many examples, and people who don't understand the difference between a protest and a violent attack, they need some crash course in democracy.
So, Mr. Dershowitz, I see that you're nodding here. These two issues are, of course, somewhat intertwined. The issue of free speech, democracy, liberalism, and we'll touch on all of it. You were interviewed several times about the judicial reform in Israel, and you refer to it as a grave mistake. Why is that?
Well, first of all, I offer to defend you if anybody tries to prosecute you for defending yourself and your wife against using a megaphone essentially as a weapon. Under American law, it is permissible to restrict speech based on the loudness of the speech, the proximity of the speaker, time, manner, and location. And so there's no reason why anybody should be able to come up to you and put a megaphone in your ear, and you had the perfect right to prevent that in an orderly and reasonable way. Having said that, I really want to, first of all, commend the Israeli people for the manner in which generally they have conducted these demonstrations. They are a model. There has been very little, if any, violence. It's not like in America, where after the killing of George Floyd, we had massive, massive violence, and we had lawyers throwing Molotov cocktails into police cars. If there's ever a need to prove that Israel democracy will survive this dispute, it's the fact that these demonstrations have gone on now for many, many, many weeks. My own preference is to not allow demonstrations in front of the homes of people like Aaron Barak or the homes of others who are private citizens. It's okay to demonstrate in front of the home of the president, in front of the home of the prime minister. Those are public places. But I don't approve of demonstrating in front of the homes of private citizens, even people who used to hold high positions of power. Having said that, I think both sides have misused the term democracy and have overstated the dangers to Israel if either side prevails. I agree with you that there would not be a danger to democracy if, in fact, the courts were somewhat weakened and didn't have the authority it had today. But I also think that if the courts were strengthened or maintained the way they are, we have democracies, America is an example of that, in which courts make some of the most important decisions, taking them away from the legislature. So my goal, and the reason I insisted that we have a conversation rather than a debate, is to try to bring us closer together. This is exactly the kind of issue that's a matter of degree, and where both sides have to compromise a little bit. Should I just lay out briefly what I think can be done?
but I think let's backtrack just a little because let's circle back to this because you know, people in Israel have been engaged in this fierce public debate over judicial reform for what, like 22 weeks now, 23 weeks,
22 years. No,
but I want to say for Mr. Rothman, it's been, you know, a top priority for you personally for over a decade as a lawmaker, but not only as an activist, as a lawyer. You've been studying this issue specifically in Israel, but also studying other judicial systems from around the world. Why are you so convinced that Israel is desperately in need for a fundamental change to its judicial system?
I have to say, I need to start with two short stories. The first story is the reasons that, I don't know if Professor Dershowitz knows, but one of the reasons I chose the path to be a lawyer is him. Meaning, when I read about him and I read about the cases that he took, even cases that, the most famous case, the case in Skokie, is that you go according to the rule of law, against what you think is moral, which he got a lot of criticism, I think. What he basically, you can say if he wants later, but he said this is the rule he should apply. The rule should apply even if all my bones ache when I need to help those terrible people that wanted to shout. It was a neo-Nazi protest near Skokie, where a lot of Holocaust survivors lived. So, and I thought that this is a reason to become a lawyer. This is a reason to invest in the rule of law that is different from what you think is right, what you think is just. It's important because that's what can keep a society together where there are disagreements. This story goes directly to a story. I started Meshilot, the organization, the Israeli Movement for Governability and Democracy, 10 years ago. And I worked on this issue a little bit before. But I think I became more committed in 2015. In 2015, two things happened. One of the Knesset members said that you should go over the Supreme Court with a D9 excavator. I don't know if you remember this quote. Demolished the Supreme Court. It was connected to one of the rulings about Amona, if I remember correctly. And everyone was very troubled. Some supported, some said it doesn't matter. But it was a very harsh thing to say. It doesn't matter what you think about the case. The other thing happened in quiet, did not make it to the news. And that was an interview by Chief Justice, then former Chief Justice Aaron Barak. And he was interviewed to one of the law reviews in Israel, of one of Haifa. And the interviewers asked him, what will happen if the court will say something and the government will say something else? It was 2015. I wasn't in government then. It wasn't judicial reform. It wasn't the end of democracy. And Chief Justice Aaron Barak said then something he did not say when he was asked the same question 20 years before. He said, in this case, the army will decide. If the chief of staff will send his tanks to protect the court will prevail. If he will send it to the Knesset will prevail. And I said, if a Knesset member speaks about D9 excavator, and former Chief Justice, who gave a totally different answer a few years ago, is talking about tanks, and by the way, it's against the rule of law to speak like that even, we need to solve this problem, and we need to solve it fast. We cannot status quo, and with this I probably disagree with Professor Dershowitz, status quo is not an option when you get to this kind of tensions.
But you are satisfied from the status quo in Israel?
Well, I don't think the status quo is an option either. Of course, Justice Barak, who I've known since 1966, and have dinner with him every time I go to Israel, as I have dinner with Prime Minister Netanyahu every time I go to Israel. I've known him since 1973. So I know the people on both sides of this. Andrew Jackson said the same thing when the Supreme Court rendered a decision supporting Native Americans in the United States. Jackson said, the court has decided and now let them enforce it. No, that's not the way it should be in Israel, and that's not the way it should be in the United States. There has to be respect for the courts, respect for the judiciary. It has to be self-enforcing. The way for many years it was difficult after Brown versus Board of Education. Half the country did not believe in integrated schools, just the way today half the country doesn't believe that a woman has the right to choose an abortion. And as you said, the rule of law requires you to accept things that you don't believe are necessarily correct, and that includes judicial decisions. Look, I think that the Supreme Court, under my dear friend Aaron Barak, went too far in a lot of ways. I don't believe that the court should have the power to make decisions about whether the gas deal in Lebanon is permissible, or whether or not there were decisions of the Knesset that are unreasonable, or even whether or not members can serve in the Knesset or serve in the cabinet. Those are political and economic decisions. But there are some areas that the court must have the last word, where we cannot allow democracy to prevail. That is, courts are supposed to be counter-majoritarian. Let me give you one striking example. Free speech. Nobody supports free speech by their enemies. Everybody, every legislature, America, Britain, Israel, would deny dissenters the right to say things like marching in Skokie, Illinois. 99.3% of Americans would have disapproved of that. You need a counter-majoritarian Supreme Court to defend certain rights, free speech, due process for guilty people, due process for accused terrorists. They must have a fair trial. They must have a right to counsel. And if the Knesset won't give that to them, that has to be demanded by the courts. So I think the road to compromise requires that there be limitations on what the Supreme Court can do in areas other than core human rights, core minority rights, core free speech rights. But there have to be constraints on the court when it comes to political, economic, or decisions regarding reasonableness. That's the road to compromise that will permit Israel to thrive as one of the strongest democracies in the world, with a strong judiciary, a strong legislature, a weak president. But the key to democracy, as Learned Hand once said, is democracy will die only when it dies in the hearts of the people. And if it does, no court can save it. And democracy is alive and well in Israel. No matter which way this dispute comes out, democracy will survive and will thrive. Let me just say one more thing. I think the left, the people today who are generally on my side, not necessarily on all matters, but on my side, who are opposing reform, have been using extortionate tactics which have hurt Israel terribly. I think they should not be trying to endanger the economy. They should not be trying to undercut the high-tech community. They should not be trying to undercut the military. And the reason I stopped going to demonstrations of this kind is I think that the people who are opposing judicial reform have been hurting the state of Israel by using these extortionate techniques. I wish they would stop that, let them have debates. There is nothing about this judicial reform that has anything to do with the economy, that has anything to do with high technology, that has anything to do with Israel's ability to defend itself through the military. And I think those areas should be kept out of this debate.
All right, a few issues to break down here. I see where you have some areas of agreement and disagreements. I see when you nod, when each other speaks. So let me circle back to one of your earlier points. Simcha, is the court the only thing standing in Israel between majority rule and human rights? In other words, if the judicial reform passes as it stands at the moment, will you, as part of the legislative, have unlimited powers as, you know, opposition to the reform tends to claim?
So before Professor Dershowitz said that he's not the elephant in the room, he's the donkey because he's a Democrat. Maybe I'm not so much into American politics, but probably I need to take the position of the elephant. So there are many things that I wouldn't like any entity of government to have the right to decide. So not the judicial and not the parliament and not the executive, because I like small government, because I am to the right. Having said that, in Israel, the system is very, very to the left. Even the right people in Israel will be considered Democrats in here, most of them. So economically, yes. So it's a different issue a little bit. It's hard to compare. Having said that, the fact that the court is basically limitless, that's a huge problem, and to that I think Professor Dershowitz agrees. To solve I would be able to solve the problem and says, let them just decide issues of human rights. But what is not human rights? What is outside the scope of equality? Any law, almost any law that I know of, someone can make the claim it's unequal. Any law that I can think of takes away property from people. If I want to defend property, let's cancel the IRS. If I want to defend freedom of movement, let's abolish the police because they prevent people from walking into places they shouldn't walk. So you need to have limits on human rights, and every decision you make, everywhere you pass the line, someone would be able to tell you, oh, you did it too much. And that's what happened in the US on many issues. And it's changed over years, and it's changed with politics. What is the limit in Israel? In Israel, and I was a little bit, when Professor Dershowitz spoke about freedom of speech as an example, Israel does not have freedom of speech in its basic laws.
Enshrined in a constitution.
It's not, we don't have a constitution at all. But even if you look at basic laws as a constitution, we don't have freedom of speech. I think freedom of speech in Israel is quite protected compared to many, many, many countries in the world that has freedom of speech in their constitution. So the defense did not come from the constitution. As Professor Dershowitz said, it's come from the hearts of the people. But the court, in 3 different cases, took away freedom of speech from the people that the Knesset gave. When the court canceled the law of Arutz Sheva, where are we sitting now? We are sitting now in a convention, it says here, Arutz Sheva. The Knesset legislated that Arutz Sheva was the only outlet for the right for many, many years will be able to broadcast, giving freedom of speech. Who took this freedom of speech? The court canceled the laws, and the judicial system and the prosecution prosecuted everyone who was involved in Arutz Sheva, while not prosecuting people who were involved in other radio stations.
And the second example?
And the second example, I won't go to the third, really. Thank you for the hint. Just recently, there is a huge corporation in Israel that is funded by the government and broadcast news and media and do podcasts. It's called the Israeli Broadcast Authority. It's getting from taxpayer money almost $1 billion shekels a year. In the US, it would be deemed as hurting the freedom of speech because the way to shut down other people's speech is to shout very loudly, as we just learned yesterday night. So if you shout with the $1 billion shekel budget, what are the chances of a smaller private-owned radio station or private-owned TV stations? They need to compete in an unfair situation with the government. So the legislator said, let's divide the power there. Let's not have this kind of broadcasting authority that broadcast the news, which is the most delicate issue that you don't want the government to be involved with. The court canceled this law and basically prevented freedom of speech for many, many small players. So the legislator gives freedom of speech in Israel, and the court takes. So to say that the court is a defender of rights, and I wouldn't even start with the examples on criminal procedures, where historically in Israel, legislation is so much more liberal, progressive, take it wherever you want, than what the courts does, because most of the judges, or not most, many of the judges come from the prosecution, and we have, I will just give one number. I know, I'm sorry about the time. I will just give one number. I just recently discovered during a hearing in the Constitution Committee that I got the numbers of how many wiretaps are being asked by the police every year, and how many the courts approve. Now, only certain judges has the authority to approve. They approve 99.6% of the wiretaps that the police asks. There is another kind of wiretaps from the Shin Bet, from the Shabak, which doesn't go through the court. It goes in a different path. And the head of the Shabak, when he's looking on his own workers after all those inner checks that they have in there, he is canceling more wiretaps in percentage and in numbers than the court. So the court is not. I'm sad to say that in Israel, if you want to look for people to protect your freedom of speech or your freedom of due process in the criminal procedure, don't go to the court, go to the legislator.
Well, no, I think that's wrong. I think what you go to is a system of checks and balances. The great philosopher Montesquieu contributed enormously to democratic theory, which the United States picked up in its constitution. by creating a system of checks and balances, a system where all power is not in the legislature, all power is not in the judiciary, all power is not in the executive. There are imperfections. And today, for example, the shoe is exactly on the other foot in America. Today, the left wants to weaken the Supreme Court because they don't like its decisions. In Israel, the right wants to weaken the Supreme Court because they don't like its decisions. We're not going to get perfect decisions.
But I have this question.
Say it again?
I have a question here because both sides here are talking in terms of saving the democracy. And
no, I'm not. Democracy is not going to be in danger either way.
But the system, okay, so the system of checks and balances, is it in place to keep the democracy or keep liberalism? Because I know that Mr. Rotman here, he makes the distinction between the two, democracy and liberalism. So what you're talking about is a system of, saving liberalism?
No, of course not.
No.
The system of checks and balances often saves conservatism, as it does in the United States. The Supreme Court today is checking the liberal legislative actions and liberal actions of some lower courts. Sometimes the right wins, sometimes the left wins. Sometimes the courts are wrong, sometimes the legislature is wrong. The one thing that's absolutely essential is that no branch of government have unlimited power. That's why we need compromise. That's why we need some areas where the courts have the last word. It was Justice Jackson who brilliantly, probably the greatest justice in American history, even greater than Louis Brandeis, great justice, who once said, "We are not final because we are right. We are only right because we are final." And courts are often wrong. I am one of the most strident critics of American courts. I wrote a book called Supreme Injustice, railing against the Supreme Court. If you think your criticism of the Israeli Supreme Court is harsh, read my book. I am a very big critic of the courts. I'm a critic of the legislature. I'm a critic of the presidency. I'm a critic of everybody and everything. And that's why checks and balances are so important, because nobody always wins with checks and balances. Today, the left is prevailing. Tomorrow, the right will prevail. The one thing we have to assure is that no branch of government has the ability to have its will over the minority, over all people. You're right about freedom of speech. These are complicated cases. In the United States, we have Citizens United. The relationship between money and speech is one of the most complex areas of law. But my point is that there has to be an interplay between the legislative branch and the executive branch and the judicial branch. That's why I would like to see a compromise, for example, in some areas. And you're right. It's hard to define what is a human rights issue, what is a property issue. By the way, I wouldn't protect property. I didn't include property, or even the freedom of movement. I talked about essentially 2 points, freedom of speech and due process, which are the essential tools of democracy. There's always going to be a dispute between that. Every judicial system has that. The question is, can it be resolved in a way that doesn't give more power to one branch than others? And that's what I think a compromise will bring about, where the Supreme Court has the final word on some issues, but not on other issues. We haven't even had time, and we don't have time, to talk about how you select the justices. That, to me, is the biggest barrier to what's going on in Israel today. When I spoke to all the people, and I've spoken to all the people in Israel, they were all prepared to compromise on this issue of whether override should be permitted on all or only some decisions, what the number should be in override. Where the real problem is in who picks the judges.
Okay. Simcha, before we wrap it up, I have to ask you, negotiators are talking about a compromise now. Many people in Israel are very doubtful that a compromise is actually something within reach. Did you expect the reform to face this huge public backlash as it did? And do you think that this means that a compromise is sort of dead upon arrival, actually?
I think that the issues that Professor Dershowitz just spoke at the end, judges' selection, I think that sums it up. Because you really can agree on anything else. And judges' selection, I believe, I see it, there is a famous method of deciding how to split a cake. So every time when I came to negotiate, I came and I would do the same with Professor Dershowitz. Whatever rule you want to give the Supreme Court, whatever powers, by all means, I'm signing. You want the court to cancel laws? Okay. You want the court to cancel basic laws? Okay. I appointed judges. And then suddenly everyone understands that, oh, I don't want an entity all-powerful. I believe that in Israel, the left wants to give more power to the courts, not because checks and balances, because the court is unchecked and unbalanced, and there is no decision in Israel that the court cannot make in the current situation. The left wants the court to have this all-powerful, super powerful tools to cancel and make every decision and any appointment and cancel any laws that he sees fit, because when he looks at the judges, he sees people like him or her, and when he looks at the politics, he knows that the public in Israel will never vote for them. So it's not about big issues of jurisprudence or rule of law or democracy. It's about, I want my way to win.
A minority
doesn't
rule.
matter what the outcome of the elections.
I agree. What will happen in Israel is if you get your way and you get to pick all the judges and it suddenly turns extremely, extremely right and the Knesset moves more and more left, we're going to see exactly the same problem with a mirror image. That's why you can't win.
Of course.
You can't win.
That's why.
There has to be a compromise.
Professor Dershowitz.
Yeah.
So you agree that there has to be a compromise?
That's the reason, exactly what you said. That's the reason when from the first draft of the way we appoint our judges that we offered in the Constitution Committee to the last draft, we change it based on those ideas, because I agree that you cannot have the power to appoint all the judges or to pack the court or others. The mechanisms that we introduced, Minister Levin and myself and the head of the coalition, is saying that no elected Knesset, no elected parliament could appoint more than 2 judges on their own agenda.
That makes sense.
That's now on the table. Nothing else.
There were probably 3 people, you, me, and you, who really want to see structural reform for the sake of structural reform. We have differences, but we believe in it as a matter of structural reform. The vast majority of people, including in this audience, they just want to see what's best for their political side. Whichever side comes out, on the conservative side if you're conservative, liberal side you're liberal, we're happy to accept that structure. Very few people in America or in Israel care about process, care about procedure, care about structure. They just want to get it their way. It's becoming worse in Israel. It's almost as bad as it is in the United States. In the United States, it's terrible. Everybody just wants it 100% their way and doesn't want to see any compromise on the other side. I think the Israeli people understand the need for compromise at a time when its national security is endangered by Iran. And I think that if I can come to Israel and help bring about a compromise, if any of us can just bring, and we won't agree, we're not going to agree. We'll walk out angry at each other. But in the end, we can get something that we can live with. And that's the important thing.
Can you grant Mr. Dershowitz an open invitation to come and, maneuver the negotiations around the table at the president's residence?
It means that he will need to add me to his short list. The next time he's in Israel, we will need to have dinner with Chief Justice Aaron Barak, Netanyahu, and myself.
All right. Will there be a reform, yes or no, eventually? Will something change?
As I said in the beginning, I believe status quo is not an option. I believe we need to get to a decent compromise. I think we can do it. The only thing that stops it is what Professor Dershowitz just said. Some parts of Israeli politics, and I'm not pointing fingers, it's the left, does not want to get to a compromise whatsoever. They wouldn't even sign their own bill.
But there are people on the right and the left who don't want compromise.
Okay.
We'll deal with them.
Let's agree over here. All right. Thank you, gentlemen, for this fascinating discussion. Solid arguments on both sides. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this important part of our conference, the keynote panel. And now let's shift to what's going on here in the U.S. and call to the stage Mr. Malcolm Online, Vice Chairman of the Conference of Presidents of Major American Jewish Organizations and President of the Jerusalem Great Synagogue.
Very comfortable.
Thank you for coming, Malcolm.
My pleasure.
So, first of all, let's continue what we saw here. We called it the elephant in the room, the judicial reform. We saw protesters walking and following, actually, Knesset member Rothman as he was trying to be part of the Celebrate Israel parade. We saw protests here, also during the Shabbat. What is the situation today? Are people really concerned, or is this just a political game?
Well, I think people are concerned because they see all these manifestations. I doubt that 1% really understand the issues involved or know what's happening. I think that there are a lot of aspects to this to be examined. It's a very complex and challenging issue, but I think it's a mistake when you bring Israel's domestic political disagreements to the United States, and that's left or right. And I wonder if the right had staged the kind of manifestations that we saw today at the Salute to Israel parade or elsewhere, not the right to speak, not the right to have their manifestations, but to disrupt the one event that brings all Jews together every year in support of Israel, I wonder what the reaction would have been, the criticisms that would have been expressed. And I think the fact that as I walked in, people yelled at me not to go in to the hotel here, I think that the issue is one that should be addressed within Israel. I hope that the parties can come together. There are really serious issues that have been lost in the way that the media has presented it. And I think that, there's much more heat than light on this subject.
Well, so what do you find yourself, you were with the group of Conference of Presidents visiting Israel, and we met there, and really it was a hot topic. What do you find yourself explaining to your colleagues?
Well, I try to explain to them the history of the judicial activism and what motivates this and why there are differences of view about it. And to the degree that it is really domestic politics being played out, people didn't like the outcome of the election, people don't like the new government, people don't like other aspects, rather than going to the core issue. And I think what Professor Dershowitz said, that this is not about the economy, it's not about the military, it's not about threatening to withdraw funds from Israel. I think those are all counterproductive, unacceptable responses to what could be a legitimate debate over the role of the Supreme Court and how you have the balance of power between the institutions of government.
Now, it's not only activists and protesters, the White House itself. We heard messages from the White House regarding this internal domestic issue of the judicial reform in Israel.
Well, I think the reactions invited it. I think that it is not appropriate any more than I would want to see Israelis get involved in domestic American politics, which sometimes they do as well.
Could be that Netanyahu wasn't invited to Washington because of that so far.
Well, we shouldn't speculate. I think there are a lot of reasons that go into the question of invitations.
Well, why are those? Why do you think Netanyahu has not visited Washington yet?
I hope that will come about soon.
Okay, so now regarding White House, regarding Washington, we saw the plan to fight anti-Semitism. We're hearing criticism even from CAIR, the Council of American Islamic Relations. First of all, a few words about the plan that was presented. Is it, as we say, good for the Jews?
When the President of the United States speaks out against anti-Semitism, it's good. We all the time campaign to put the issue on the front burner, to get the attention of Congress, to get legislation, to get endorsement of IRA, to get measures by the federal agencies, to get more support for the protection of our institutions. This mandates that every government agency has to look into what it can contribute, even the agricultural department, in terms of kosher food being available in our government institutions, even penal institutions. So yes, there can be good of it. But I think if you look at the statement by CAIR today, the Council on American Islamic Relations, it raises exactly the issues that should be concerned to us. There they say the document does not endorse IRA. And this was the issue we kept pressing before, is that there has to be a clear statement that is unambiguous, that you can't have this interpretation that the IRA definition isn't accepted as the definition, because if you can't define it, you can't fight it.
Let's delve into which definition are you afraid of? The issue of Israel, the issue of Judaism, Islamophobia? What are the definitions
in this case,
that
they're interrelated? This is not about Islamophobia, and as I said earlier, they will link it, and now they did in their statement saying this is a statement against anti-Semitism, Islamophobic racism. We're against all racism, indeed. But right now, we have a particular problem. When the vast majority of hate crimes are against Jews, it's not against Muslims, not against others. We have to address a special issue that is plaguing America now. From coast to coast, in every city, it is Jews who are the major target for hate crimes. And I think anything that waters down the ability to address it, the inclusion of the nexus thing, even though they didn't endorse it, but they make a reference which makes it that the CARE and others can interpret it as equivalent to IRA, and saying that IRA's examples, which are what are really important, because they talk about denying Israel's right to exist. And they say this does not limit our ability to support BDS. It doesn't limit our ability to take on the stance we have about Israel.
So your demand from the White House now, make it clear that this is following IRA, is talking about also denying Israel's right to exist?
I think that there has to be clarity about it. Again, I think it's important that it was done. They invested a lot of time, a lot of effort in it. I don't know if anybody in this room was called for their input about the plan, but what was important is the President of the United States declaring this campaign against Jew hatred. It's not anti-Semitism. That's a term that was invented to mitigate the impact of Jew hatred. It's true Jew hatred in every form, and we see it today in entertainment, we see it in the judiciary, we see it in academic institutions, we see it in virtually every sector. And only a full court press where the agencies understand that the examples given by IRA are measures as to their compliance, that those are specific references that give us a standard by which to look at their actions or the actions they're obliged to address. So when university campuses, when we see the rage of anti-Semitism that goes on there, some of it cloaked as anti-Zionism, and the IRA definitions address that. So we have to make sure that there's the fullest compliance and that agencies understand that this is not a watered-down version of IRA, but the full IRA and the full application of its examples.
Okay, another important issue that you are following for years already is the Iran deal. Is there another deal waiting around the corner and we're just like going to be surprised by it?
So I think we all should know, we don't see Iran on the front page of the papers lately, but it does not mean Iran is not engaged in the most aggressive campaign, building up its naval capacity, building up its drone capacity, and most of all, building its nuclear capacity. We know they've enriched 114 kilograms at 83%. It's enough for 2 bombs. It's no longer a question of if they can break out, but when they could break out. And the necessity now is not to yield at all. And the IAEA canceling the 2 investigations in Iran was a mistake. It's very unfortunate. This is information Israel provided about sites that they do not have conclusive information, and tomorrow we'll learn a lot more at the board meeting of the International Atomic Energy Agency. But in every aspect, in building the circle around Israel, from Yemen to Iraq to Gaza to Lebanon to Syria, they're enhancing their capacity all the time, despite the fact that their people are starving. And we have an obligation to highlight this. I do not believe a JCPOA right now is possible, but I do believe that there are discussions of other deals, which could be something like a transfer of the money being held by Iraq, $10 billion, and by Korea, $7 billion, which they desperately need to feed their terror machine and to feed the IRGC. You know, 40% of the economy is controlled by the IRGC and the supreme leader. So any money, again, released to them would be a terrible mistake at this time. Second, that I think the idea of release of prisoners at any price, they should release the prisoners because they're holding them illegally. It's a violation of human rights. These are war crimes that are being conducted by Iran on a constant basis, and they should be held to account. If they get away, if at any kind of an interim measure will send the wrong message to our allies in the region and will open more doors to Iran and Iran's influence and subterfuge.
Okay, last but not least, our time is up, but just really one sentence about the Abraham Accords, maybe also connecting to Iran. Is there a future, or is this just like a a period that is part of our past, this whole Abraham Accords thing?
No, I believe that the Abraham Accords in other forms can be expanded. I'm working on it. Others are. There are many countries that are ready to join it. We shouldn't just be focused on one. And I think that one country you can bring along better by not publicly focusing on it. There are great opportunities. Nobody can deny.
You don't want to say which one country that is?
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia.
But I do believe there are many others that could be brought along. I do believe it's important ultimately to bring Saudi Arabia along. I don't believe the Saudi-Iran deal recognition, it doesn't end the Sunni-Shiite fight. It doesn't change anything. They're still aiding the Houthis, Iran, against Saudi Arabia. I do believe we have to keep that on a low burner and sustain it, build the relationships with other Muslim countries in Africa and Asia. There are many waiting for it. We can change the world through this. We already have the Mediterranean Initiative with Greece, Cyprus, Israel, Morocco, many others. You have the Gulf Accords, and you have now many other opportunities. So I believe Israel can become the focal point from Morocco to Korea and to Japan, and we can build an alliance of all of those countries if the American government gets behind it, if others work with it, and we focus on it in a constructive way, building economic ties, showing the people the benefit, you will see how much can happen.
Okay, lots of work ahead. Malcolm Online, thank you very much for joining.
My pleasure.
Let's now continue. Thank you very much, Malcolm. Aliyah, immigration to Israel is an important value for the Jewish people in the land of Israel. The dream of coming home is a reality in our generation. Ishai Fleischer will now speak with Dr. Jason Cohen, Senior Doctor and founder of Holy Butter, Shalom Moskowitz, founder and CEO of Even Adiv, an automated retail technology company, and Michal Berman, art teacher and therapist, and Mari Beza, Israel Fellow of Jewish Agency for Israel at Penn Hillel University of Pennsylvania, and they will talk about Aliyah, immigration.
בין אם אתם לבד, או עם כל המשפחה, בין אם אתם בחול שנה, או 20 שנה, בין אם אתם במזרח, או במערב, יש דברים שאי אפשר לקחת איתכם במזוודה. בית. אז לא משנה כמה אתם רחוקים, אנחנו כאן בשבילכם, כדי שתרגישו הכי קרוב. אנחנו הבית הישראלי של משרד העלייה והקליטה, הכתובת הרשמית שלכם בחול לכל שאלה, והבית שלכם בכל הקשור למי שאתם עמוק בפנים. ישראלים. אנחנו מכירים את המוזיקה שעושה נעים בנשמה, האוכל שמחמם את הלב, והביחד שגורם לנו להרגיש הכי קרובים שיש. אנחנו יודעים מה זה להתגעגע לרגעים הכי קטנים, להתרגש מכל ידיעה שמגיעה מהבית, ולצחוק מהדברים שמצחיקים רק אותנו. ויותר מכל, אנחנו כאן כדי לתת לכם את המידע, הליווי והסיוע שיעזרו לכם לחזור הביתה. הבית הישראלי של משרד העלייה והקליטה, דואגים לכם בבית.
Right. Shalom everybody, and we just did judicial reform and then Iran, some very serious and heavy issues, and now it's time to talk about something maybe a little bit lighter, but at the same time no less impactful for the Jewish future, and that's Aliyah and the return of the Jewish people to the land of Israel. And when we talk about American Jewish Aliyah, or not just American Jewish Aliyah, but certainly in this panel has a lot of American Jewish Aliyah, but also not. When these people come from their respective places, they change the face of Israel. We have a lot of, great young, how should I say, Aliyah stars, people who have taken their life and chosen to make Israel their home, but that's not enough. Not only have they come home and enjoyed the safety and the economic success of Israel, but also contributed to it. So we're going to start all the way from the extreme side of the panel. We'll talk with Mari Beza, okay? Mari is, when I said before, American Jewish Aliyah, she's not from the American Jewish Aliyah, she's from the Ethiopian Aliyah. Today, though, she is part of the American scene in the sense that she is the Jewish Agency's representative at the University of Pennsylvania. Mari, tell us a little bit about a story, about how your family made Aliyah, and maybe we'll compare that a little bit to the challenges of American Jewish Aliyah. Tell me about it.
Thank you so much, everybody. I'm really truly happy to be here. And every time that I came to the conference or to speak about the Ethiopian Jews it's always remind me the story of my grandfather. She's 89 years old, and she's in Israel. She's my only grandmother, and her stories always remind me of Zionism and returning back to the land of Israel. So when she came in 1991, Operation of Solomon, she get off of the plane and she's straight away going and kissing the land of Israel. Right away. That's the first thing that she did when she get off the plane. And then she will pray the prayer of her ancestors, and her parents teach her when she was in Ethiopia that one day she will return to Israel, and especially Jerusalem. You call this Jerusalem Conference, and it's something.
The word Jerusalem for Ethiopian Jews is very powerful. Just the word Jerusalem.
Yes. Jerusalem for us is a place when the temple was there. So when she prayed the prayers, and it's just the way that she hold her hands in the skies and being able to return back to her ancestors and to the promised land, it's something that inspired me to do my job here as the Israel Fellow of the Jewish Agency. And that's a story that always reminds me. And she's still alive, and she's in Israel. And every time that I need to get inspired and loving Israel and loving Jerusalem, I always go to her house and listen to her stories.
So it's Zionism, not cynicism, I call it.
Zionism, yes.
Not cynicism. Tzionut, lo tziniut. That's what we call that.
Exactly.
Very good.
Yeah.
Michal, you made Aliyah 12 years ago. You were a lone soldier. Today you do art therapy all over the world and in Israel, including with kids from Rwanda. But what stuck out for me is that you were a shooting instructor. I recall the shooting instructor girls, which I loved, every single one of them, and they were the ones, I was in the paratroopers, and they would stand on our back with one foot and teach us how to shoot an M16. It was like the greatest experience to see these young Israeli girls teach us guys how to shoot properly. Tell us a little bit about your Aliyah and that part of it.
Sure. So I made Aliyah from New York, and I was really, really excited. I grew up in very Zionist beliefs. My dad is Israeli, my mom is American. And I started my university here in the States and art, and I came to Israel as a lone soldier through Nefesh B'Nefesh and Green Sabar. And yeah. And as soon as I came to the army as a lone soldier, I was like, well, I'm going to be an army painter. And they're like, that's nice, that's not a thing. So I became a shooting instructor, and I'm very, very grateful for my service. I think I learned incredible things. I made incredible connections, but one of the main...
What shooting did you teach?
Oh, I taught on semi-automatic and automatic guns, and I taught both infantry troops and other troops that came to Israel as well. And I think it was one of the most incredible experiences to connect with so many people in so many bases. And what was really, really, really important for me is to see how many people from so many backgrounds come into the IDF. And I wasn't the only American there, and I wasn't the only one struggling, and we did it together, and I think that's really, really powerful. That's also one of the reasons I became an art therapist, because I believe that...
How do you go from shooting to art therapy? Do you see that there's a bit of a disconnect there, seemingly?
Absolutely. I can see how a lot of people can think that there's a disconnect. I personally see a great connection in it, because I saw a lot of the people that struggled with mental health in the Army really need a way to connect to themselves, and so now I personally work with men and women from services both in Israel and here in the States, in the Marines, through art therapy to get connected to their emotions, people that have gone through trauma and suffer from PTSD.
Okay, very good. All right, so you've basically helped people be strong in shooting and strong through art and overcome their problems. Shalom, when I was pre-interviewing you for this panel, you told me that you live by the Bible. You told me that you were raised in Brooklyn, you made Aliyah from Monsey, and then you told me that before you made Aliyah, you had a vision and a plan that involved you flying to Italy to buy vending machines. Can you please explain that to me? What does a vending machine and a plan have to do with Italy and Israel?
I struggle with the whole vending machine thing. People type our company in vending machines. I'll get back to that. But in 2015, I was in the solar business in New York, New Jersey, and we went for a family trip. I have 5 children, wife and 5 children. We went for a family trip to Israel, and it was just amazing, 2 weeks. And I realized I had to live there. I didn't want to leave. I had to leave. I had a business, but over the next year and a half, I reorganized my life to start a new business. I was already looking at smart vending, the smart vending industry. I was sort of the tail end of the solar for my, career, and decided to move to Israel, pursue that. It was, and that's really the point. You got to go with a plan. And when I got there, I was very determined. And pretty much right away, I had meetings within the first couple of days of being there. Within 2 months, I was already on a plane with my wife to Italy to make a deal with a supplier for equipment, what you're calling vending machines. It's equipment of a larger system, but my father, who's in the audience here and who's helped me for the past 6 years since I moved there, my American agent, let's say, he flew to Israel to watch my kids while we and my wife took a plane. I remember they didn't even want to put our beds together. There was, it's a little balagan moving to a penthouse. We had a big container from New York. I had a big house that we filled up, and they finished unloading after midnight. We had a plane at 6 in the morning. They didn't want to build the beds, and we were leaving. So it was crazy, but that's what it's been for the past 6 years. Very quickly, I had customers. We've built, automation for theft and solving other problems for retailers. And we now have some of the biggest retailers in Israel, our customers, Asherad, Shufersal, and it's just been a wild ride.
Amazing, amazing. So you're bringing that can-do attitude with a plan, but still you say that on the one hand there's a plan, on the other hand it's crazy, right? It doesn't always flow by plan.
It's a crazy plan.
Yeah, it's God's plan.
Yeah.
Dr. Jason Cohen, on the one hand, serves as a chief medical officer for Stella Israel. He has treatments that help PTSD victims, not through psychology, but through actual physiological blockers of the reactions to PTSD. And so he's working at a startup. But then he also has another hobby, which he loves peanut butter. And he went out and searched and sourced the best peanuts in the world. They happen to be made in Israel. And now he's making something called Holy Butter, which is both peanut butter and actually almond butter as well. The best in the world, totally made in the land of Israel. No preservatives, no additives. The folks at Trader Joe's are jealous. Tell me about how you fuse this kind of life where you both help folks with PTSD and block their reactions, at the same time create peanut butter for joy. What's that about?
Sure, thank you, first of all, for the introduction. Listening to the introduction, I have to admit it does sound kind of nutty. But in 2011, my wife and my 4 kids, we made Aliyah under the auspices and great assistance of Nefesh B'Nefesh.
And we have here in the audience, we have Rabbi Yeshua Fass from Nefesh B'Nefesh, and we have Ophir Sofer, who's the Minister of Aliyah Absorption, and many people involved in Aliyah. So we really have the superstars of helping Jews make Aliyah right in the front row here. Go ahead.
So by training, I'm an anesthesiologist and interventional pain management physician. They were very much instrumental in assisting the conversion of my licensure over to Israel. I completed work in Shari Tzedek. And then the following years, 6-7 years, I was commuting approximately twice a month to the U.S. for both clinical work and consulting. When a small inconvenient virus...
So you were commuting to the U.S.?
That's correct.
Living in Israel, commuting, yeah.
Correct.
I'm a big fan of the commuters. I think that they're heroes, really.
While also starting my clinic for pain management here in Israel.
Right.
When a small inconvenient virus came in, called Corona, all travel ceased, and I suddenly had a lot of time on my hands. I began to take part in some interests that I never really had time for, and wondering about certain things, we ran out of peanut butter in the house. And my wife said, Jason, I don't care about your work. We have no peanut butter. So I started to think, and Israel is a world leader in agri-tech, world leader in fruits and vegetables, and I said, what's going on in the nut industry? So after meeting with the world importers of Israel, I realized much was coming out of China. And then through research, I was able to identify the Israeli groundnut board for peanuts and similar for almonds. I made connections, was visiting the fields and the farmers, and I discovered that Israel is the #1 leader of peanut production in the world in terms of quality.
So Israel has the best peanuts. Did you know that? Did you know that Israel's got the best peanuts in the world? I did not know that. Okay.
Yes. So that is really what launched my interest in keeping and utilizing the world's best peanuts grown right here in Israel. We're the only company now in Israel from start to finish that manufactures pure nut butter.
All right. Do Ethiopians like peanut butter at all?
We get introduced to this when we went to Israel, and it's my favorite. Peanut butter and jelly. That's something that I will definitely having.
All right, but this is a different kind of peanut butter. All right. So listen, we have about 2.5 minutes left, and I wanted to ask all of you. You guys are all obviously leaders in your world, in your field. You're bringing your success to Israel. You're bringing your inspiration out. Let's talk for a second. Give me the highs and the lows. That's what I want to ask you. Give me the high and the low. What is the successful thing? What is your positive advice? And what is the stay away from? Here's the rock bottom. Here's where I fall in Israel. What do you think?
I feel like sometimes I hear it from teenagers and young people, Ethiopian Israelis, that complain about police brutality. You know, we are brothers and sisters. We are Jews, but just because of color of our skin doesn't mean that we should treat differently. And I think that the government and people in Israel are supposed to do so much for police brutality and see us as we're Jews, but we also have to be able not to identify as criminals just because of our color of our skin.
That is a very low and a very powerful thing that you're saying. What about a high?
The highest is I see the continuous of Ethiopians coming to Israel, and there's more operations and connecting families and brothers.
I'm sorry, and are you able to inspire people with your Ethiopian Jewish Aliyah message in America?
Absolutely. My students is such an inspired by my story, and they say the Ethiopian Jews' his story is something inspiring, and they connected more to Israel and being able that there is Israelis who are Ethiopians, and they feel more connected to Israel and Judaism too. Absolutely.
Very good. Okay, Michal, quickly, highs and lows.
Sure. So I think my high would be that coming from New York, I always looked at New York as sort of the land of possibility. But coming to Israel and opening up my own business and being able to touch people through my studio, my art studio, Tel Aviv Art Studio, I think it's one of the most incredible things I could possibly do. I think that people are really, really there to sense community and help lift you. And I think definitely Israel, people really want to be there for you. And I think that's incredible in terms of Aliyah. And a low, I think, is, although there's a lot of political divide, I think that ultimately, and from what I understand in Israel, there's a message that people want to come together and help each other.
That what?
People want to come together and help each other.
So that's not exactly a low. I like that. Okay, your low is a high. Okay. So they want to help each other. Good. That's true. That's true. Okay.
So first I want to agree strongly with Michal. I find that very many people in Israel want to help. And when they see someone that has a dream and a plan, they want to get behind it because that's the land of dreams. And a lot of people have done it already. So nobody's mocking it. Nobody's saying, oh, dreams. So strongly agree with that. The high for me, I'm just so happy to be there. I drive a convertible Mini Cooper with the top down because I just want to breathe the air, and it's where I feel like I'm fulfilling my purpose. I'm fully aligned. I'm a happy man there. I'm not happy anywhere else. In terms of the low, for me, it's all about state of mind and attitude. And obviously, there's setbacks. You know, to make Aliyah, it takes a lot of determination. It's an achievement, and there are setbacks. We could talk all day. But you can't dwell on it, because if you dwell on it, you're not going to accomplish.
Gotcha. Okay, very good. Don't dwell on the negative. Dr. Cohen.
Likewise, I would say there really are no lows living in Israel. There are bumps and hurdles that we all experience on a day-to-day basis. If I had to choose one, I would say the imported commercial peanut butter. Stay away from it. The high, of course, as a physician entering into the world of food, agriculture, I would say just the tremendous support and respect. Yeah.
All right, folks, there you have it. People who have chosen to make their life in the land of Israel. Obviously, people who would have been successful in other places. And I think that this is, after the other two panels that we heard about the rupture of Israeli society and the nuclear danger, you see that the hope is still there, the tikva is still there. Thank you very much. May we continue to make Aliyah.
And now we are continuing with Aliyah, and we call upon the minister in charge of continuing to make this dream a reality, Ophir Sofer, Minister of Aliyah and Integration.
Dear friends, it is wonderful to be here at the Besheva Jerusalem Conference in New York. I first want to express my deepest condolences to the families of the 3 soldiers killed in the terror attack from Egypt. About a month ago, I visited the United States on Yom HaShoah, just before Yom HaZikaron and Yom HaAtzmaut. It was a very moving experience. I had the chance to meet with young students, young families, and community leaders. On the one hand, I was very impressed by the vibrant community, by the vibrant Jewish communities, and by the efforts to preserve the Jewish identity. On the other, I saw the great challenges facing young Jews in the US. I sat with a group of Jewish college students. They shared with me both their strong sense of belonging to the Jewish people and their deep concerns about the anti-Semitism on campus. As a minister of Aliyah and Integration, I feel a tremendous responsibility to continue the process of Shivat Zion, which is a central part of Zionism and rebuilding our homeland. When we look back at the long exile of our people, the exclusions, suffering, and the Holocaust, and then the rebirth of the State of Israel, we see how this history, pain, and legacy of courage shaped us as individuals and as a nation. It is not only the 2,000-year exile which shaped us, but also the 19-year period between 1948 to 1967, when we had won our state, but lost the beating heart of our people, Jerusalem. The sense of loss was great, and the longing was even greater. These 19 years also played an important role in shaping who we are today. Of course, we are still fighting for Jerusalem and other parts of the land of Israel. I myself was injured fighting for one of these areas in 1996. When I was a young officer, I was wounded in a battle around Josephtown in Shechem. After I was 8, I was faced very difficult decisions. At that moment, I thought of the heritage of the values of our people and of the IDF. I said to myself, אני את המורשת הזו לא אפסיק. I will not be the one to break the chain of our heritage. The power of our heritage and tradition guided me as an officer, and it continues guided me today as the Minister of Aliyah and Integration. As a minister, I intend to focus on several key areas. One is an encouraging Aliyah from North America and Europe. I feel that Israel has not yet built the right infrastructure for encouraging Aliyah from the West. Another key area will be creating a broad range of opportunities for learning Hebrew, not only in government ulpans after Aliyah, but in diverse forms, including online, even during the Aliyah process. A third area of focus will be on encouraging Aliyah of youth, young families. We must make moving, studying, and finding a new job in a new country as easy as possible. A central element of this effort will be to develop vibrant communities for new immigrants across Israel. Finally, I believe it is important to strengthen the value of Aliyah among Israeli society. Israelis must understand how important Aliyah is to the entire Zionist enterprise and to the development of the State of Israel. Last week, I met a group of scientists from the Weizmann Institute who had made Aliyah. I asked them, what is the most important thing they want to share? One young woman told me about the warm welcome she had experienced as a new immigrant, as a new Ola. In the supermarket, on the street, at work, people offered their support. This is the spirit I want to deepen throughout Israeli society. Together, we can make it this reality. Thank you very much.
בבקשה תפתח, אני רוצה לדבר איתך. בבקשה תפתח, אני רוצה לדבר איתך. בבקשה.
אני לא מספיק להגיע.
תקשיבי, איתן. אל תלכי, איתן.
לשמור להציל להושיע. David, you're gonna be grounded. David. לספוג במקומות הגליע.
מונה, בואי הביתה. היא הלכה כל כך רחוק. כל כך רחוק.
אני לא ישן בלילה.
אני כל כך מפחדת שיעשה משהו שאין ממנו דרך חזרה.
אל תחמו עליי, אל תשפטו אותי.
אצלי זה לא היה קורה.
אצלי זה לא היה קורה. זה קרה.
קרה. זה לא ביום אחד.
לאט לאט נוצר סדק, אחר כך בור.
ופתאום תאום.
זאת נשמה טובה, טהורה.
היום רק אני ואמא שלה יודעים שהיא ילדה טובה.
that he is in a safe place.
Amen, amen,
שולח את השליחים הנכונים בצמתים הקשים כדי לעטוף את הנשמות היקרות האלה בחום, באהבה, בבית.
אמן שתהיו בריאים תמיד.
OU, the Orthodox Union, is marking 100 years of OU kosher. But as we saw in this video, 100 years during which the organization just initiated another and another project, another initiative in benefit of the Jewish people around the world. So first of all, we're here with the Jerusalem Award. Jerusalem Award, Judaism Society is hereby conferred upon Union of Orthodox Jewish Congregations of America. It is our honor and pleasure to bestow upon you the Jerusalem Prize in recognition of the 100th anniversary since the establishment of your Kashrut division in 1923. That has provided an essential service to Jewish people around the world. Thanks to your dedicated and loyal work, Jews across the globe who keep kosher are able to enjoy this privilege as a result of the competent supervisors dispatched by you to factories around the world. And of course, in addition to all this, projects like Zula and projects around the world, ladies and gentlemen, the Jerusalem Award, I call upon the representatives of Besheva, Arutz Sheva, Jerusalem Conference, and the OU for an important Kodak moment, as we call it.
בטח.
Thank you very much. You deserve it. Tal Heinrich will now speak with Rabbi Moshe Hauer, Executive Vice President of the OU. Bevakasha.
Rabbi Hauer, first, congratulations to you and to the OU for the award. Tell us a bit about your activities in the Kashrut realm, but also in other areas.
The OU has had the privilege for the past 100 years, as has been said, to serve as really the leading kashrut organization in the world. And that mission is a mission of enabling the Jewish people to practice our law, to practice Torah, to practice mitzvot, to practice halacha. And it also comes with the responsibility, because in that role, the Orthodox Union serves as really the point of connection for people, whether it's Jews, whether it's corporations. It's their point of contact with Torah, with halacha, with the rabbinate, and we have a singular goal, and that is that every such encounter should generate Kiddush Hashem. We represent Torah, we represent halacha, it has to generate Kiddush Hashem. So that, and thank God, we're pretty successful with that. The OU, with its consistency of application, with the rules, with its transparency, has been successful in doing that. The second piece, which you saw on that very moving film a couple of minutes ago, is that whatever, kashrut does generate income, and whatever income comes in every dollar we dedicate back to the enhancement of the Jewish community. We do it here in America, and we do it in Israel. Zula, which was pictured there, which was shown there, is a pride and joy. I want to recognize Rabbi Avi Berman, our director of OU Israel, who puts his heart and soul into that. And this combination, Rabbi Menachem Genack, who's the CEO of OU Kosher, who wasn't able to be here today, this combination of being able to service the Jewish people and then to take the products of that and invest it back into the community is something which is a tremendous privilege for us.
Again, congratulations for the award. As a thought leader, we are interested in your takes on several different areas as well. You know, there's a lot of tension in Israel right now within the secular and the religious sectors of the population. Of course, I'm speaking here in broad generalization, of course, concerning participation in the labor force, military service, education issues, and so on. And these are not new tensions whatsoever. These are issues that have been brewing below the surface since the establishment of the Jewish state, maybe. But right now, it seems like we have the perfect storm, where all these tensions are suddenly emerging and threatening to destroy the very shreds of solidarity that we've had as a status quo for many, many decades. What's your read on these developments, and what would you say to Jewish Americans who wish to show support for the state of Israel in these times of great inner division?
The tensions are, of course, a concern. We don't believe, Bezos Hashem, with Hashem's help, that the country, heaven forbid, will implode. We, as everybody, understand that these are issues. These have been issues for a long time, issues which create tension, and issues on which progress has been made. And the greatest way to create a setback in that progress has been proven is when one side tries to force the other into a certain position. Time and a maturity of a community on both sides helps people to understand. The misrepresentation that it appears, you know better than I, but from our seat, the misrepresentation of the situation is that the vast majority, the vast middle, and it's not even the middle, it's just almost seems like everything but the edges, doesn't want to force their way of life onto the other. They understand that they have to live and let live. The right wing of the government doesn't want to create religious coercion, and the left wing, generally speaking, does not want to force a different way of life on everybody else. There are those that perhaps speak differently, and that's incredibly harmful to the fabric. Through understanding, through the soft power of just working together and understanding that we have to come to an understanding, that understanding and those developments will grow as they have grown in the economic realms, even in the military realms, in the realm of Pikud HaOref, so to speak, the great Haredi Pikud HaOref contributions of defense and security and Hatzalah and all these kinds of things.
And how do you see the role of American Jews in that context, looking inwards towards Israel?
American Jews need the connection to Israel desperately. And we need to stand with absolute wall-to-wall solidarity like we do. I want to tell you, I was very moved today. I marched down Fifth Avenue like so many others. Actually, I marched up Fifth Avenue like so many others. I was marching for part of the time with the governor of New York, and there were other leaders of Jewish organizations, and marching near me was a person who I know from Jewish communal life, who really one would have thought would have had their place with the protesters. But he was marching, and he was marching for Israel. And we saw thousands and thousands of people from all across the spectrum marching for Israel, and we saw a few dozen people who were being very, very vocal on the sidelines. And we have to understand that American Jewry understands that its future really, really depends on Jewish identity with the State of Israel, and is supportive and should continue to be supportive. Ahava she'ena tluya b'davar, with unconditional love and support for the State of Israel.
נכון, 100%. I want to ask you, though, about the fringe minority that you just mentioned. You know, both the left and right in Israel, sometimes they have this tendency to wash their dirty laundry outside in English, in public, in a vocal manner, trying to validate their own premises, in words by getting some outside international support. What do you think about this method?
I think that in the current round, it has had serious consequences which we are hopeful that we will recover from, but it has had very, very serious consequences. We can speak about things, and we don't like sweeping things under the rug, and the notion of not washing our dirty laundry in public or dirty linen in public, is sometimes recalling things which we shouldn't be trying to stay away from. On the other hand, the exaggerated political conversation, which is understandable how it has to take place on the other side of the ocean, is incredibly devastating here. When leaders of the opposition will come and speak about how Israel is ceasing to be a democracy, and we have, again, the broad Jewish masses of America who need to identify with the state of Israel so badly, and words like that and expressions like that it's ceasing to be a democracy could devastate their future connection. It's not appropriate. If it was proportional, if it was accurate, well, I tell you frankly, I think many of us would join them in calling it out. But it's the rhetoric of politics. And we have to understand how much American Jews need Israel, and we can't afford to speak like that on this side of the ocean. We just can't.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Hauer, for these important words, and congratulations again for Pras Yerushalayim.
Toda.
Thank you very much. Tal, you're staying with us? Tal, you're staying with us now, right? We are returning now to Kakal JNF, as Tal will speak with Roni Vinnikov, Chief Development Officer of Kakal. Bevakasha. And it's going to be a translated interview. Your turn.
ברוך הבא רוני, הדבר הראשון שעולה לאנשים בראש, רגע, המעבר הזה לעברית פתאום, שחושבים על קק"ל זה, אתה יודע, נטיעת עצים, מאגרי מים, התיישבות וכולי וכולי, אבל הקרן הקיימת פועלת הרבה גם בתחום החינוך הציוני, בין היתר אתם גם שותפים במה שראינו עכשיו, בשדרה החמישית. ספר לנו קצת על מיזמים מהסוג הזה של חינוך בתפוצות שאתה והקרן הקיימת מעורבים בה.
שלום טל, שלום מכובדים. אכן קק"ל היום זה מזמן כבר לא רק העצים, לא רק מאגרי המים, אנחנו פועלים בשורה מאוד רחבה של נושאים, וכמובן יחד עם עמיתי שר שלום ג'רבי, מנהל חטיבת החינוך, אנחנו מפתחים שפע של תוכניות חינוכיות כדי לחזק את הזהות היהודית של בני הנוער גם בישראל וגם בתפוצות. אני אשמח לתת דוגמה לאחד מפרויקטי הדגל של קרן קיימת לישראל היום, למשל בתי קק"ל או מרכזי מורשת קק"ל. אנחנו מפתחים כבר ב9 ערים, 9 רשויות ברחבי ישראל, בעיקר ביישובי הפריפריה, בנגב ובגליל, מה שנקרא בתי קק"ל שמקיימים פעילות משלימה לצעירים, לילדים, לבני הנוער, בסוף יום הלימודים שלהם, מסייעים להם גם בלימוד המקצועות מבית הספר, גם משלימים את הפעילות החינוכית הלא פורמלית, מכינים אותם לשירות הצבאי, בעצם מצמצמים את הפערים בין היישובים בפריפריה לבין היישובים במרכז הארץ. אחת המטרות של הפעילות הזאת, בנוסף כמובן לסגירת הפערים בקרב בני הנוער, היא לחזק את ההתיישבות שלנו באזורי עדיפות לאומית ברחבי ישראל. אנחנו הבחנו מספר יישובים, וביישובים האלה מקימים את בתי הקק"ל. בתוך החטיבה לגיוס משאבים שאני עומד בראשה, אנחנו בנוסף לפעילות החינוכית גם מחברים לכל בית קק"ל כזה קהילה יהודית בתפוצות, ובכך אנחנו משיגים 3 מטרות. אנחנו גם מצמצמים את הפערים בקרב בני הנוער, אנחנו גם מחזקים את ההתיישבות, אבל לא פחות חשוב, מחברים את יהדות התפוצות לעשייה החברתית של
ברשותך רגע נתרגם לפני שאני אשכח על מה דיברנו. So Roni here is talking about the Jewish National Fund, קרן קיימת לישראל, activities that are not related to what the fund is mostly known for, which is water resources activities and planting trees and so on across Israel. This has been what the Jewish National Fund has been famous for from the establishment of the Jewish state, but nowadays they're also very much involved in projects of education and most importantly, not in central areas in Israel, but rather in the periphery communities and cities where they offer different after-school activities, professional ones, but also social ones to children in order to bridge for social disparities. And they're not only doing what I just described, which is called Bet Kakal, like a Kakal house, Keren Kayemet house, in Israel, but also in the diaspora, which achieves another goal, in that is to bring together and really forge a stronger connection between diaspora Jews, mainly younger generations, and the state of Israel. אנחנו נמצאים כאן באמת בלב ניו יורק וראינו את החגיגה בשדרה החמישית בבוקר. אתה יודע, אחד הדברים שאנשים שיצא לי לדבר איתם, וזה לא משנה אם זה ימין, שמאל או איפה האידיאולוגיה שלהם, ושמעתי את זה מכולם, זה שחשוב להם שתהיה המשכיות לדבר הזה, באמת שהדורות הצעירים ימשיכו, וזה הקשר הזה שילך ולא יובד. מאיפה אתה שואב את האופטימיות בתחום הזה? האם זו באמת בעיה, האם זה באמת דאגה של הרבה אנשים שאתה גם מדבר איתם, ומה אתם עושים בעניין?
דווקא מה שראינו היום בשדרה החמישית מחזק את החשיבות של חיבור יהדות התפוצות, לרבות את הדור הצעיר של יהודי התפוצות לעשייה החברתית שלנו בישראל. כפי שהזכרתי, בתוך אותם בתי קק"ל, לכל בית קק"ל חיברנו קהילה. למשל, בית קק"ל בשדרות מחובר לשותפינו ב-JNF, קק"ל קנדה. בית קק"ל בקריית מלאכי מחובר לשותפינו JNF UK, United Kingdom. רק לאחרונה הנחנו את אבן הפינה יחד עם יושבת ראש קק"ל יפעת עובדיה לוסקי במגדל העמק, וחיברנו את קהילת יהודי הולנד. וככה ממש בכל עיר, צרפת מחוברת לאופקים, גרמניה מחוברת לצפת, הקהילות היהודיות בדרום אמריקה מחוברות לבית קק"ל בבית שאן. אנחנו מבטיחים שאותן משלחות מתנועות הנוער מהתפוצות, משלחות התורמים שמגיעות לארץ ומבקרות את הפרויקטים של קק"ל, הן תגענה לאותן הרשויות והתחברו ויקיימו את אותו קשר בלתי אמצעי ישיר בין הנוער בתפוצות לבין הנוער שלנו, וככה יוכלו לחזק את הקשר ביניהם.
So Roni here is describing how the Jewish National Fund is really forging this connection between the younger generations in the diaspora and communities in Israel through this flagship project of Bet Kakal. So every community in Israel which has a Bet Kakal with the after-school activity, the one closing disparities between populations within Israel, is also connected to a community abroad of Jewish National Fund donors and so on. So for example, a Bet Kakal located in southern Israel in Sderot is connected to a community
JNF Canada.
And JNF in Canada, or a community in France, or a community in the UK, and so on. And of course, different areas here in the US, which makes really enforces a stronger connection and a direct connection between these communities. השאלה הבאה שלי זה באמת אולי קצת יותר קשור, כי אתה מתעסק בגיוס משאבים, לתורמים של הקרן קיימת, איזה נושאים באמת הכי חשובים להם, שהם באים ואומרים לך, אנחנו חשוב לנו לראות איזה שינוי או איזה תרומה אנחנו עושים בכיוון שאנחנו באמת נראה את זה הולך וצומח. כאילו, אתה אומר שהם באים ורואים ומלווים את הפרויקט, אז יש להם גם את הבחירה, כלומר?
בוודאי, קק"ל מקיימת מאות פרויקטים שמוצאים לתורמים שלנו ברחבי כל העולם. אנחנו מחוברים לתורמי קק"ל ב-40 מדינות, ממערב קנדה ועד אוסטרליה. מדברים בשלל שפות, וכל תורם יש לו את החלום שלו. אני אולי אתן דוגמה קטנה על אחד התורמים שפגשנו לאחרונה בדרום אמריקה. אדם, כאמור, קק"ל זאת מגבית עממית. אנחנו פונים לכל התורמים, גם מטבע של סנט, זו תרומה שקק"ל בשמחה מקבלת. ובאחת מהמדינות בדרום אמריקה אישית ראיתי אדם מאוד מבוגר, נראה גם ערירי, לא בעל אמצעים או בעל משאבים. ראיתי אותו ניגש באחד מערבי קק"ל שקיימנו שם, מוציא מהכיס כמה מטבעות, רואים שאלה מטבעות אחרונות שלו, והוא מניח אותם לתוך קופת קק"ל. ניגשתי לאותו סבא, אפשר לקרוא לו באמת, בגיל שלו, ושאלתי אותו, אנחנו, קרן קיימת לישראל, מברכים כמובן כל תרומה, כל סנט, כל פסו שנשלח אלינו. אבל מה גורם לך לתת את כספך האחרון, איך תחזור הביתה? והוא אומר, אתה לא מבין, בשבילי, בגילי, במצבי, להגיע לארץ, לבקר את ישראל, זה לא רק תשלום על כרטיס טיסה, זה לא רק 30 שעות טיסה, זה באמת מעמד שבגילי כבר קשה לי מאוד לקיים אותו. אבל כל מטבע שאני מכניס לקופת קק"ל, זה חיבור לארץ ישראל. נגעתי בקופת קק"ל כאילו נגעתי באדמת ארץ הקודש. ומבחינתי זו המצווה שאני עושה כל שנה כשאני מגיע לאירוע של קק"ל. כשאני רואה תורמים כאלה, אני חושב עוד לא עבדה תקוותנו.
יפה מאוד, אז רק תרגום אחרון. So I asked Ronnie here about how donations are being made to Kakal and whether donors can have their input and ask the Jewish Fund where they would like their donation to go to. So Roni here gave a wonderful example. He just told us a story about one of the donors who's not a wealthy person. He's a Haredi. He's a very old man. He lives in South America, and it's not like he has a lot of money, but for him, and he met him at an event of the Jewish National Fund. And for this person, he described to Roni that every time he puts his coins or bills, the last ones that he has, in the Kakal donation, how do you call it? The kupa, the blue box. It's a blue box. Oh, right. There's a term for it. He feels it's as if he just, touched the ground of Israel, because for him to take this trip all the way to Israel at his age, it's not something that's doable, but that's how he feels that he's actually participating and touching the ground in Israel. So that was a wonderful story. Thank you for this and for everything else that you do.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we need to fly to Israel, come from Israel to here for important events like this. Mike Wagenheim will now speak with Mark Cavalier, Senior Vice President of El Al, of course.
Mark Cavalier, Senior Vice President of the Americas for El Al. Thanks so much for joining us here. We're not just celebrating this weekend the 75th anniversary of the State of Israel here in New York. This is 75 years for El Al as well. It's kind of a momentous occasion for the airline.
It's a momentous occasion, it's a momentous month, and it's a momentous year for us, because much as we've seen through the history of the nation, the airline and the development of the airline is intertwined inseparably with the nation from the very beginning. I guess a little known fact amongst many groups that I'm finding is that El Al was actually conceived, the airline was started very specifically for its first mission, and that was to bring the very first president, Chaim Weizmann, out of Geneva to Israel, to the new nation, to take over as the first president. And that was the whole reason the airline was started. And just through fruition and very fruitful development from there, we've moved on 75 years later, along with the development of the country.
Well, recent history, no pun intended, there's been some turbulence in the airline industry, but El Al just releasing its 5-year vision, 5-year plan. Tell us a little bit more about what's in store for El Al.
Yeah, absolutely. Turbulence for the industry in general. That's how the industry works, right? We have 2 modest years, very modest years of modest profit, followed by 20 years of losses. And that's the way the entire global industry rolls. But fortunately, because of a lot of the changes that we've made internally at El Al, particularly over the last 2 years, that on the backside of recovering from the pandemic, it's been actually very, very good years for us. I think you may be aware that a couple of years ago, we took on new leadership, new ownership in the airline. And along with that, we've made a lot of changes to how we operate in terms of more efficiencies, in terms of a far greater focus on service development, expansion, new airplanes, all of the behind-the-scenes elements that all contribute to being able to deliver a much better product for our guests, as well as operating a more efficient airline. So as a result of that, we wrapped up last year on a fairly good note, especially considering where we'd come from in the previous years. We've had a good quarter this year, and it's been really the launch point for our new 5-year plan now going forward. And with that, we will continue to update the fleet. We will be adding more airplanes. We're right now about 45 airplanes in the fleet. We'll go to 60 airplanes, maybe a couple more over the next few years. We have put in all of the brand new Dreamliners, the 787 aircraft, really the most sophisticated, most state-of-the-art aircraft that's out there serving the commercial market. So that lends to a much more comfortable ride for our guests. Here in the United States, North America, we operate exclusively the 787s, the Dreamliners. And now we'll be turning our attention to renewing the narrow-body fleet, the single-aisle aircraft. So that's in the plans. More destinations globally, but also more destinations here in the United States. The U.S. continues to be one of the single most important markets for El Al worldwide in terms of the volume of traffic and flights that we operate, passengers, and contributions to El Al and to Israel as the bridge, if you will. So plenty of growth and reinforcements there as well.
I think it's fair to say, and I'm both American and Israeli, that there is a difference in the way customer service is viewed in Israel and in America. El Al recently overtaken by Kenny Rosenberg, American-born. There seems to be a renewed focus on customer service for El Al that's really a big part of this 5-year vision.
It's a very big part of it. It's a fundamental. And Kenny is absolutely clearly focused on the level of service that we're going to deliver. As a matter of fact, that was one of the foundational points as to why he made the investment in becoming the controlling shareholder for the airline, because he knew what we could be. He knew the importance of Israel having its own national airline that would develop and deliver a superior level of service. Just this afternoon in the lobby here, chatting with another one of the attendees this afternoon, again, I was heartened to hear from them saying that, yeah, I flew with you guys last month, and what a world of difference. So we're trying to roll that out in terms of a consistently higher standard product, both on the hardware side, meaning the aircraft and all the components, but also on the software side and the soft touch side that kind of separates us from anyone else. So it's truly an Israeli, truly a Jewish experience on board the aircraft and with us as you check in at the airports, as you arrive on the other end. So yeah, paramount focus there on the service standards.
There were a lot of Jews that moved out of New York during the pandemic and headed down south to Florida. And El Al made that move as well, moving out of the region down to Fort Lauderdale. What are the advantages of the new hub and the new headquarters down there for the airline?
We did. We moved our headquarters to South Florida, and we did that because when we take into consideration realigning the airline, completely restructuring it so that we are much more in line with the contemporary rest of the industry, we're able to operate in a different environment, in an environment that requires less real estate, an environment that focuses more on technologies, an environment that allows us to move into lower cost operating conditions as well. So we made that move to Florida not only from an administrative standpoint. New York, the JFK operation, the Newark operation, still remains our flagship operations here in the United States in terms of size and frequency. But we are also continuing to add service to both Miami, and now the announcement of service will have nonstop service from Fort Lauderdale to Tel Aviv. So.
We have about a minute left. There has been so much made about the financial condition of the company. Obviously, it's on steadier footing than it was. What does the future hold here in terms of the position of the company, and what do you need to do to avoid 20 years of losses?
Yeah, look, our industry, regardless of which airline, it is a cyclical industry. and you go through periods where even factors external to the airline's control will impact you, whether it's a pandemic or a volcano or socio-political factors. And you have to be able to withstand all of that. And I think one of the ways that you mitigate the ups and downs, no pun intended, is that you stay very focused on what your core plan is, and you make sure that you have as your imperatives the service to your guests, to your passengers, because once you gain their confidence, you've worked very hard to earn their business, but if you don't consistently deliver it, it's very easy to lose it and get that back. So I think it's make sure that we have a solid plan, make sure that we're focusing on the customer as the number one priority of who we're delivering and how we're delivering the service, and then stay focused on it and march forward.
Mark Cavalier, Senior Vice President of the Americas for El Al, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, and thank you.
Thank you so much.
We know you. We know exactly how to turn every moment. We know you into one you love. We know exactly how to turn every moment like this into one you love. Like this moment. Now. When the background noise subsides and big things lose significance, routine turns to airplane mode, making room for new moments. We know you. We know how to make you feel safe, no matter the destination you choose. That's the feeling of being truly close, knowing how to turn every adventure or meeting into an unforgettable moment. Whether standing, sitting, when you are relaxed, enjoying the whispering sounds of waves. We at El Al are here for these very moments, being there for you so you can feel at home away from home. Always working for you, opening the window to any moment you wish. With a new fleet of advanced Streamliner aircraft, with a wide and growing list of destinations, with the best loyalty program in Israel, with the most convenient times and best flight experience. For us, your home away from home is more than a slogan. It's a mission and way of life. So you will always feel at home wherever you go.
And is Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, and he is working in one of the most complex fields of diplomacy, presenting the state of Israel. Mike Wigenham will now speak with Ambassador Ardan.
Good to have you, Mr. Ambassador.
Thank you for having me, Mike.
You know, as some of the new El Al routes are as a result, in part of your work as the Israeli ambassador to Washington, getting together the Abraham Accords and gaining flyover experience, flyover approval for some of those routes. It all kind of ties together. But I want to talk about your current work at the United States.
I'm sure we'll discuss the Abraham Accords as well.
Just a little bit, and it's still in the news. It's pretty incredible. It's Kafkaesque at the United Nations, the situation with the Palestinians. They have their own vision within the Secretariat, their own committee for their rights, their own so-called refugee agency, their own day of solidarity. And just a couple weeks ago, the UN General Assembly holds a Nakba Day to essentially mourn the founding of the State of Israel, and Mahmoud Abbas just spews blatant anti-Semitism. What is this infatuation at the UN with the Palestinians that they have all of these benefits and nobody ever seems to say a word about it?
Look, Mike, it was a terrible event. I think the Nakba event, it was definitely a disgraceful event that shouldn't have been held by the UN. But I will surprise you by saying that it also had some positive outcome. Because first of all, the whole world could see first time, I think, that the Palestinians don't want peace or reconciliation with the State of Israel. If Abu Mazen stands there and call the establishment of the State of Israel a catastrophe, so we all understand it's not about the 67 lines, borders, it's about the establishment of the State of Israel. And another thing, we have conducted a campaign together with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that was very successful. We convinced almost 50 member states, among them the most influential and important member states, to boycott this shameful event. And it proved that once we are determined and we fight, you could see results even with all the terrible, negative things that are happening within the UN. And many years ago, our first Prime Minister, Ben-Gurion, used to call the UN in Hebrew, and he gave it a nickname, Shmum, like you say Joe Schmo here, to explain about the ineffectiveness of the UN. And we all know that the UN decisions are not legally binding. But still today, Mike, I believe that it's very important for Israel to be there, to be present, to fight, not to abandon this important arena, because of two reasons. The first reason is that, our enemies, that's their strategy. The Palestinians, they don't want peace. They want to weaponize all UN bodies against us. That's why they hold this shameful event about the Nakba. That's why they transferred the Israeli-Palestinian conflict to the International Court of Justice. That's why we see all these events taking place at the UN. And secondly, today we live in the internet era. Today we are fighting on the hearts and minds of the young generation, not only here in the United States, worldwide. So everything that is happening here in New York at the UN doesn't stay at New York. The internet reach is very quickly. So therefore, I think we should be there. My main strategy is to always be on the offensive. I'm very proud to represent Israel. I think Israel is the most moral country around the world. We shouldn't be ashamed of what we're doing. We should, expose the hypocrisy, the lies, the double standards of our enemy. And that's what I do there every day. When the Security Council was convened on our sacred Memorial Day, I decided not to allow anyone, and I don't care who, to desecrate the memory of our soldiers. So I came there, I slammed the Russian foreign minister, I lit a candle on the Security Council desk, I read the names of our fallen soldiers, and I walked out proudly of that shameful event. Thank you. And the same goes with, when they tried to boycott Israel and Ben & Jerry's decided to boycott Judea and Samaria. So we decided to make them pay a heavy price. And we worked with U.S. state governors and other organizations to boycott, because we should boycott our boycotters and delegitimize our delegitimizers. And that's what we did against Ben & Jerry's. And they surrendered and they canceled their decision. So it's not that I'm naive. It's still an uphill battle, but the UN arena today is more important than ever. I'm determined to fight it, and I can tell you that we succeeded to erode the anti-Israeli majority. We had many successes, not only to boycott the Nakba event, but also Israel was elected first time ever to be in the Economic and Social Council. I was personally elected as the Vice President of the General Assembly. We succeeded to pass a resolution against Holocaust denial. So little by little, it's not going to happen overnight, but my vision is to shatter the anti-Israeli majority, and we, God willing, will succeed to do it.
It's definitely an uphill battle. We talk about the Palestinians, but another subject, obviously, is the Iranians. We're living in a world...
I gave you a short answer to your long question.
We're living under the backdrop of continued building at the Natanz nuclear site. Iran is executing civilians, and yet, within the last few days, they were elected to the vice presidency of the General Assembly. How does this happen? How do member states see what's going on and reward this?
Obviously, many member states, because it's not against them directly, they don't see the threat that Iran poses. But it's even worse because many other member states, they understand the threat, but they refuse to, to fight against Iran because they prefer to, as you call it, kick the can down the road. And today, I think it's clearer than ever that the international community has been failing to block Iran because Iran is closer than ever to becoming a nuclear power. It's not a coincidence that Saudi Arabia decided to normalize relations with Iran, its biggest Shiite enemy. It happened because of the international community weakness against Iran. And yes, the fact, what you just mentioned, that Iran was elected to be one of the next vice presidents of the General Assembly, it's insane. It shows that the world doesn't understand that Iran also needs to be diplomatically isolated. For Israel, nothing is new. I think everything we have been saying has been proven correct. In the last year, Iran attacked Ukrainian civilians with its drones, attacked Albania's cyber infrastructure. Iran has been murdering its own women and executing peaceful protesters. And Iranian militias were even attacking American troops in Iran and other Gulf states. So today it should be clearer than ever that the only formula to stop Iran is, of course, diplomatic isolation and crippling sanction, but exactly as President Roosevelt taught us, speak softly, diplomacy, it's always fine, but without a big stick, a credible military threat against the Iranian regime, there is no way that we will be able to stop such a ruthless regime. For Israel, we are hopeful that the international community would wake up, but we cannot rely on them. We are developing our own military capabilities, and I can testify here because I was there during the talks with President Biden. The president and the administration, they respect our freedom to act in order to defend our future, and all options are on the table.
We've got the time's up signal there, but I haven't gotten the signal we got to wrap up yet. So I'm going to squeeze in one more question here. I want to talk positive, the Abraham Accords. And at the UN, it's a little bit different. We see these relationships.
Nothing is really positive at the UN.
But it's almost like a clique in high school. You've got your friend that will come talk to you one-on-one, but when they're in their little clique or their group, now they shy away from you. And it's the same thing at the UN. You have the UAE, Morocco, countries like this that have established great relations one-on-one, but they'll recede into their own groupings when it comes time to vote. It's a complex situation.
So you understand it, I think, better than I do, so you can explain the crowd. No, but seriously, many times I'm being asked, how come this country that we have great bilateral relations, they still vote against us? Because people sometimes don't understand that bilateral relations are easier to develop, and obviously we see what's happening on the ground with the Abraham Accords. They are truly transforming the region, and every day we hear of new exciting stories. But the multilateral arena here at the UN is different. And why? Because the UN is a convoluted organization that member states are divided to either regional groups or religious groups like the Arab League or the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, 57 member states. So many times, like in our politics, member states, they don't vote based or according the great bilateral relations Israel has with them. They vote according to their own voting bloc's instructions and interests. And if they receive funds, money, or if their group is supporting them to UN positions, it's more important for them rather than supporting Israel. So my role at the UN, again, is to try show member states why, in order they can gain much more from collaborating with Israel. I try to convince them to break away from their groups. And by the way, I try to initiate many joint events with our new partners, the UAE, Bahrain, Morocco because, and I did many events. I lit Hanukkah menorah candle with the Moroccan ambassador, and I led joint delegations to the Middle East, and I accomplished two important things. I showed the world that coexistence with Arab countries is possible when we have a willing partner, in order to show them that we don't have peace with the Palestinians because of their hate and their rejectionism. And it also helps me to show potential new partners how deep is the cooperation between our countries, and it makes it more legitimate to speak with me, to engage with me. I can tell you that I have many engagement with, I can't tell their names, but I have many meetings with new ambassadors who never agreed to meet me in the past. And last sentence, so I hope that until next year, until your next Jerusalem conference, we will be able to celebrate here not only the 76th anniversary of Israel, but also new peace accords.
In a venue that can really wear you down like the UN, it's great to see you still have such passion. Gilad Erdan,
thank you.
Israeli ambassador to the UN. Thank you.
Conference.
Thank you very much. Rabbi Amichai Eliyahu is the Minister of Heritage. He's in charge of developing and enhancing programs to strengthen the connection to Israel's heritage and, of course, connection also between all parts of Jewish society worldwide. I have the honor to call upon Minister Rabbi Amichai Eliyahu. He will speak now in Hebrew, a short speech, and I will translate after.
שלום חברים, כבוד גדול להיות פה גם בסוף השבוע האחרון. אני רוצה לשתף אתכם בסיפור קצר שהיה לי לפני כ-20 שנה. הייתי בצומת דרכים, הייתי בשאלה, בדילמה אישית מאוד מעניינת, ורציתי לפתור את הדילמה הזו עם עצמי, וכשאני נמצא על החוף בתל אביב וחושב לעצמי לאן אני לוקח את החיים שלי, אני מקבל טלפון נדיר, מאוד נדיר. אני יכול לומר שלעצמי קיבלתי אותו רק פעם אחת. וכשאני עונה לטלפון, אני שואל מי זה, מי מדבר, אני שומע קול מוכר, והשם זה מרדכי. ואני שואל את עצמי איזה מרדכי אני מכיר. ואני שואל איזה מרדכי? וסבא שלי על הקו אומר לי, עמיחי, זה סבא שלך. סבא שלי, אני מזכיר למי שלא יודע, היה הרב מרדכי אליהו, זכר צדיק לברכה. והוא אומר לי, עמיחי, מה זה הפסוק שאל אביך ויגדך זקניך ויאמרו לך? יש חשיבות להקשיב למה שההורים שלך והסבים שלך והסבים של הסבים שלך אומרים. והוא אמר לי את דעתו בנושא מסוים, ולבושתי עשיתי הפוך ממה שהוא אמר. והדבר הזה לקחתי אותו פנימה, וכיוון שעשיתי הפוך ממה שהוא אמר, לאט לאט התנתקתי ממנו. סבא היקר שלי שעכשיו מלאו 13 שנים לפטירתו, והתנתקתי מהמשפחה, והתנתקתי מהשורשים. ולמה אני מספר לכם את זה? כי המורשת שלנו היא אנחנו. והמורשת שלנו היא הסבים והסבתות שלנו, שלכם, של כל אחד ואחד מכם. היא ההיסטוריה שלנו, היא החוסן הלאומי שלנו, והיא גם הקשר שלנו אחד עם השני, והקשר שלנו בין ישראל לעמים וגם בין ישראל לתפוצות. וכשאנחנו מתנתקים מהמורשת שלנו, כשאנחנו מתנתקים מסיפורי העבר של העם המיוחד הזה, אנחנו הופכים להיות שטוחים. אנחנו הופכים להיות ריקים. כולכם זוכרים את תהליך אוסלו הארור, שניסה לייצר תהליך שלום על ידי מחיקה טוטלית של המורשת, על ידי התעלמות מהשורשים העמוקים שלנו וגם של המוסלמים. תפיסה רדודה ושטחית שלא מזכירה שום דבר, שלא יודעת לשים על השולחן את ההיסטוריה המפוארת של העם הזה ולהפוך אותו לנקודת חיבור ומשענת יציבה. ואני אומר את זה היום, כמו שאמר גלעד ארדן, שגריר ישראל, המורשת היא לא מחסום, היא נקודת חיבור ומשענת. גם אני נפגש במדינות מסוימות, אני לא יכול כאן לספר את הפרטים, עם מוסלמים שהם רק אומרים, תתחילו להיות גאים במי שאתם. הסכמי אברהם אבינו זה נקודת חיבור, ולא הסכמי אוסלו שהם מנותקים מכל דבר. אני רוצה להציג בפניכם שני ממצאים מעניינים. ספר הזהב וקופסה שיש בה ממצא מעניין אחר. ספר הזהב הזה חולק בבית ספר בתל אביב במסיבת חומש. ביקשו מההורים לכתוב ברכה לילדה, וההורים הגיעו למסיבת חומש הזו. זה רוני ססובר סיפרה לי את הסיפור, והם כתבו ברכה, והם מתחילים לדפדף בחומש, וזו המורשת שהם ראו. חומש ריק, בלי כלום. ומספרת לי רוני ססובר, שמה שעמד לה בעיניים זה דמעות. ולמול ספר הזהב ששכח אותנו, ביקשתי מקמ"ט ארכיאולוגיה שיביא לי משהו מאוד מעניין. אמנם הוא רעד, אבל אם אתם תסתכלו פה, זה נורא קשה לראות, אבל תבואו אליי אחר כך. יש פה טבעת מקורית שהיא שלכם, שהיא נמצאה בהר גריזים, והיא לפני 2000 שנה. וכתוב פה למטה י' ק' ו' ק' 1. וכשאתה נוגע בטבעת הזו, אתה נוגע עמוק, עמוק, עמוק בפנים. כשאתה מחובר למורשת, אתה מחובר להורים שלך. אתה מחובר לסבא שלך. רק חיבור עמוק למי שאנחנו יביא שלום. רק חיבור עמוק למי שאנחנו יביא שמחה. יסלק את הבדידות והעצבות שיש לעלה שהוא לא מחובר לעץ, שהוא לא מחובר לענף ושהוא לא מחובר לשורשים. תודה רבה לכם. תודה על מי שאתם.
Okay, we'll try to make this short, very special and emotional. You could also follow this after on the Arutz Sheva website. Rabbi Amichai Eliyahu, Minister of Heritage, spoke about his grandfather, Rabbi Mordechai Eliyahu, and what he learned from him about the importance to listen and internalize what we hear and learn from our parents. He spoke about the time that he himself was disconnected for some time from his tradition and his heritage. When we disconnect, he says, we fall. The Oslo Accords, says Minister Amichai Eliyahu, was about disconnecting from our history and our heritage, and we all remember how that ended and the consequences of the Oslo Accords. Throughout the world, Minister Eliyahu says, he hears people from other nations who tell him, tell us the Jews, be proud of who you are. And as you noticed, he picked up two books here. He presented an empty book which was presented to school children in Israel as a Bible that they should write, that they should complete as they feel. Whatever content they wish to put into this Bible, they can. And on the other hand, he showed an ancient small Bible with the words that have gone from generation to generation. And the Minister of Heritage calls upon us today to stay connected to our heritage. Thank you very much, Rabbi Amichai Eliyahu. And now, Ishai Fleischer will speak with Yehuda Seton, COO of the Jewish Agency of Israel. Bevakasha.
Okay, Yehuda Seton, it's great to be with you. You're the COO and Chief Program Officer for the Jewish Agency of Israel. But today you are in this tafkid, in this role, but actually you come from a long history of the Jewish Agency. Your grandmother was saved by the Jewish Agency. Tell me about that.
That's the story. So I grew up in Bat Yam, in a very small apartment, to my beloved father that just passed away a year and a half ago. Shmuel Seton. He was Oleh Hadash from Egypt. Very unique community. And we grew up in Israel with a lot of respect to the tradition, and especially the Orthodox tradition. And when I joined the Sukhnut, I come back home and I share with my family, with my mother and my father, that I'm going to serve as a shaliach in the west coast of the Jewish Agency. And my father wasn't sure that he is like that. And the main reason he said, you know, when we came to Israel, so Ben Gurion sent us back to Nitzana in the Gvul. And I don't like this kind of people, the Jewish Agency people. But on the other hand, my mother, and especially my grandmother, was very moving. And she told me that the people, when she have been in Poland through the Holocaust and been escaped, and people, the shlichim of the Sukhnut Yehudit, came and find her in church and actually saved her life and bring him to Israel and said, I'm on my life to the Jewish Agency. Wow. So for you, serving in the Jewish Agency is a big honor. And to finish this, concluding that I've been serving in Los Angeles, and a year after my little one, Tavo, was born, and I called my grandmother and said, Savta, you have a first grandson. And she started to cry. And I said, Savta, why are you crying? And she said, this is my revenge in the Nazim. So thank you very much for that.
Very good. So revenge on the Nazim by having children, but also revenge by continuing the efforts of the Jewish Agency. Speaking of something like the Nazi situation, we have today the Ukrainian situation. We're not getting into the politics of it, but there's a lot of Jews that are fleeing both Ukraine and fleeing Russia. The Jewish Agency and other organizations have to kick in gear to kind of deal with the influx. Tell me a little bit about the Ukraine situation vis-a-vis Israel and the Jewish Agency.
So I've been privileged actually to be the head of this operation, bringing almost 60,000 from this area of war, and being there every single day with our staff on the ground. The Jewish Agency, when the war started, actually opened 18 centers around the neighboring countries and saving thousands of Jews from Ukraine. A short, very, very short story. I've been in Romania. And there is a bus coming in with people that have been saved by us from the war. And in the end, people getting down, mainly it's women and kids. And in the end, the driver came to me and said there is someone in the back, but I couldn't understand what he says. So I come to one of our employees and asked him to translate. And we got up on the bus, and there was a man in the age of 60-something that I will not share how he looked like, but was disabled. And we took him and take care of him. And later on, we understand that his son was writing in the synagogue in Kharkiv the number of the Jewish Agency and called them. And he didn't know if we would save him or not. But when he heard that the Jewish Agency has a bus, he put it on the bus and sent them from there to the border and hope that we will save his kid. So when I talked to them, before they came to Israel, I said to them, the main difference between what happened with my grandmother and you is that today we have not only the Jewish people helping us, and the Jewish of North America was absolutely not only giving us money and donate money, but also send people to volunteer. But this is one. But the second is that today we have the State of Israel. And the State of Israel, together with World Jewry, working together to save Jews, that is something that we didn't have in the 40s, and all of us are very privileged for that.
You know, you're talking about messages from the past that resonate through your life, but the next generation doesn't always have the 6-Day War or the 48 War or the Holocaust, or let's say American Jews aren't touched by the Ukrainian story. They don't live that kind of life. How do we get young people today, how does the Jewish Agency get young people to be involved with Jewish identity, with Israel? How do we touch those lives? And I guess a similar question is shlichut. You know, I come also from the Chabad tradition, you come from the Jewish Agency tradition. Both have this word of shlichut, shaliach, an emissary.
So I think I will speak, look, the big change with the young generation today is two. One, when I grew up and you asked me what is true or not, I said I asked my father, and I know that. Today, the young generation don't really ask their parents. They go to the new media, ask this kind of question, ask their peers, and do that. So one of the tools of the Jewish Agency is actually sending emissaries all over the world, like any other organization, and bringing the peer-to-peer engagement and then connect them to Israel. But the second thing that when you talk about shlichut, you know, going back to our history, with Parashat Beshelach, and the Shem said to Moshe, send the Shlichim, and all of that, we don't go all over the parasha. But you understand that the Shlichut in the Bible, it's not about the person, it's about the meaning. And you go back to our tradition and ask, what is the meaning of Judaism? What is the importance of Judaism? There is, from my perspective, there is two. One is the Kehillah. We need to pray in Minyan. We need to be together. There is a lot of examples of the Kehillah. But the second one is gratitude. You know, we start our morning by saying, Modeh ani. Before we even do everything, you need to say Modeh ani. You need to be gratitude for what you have. So with this understanding, the question of how do we create a community, that gratitude for what we have, but at the same time, being able to bring these messages to young people, what we need to do is first listen to their stories and bring their story to life. You know, we have, I would say, a very unique Jewish story. It's not only one story, there's different perspective. But secondly, we need to send more and more people to Jewish communities around the world to share their own story. Not the story that we tell them to share their own story, but at the same time, we need to bring every Jew to Israel, to feel Israel with his five senses, to be here, to be educated, to meet people like him. This is the only way that we can connect them to Israel and to their Jewish identity.
Very good. Now, you've said a lot of things about other people, but the truth is that you yourself are also on a personal shlichut. You've moved to a special community in the Lachish, the South region, north of Beersheba. Just in 1 minute, tell me a little bit about that shlichut in your life there.
I believe that you have to live by example. And I want my kids to grow up in a community that is diverse. I want them, even though I'm not observe Shabbat, I want that their friends will be observe Shabbat. They need to grow up together. They need to understand that. This is the only way. When we live together, when we open our minds, when we listen to one each other, then the love is coming and then we connect. And this is what I try to do here.
So where did you move to?
What?
Tell me about the community. Where did you move to?
So the community is very special. There is half of them are Orthodox.
What's it called?
It's called Eliyav. Eliyav, half of them are Orthodox, half of them are not. We have, believe it or not, too many names, but when we celebrate the holidays and when we do whatever, bar mitzvah or bat mitzvah, whatever, everybody is gathering together. And we are making sure that everyone has his own place to be in the community. I'm very proud of this community and very proud to work in the Jewish Agency that have all of these voices together.
A life of shlichut. Thank you very much, Yehuda Siton. May you continue to inspire others and your children as well. And you're the CEO and Chief Program Officer at the Jewish Agency for Israel. Toda rabah.
Thank you very much, Yishai. Thank you.
Okay, and now an important question. Can anti-Semitism be predicted? Can we understand where the outbreaks are going to happen? Let's delve into that question with a special panel hosted by Tal Anrich with Joel Finkelstein, Scientific Director and founder of the Network Cognition Research Institute, and Adam Sohn, CEO of the Institute.
Joel, grab the microphone because we will start with you as an expert on anti-Semitism studies. Tell us, how is the threat landscape changing regarding vulnerable communities in the modern era? What challenges are we able to meet currently? What challenges are still growing unabated?
Well, Adam, maybe you should start with this and give us a sense of sort of what your perspective is.
Well, it's only because it's not just vulnerable communities. Cyber social threats emanating from social media are threatening our entire way of life. It's threatening capital markets. It's threatening, and we've gotten phone calls from organizations as large as Walmart and Google. In fact, specifically around the dawn of the vaccine being introduced at the height of COVID, there were public health threats. There have been threats to the capital markets. Right after the Ukraine war was underway, we identified a foreign influence campaign that was trying to undermine the food supply. So it's very wide-ranging, but please, Joe.
Look, there are contagious threats that are emerging from social media and heading towards the real world in ways that democratic governments are increasingly incapable of stopping. Now, this is, of course, we're here to talk about anti-Semitism, but the truth of the matter is, when we look at even our children, we're seeing that there are places online where they're gamifying self-harm, cutting themselves open, and sharing visual images with themselves that they're gamifying with each other. You have communities of predators that learn these code words. They find these children, and they find ways to systematically take advantage of them. These are things that are happening to our children and other vulnerable communities online in coded language, in ways that it can grow in the dark, in ways that platforms are unaware of, and in ways that democracies are increasingly incapable of controlling. When democracies and governments become incapable of controlling processes, it's a matter of time before those processes take anti-Semitism as their organizing force.
Okay, so let's more dive into the issue of anti-Semitism more specifically now. You know, I've had the opportunity to talk to people from the former administration, Elan Carr, who used to be the Trump envoy on anti-Semitism, and other people within governance position, diplomatic figures. And many people tell me that maybe one of the biggest challenges in this field are actually coming from a challenge that emerges from within the Jewish community. That the biggest enemy of the Jewish people is a threat from within, not only now, but throughout centuries. Jews turning against Jews, the lack of Jewish unity being, a big problem, opening the door, if you say, to our enemies time after time, playing into their hands. How is a lack of Jewish unity still an issue in 2023, given everything that our people have been still facing? And is there something that can be done about that?
Look, that's a great question. I think in some ways, when we talk about anti-Semitism, we're actually fundamentally talking about an issue of Jewish unity. If you go back to the earliest inscriptions about anti-Semitism, what you find are myths about nations concerned that they're going to be replaced. That's literally what Pharaoh tells the Jewish people and tells the Egyptians. These Jews are multiplying. They are going to bring in immigrants to replace us, right? That's literally what he tells them. Okay, that myth has two components to it that are identical. They're twins. Our research, some of the largest scaled research that's ever been done on social media, looking at the nature of anti-Semitism, shows a grotesque characterization of this myth. That on the far right, you have people saying that elite networks of Jews are taking in immigrants to replace ethnic nations, and that they're a threat to the integrity of nations. They're going to replace white people in the West with people of color. Well, on the left, what they're saying is that Jews are colonial supremacists that are replacing dark-skinned people in their homeland. Those myths are the same myth. And it turns out that both of them are strongly predictive of where and when anti-Semitic incidents are going to take place in the real world. You can use the heat of the activity on social media to predict, almost like a climate, where these attacks are going to happen. And it doesn't matter which one we're referring to. People think that the white supremacy, this challenge, this is really the problem. In fact, our data suggests that when people talk about apartheid, where they're talking about apartheid, where they're talking about colonials, this is beginning to predict attacks against Jews here in America, turning local wars in Israel into global battles of civilization against Jews everywhere. These are the same myths. And when you talk about Jewish unity, what we can see is that we are using those myths, Jews are using those myths against one another. That's got to stop. Okay, so that's how those things are related.
It is intertwined.
It's a pendulum effect. So if we had advice for lawmakers, and there's so many influential people here, we have research that will be released probably within the next 2 or 3 weeks.
Major research, yep.
And that research shows essentially this polarization pendulum that's happening within the Jewish community, where lawmakers stand up against their favorite flavor, the most hated flavor of anti-Semitism, but not the other side of that. And I think that what we're seeing is that over time, if we look at trends on Twitter or Reddit or other social platforms, what we're seeing is that they're starting to reinforce each other. So where, during, a few years ago in the former White House, we would see one brand of anti-Semitism become more popular in social media. Now in the current White House, another component of social media is showing popularity in another form of anti-Semitism. This pendulum is starting to reach a point where there are common denominators. Yep. And that's when it really starts to become dangerous to the Jewish community, because when they find common ground between the two components of anti-Semitism that Dr. Finkelstein's acknowledging, it's a very difficult place.
So Adam, your organization, you analyze the data. What do you do with these findings? Do you educate other institutions? How do you deliver this broad message to the general public?
We actually pioneered the teaching of cyber-social threat identification and forecasting. We do this at a number of universities. We actually started right across the river at Rutgers University. We're now in our 14th semester. We've probably trained about 300 students at Rutgers in our course. Many of them get hired by the three-letter agencies, FBI, CIA. A lot of large companies bring them in so that they can identify foreign influence campaigns that are trying to undermine American businesses, like our pharmaceutical companies, for example. So we're really proud of that work. We've been doing such good work in that area with Joel's leadership that the governor of New Jersey reached out to us to create the first ever high school program, which is sort of a lighter version, because obviously if you're in college age, the kind of difficult content that you deal with is probably not appropriate for younger kids. So for high school, we have a sort of cyber social civics course that we created for the governor's STEM Scholar Program. It's an innovation council for the governor's office. And then that's also spread internationally now, Staffordshire University in the UK. So we're really proud of that work, and we continue to do that, and it's growing wildly.
And what solutions, in your view, do lawmakers need in this field, specifically of anti-Semitism?
One of the challenges with lawmakers is there's a bit of a shell game going on. You see Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg talking about threats of AI to the world, and they're not wrong about that. Mm-hmm. But they may have different intentions. What they're really concerned about is the fact that OpenAI, organizations like OpenAI that created ChatGPT, have allowed social media to become monetized and launch $1 trillion large language model industry. And social media companies feel like they've been left out. This is why it's of concern to the Jewish community. Because if you have a Facebook account and somebody posts a picture of their turkey sandwich on a public account, as long as there have been social media, those public accounts have remained public. And organizations like ours and other research organizations had access to that data. It's open source intelligence. What's happening is that you're now seeing these social media companies brick by brick seal off that open source data, which is about 80% of all social media data. It's going to be very difficult and for research organizations to identify threats to the Jewish community, and exceedingly easy for social media companies to sweep them under the rug and say, just trust us, we've got it covered.
I can see that Yoni's on the stage here with us, which means time, but I'll give you one more sentence, Joel, to wrap it up.
Well, just to say that, as usual, the Jew is the canary in the coal mine. We're looking at social media organizing pogroms in the real world. We're seeing that not just against Jews, we're seeing this against vulnerable communities everywhere. As this happens, we're noting that state actors and bot accounts are becoming involved in inflaming these tensions in order to suit a geopolitical agenda from Iran, from Pakistan, right? Every one of these ethnic conflicts rapidly now has the fuel and the place to accelerate, and our lawmakers are completely blind to this. So it's really crucial that we create more transparency in what's happening, and communities that are threatened need to be creating social cyber defense to be proactive against these threats in the digital era.
The old challenge, new methods. Thank you so much for sharing these inputs. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tal, Adam, Joel. Now we will return to the important topic of Aliyah, immigration, as Yishai Fleischer speaks with Avichai Kahana, General Director of the Ministry of Aliyah and Integration.
Okay. Avichai, thank you so much for joining us. And when I was discussing with you beforehand about this discussion, then I found out first thing that you were born where I was born, on the Mount Carmel. People don't know, one of the most beautiful places in Israel, it's a hidden gem, is Mount Carmel. But already there on Mount Carmel, overlooking the Mediterranean at a high height with a cool air, already there you had an exposure to the issue of Aliyah and absorption. Tell me about that.
Yeah, Shai, thank you and good evening, and it's great to be here with you. I think that I grew up with the big wave of Aliyah to Israel in the first years of the 90s, in the last century. And it was something that was really important in our life as young children in Haifa and in the Carmel Mountain. In the elementary school, every week and every month, there were new Olim that came to Haifa and joined our school and our class, and it was something that I think that was very identifying our young time. And I have a story that I remember when I was just a child. My father, Avichai Kahana, his name is David, we are Kohanim. And always when he was invited to do Pidyon Haben, he took me with him. And sometime, he took me to a strange place for my eyes as a child. And it was a new absorption center that was built in maybe one night or two nights near the sea, below the mountain of the Carmel, Neve Carmel. It was caravaning. And it was a beautiful experience to see Pidyon Haben in a new community and new Olim from Ethiopia. And I think that this is a memory that I am taking from this period in Haifa and, from the childhood. A period that every month we knew new brothers and sisters that came to live with us.
Very good. Okay, so Haifa gave you your first inkling into Aliyah, Ethiopian Aliyah. Then when I was speaking with you beforehand, I also learned that you and I went to the same yeshiva. Wow. Yeshivat Ma'ale Adumim, Rabbi Rabinovich, Rav Sabato, a great yeshiva, one of the Harvards of the Hesder yeshiva system. But there too, you dealt with immigration and absorption.
Yes, I learned in Ma'ale Adumim, and you're right. And I had the zechut that after 5 years, Rabbi Chai Sabato suggested me to be responsible about Shiur Aleph. And this year he also suggested me to be in charge of the Chutznikim, of Bnei Chol group.
So to be in charge of the American and Belgian and other folks.
Yes, exactly. And the Bnei Chul that are coming to Ma'ale Adumim are unique because they are learning and studying with Israeli guys. And they need to study in Hebrew. So that was a challenge to be in charge of this group. And
but that's why going to Ma'ale Adumim is so special is because you have to really immerse yourself in the Israeli culture and the Hebrew language.
Exactly. There is not a program, of only Bnei Chutz La'aretz that are in a group of their own, but they are really integrating in the Israeli guys in the yeshiva.
Avichai, one of the things that people don't know about you is that you're one of the youngest, maybe the youngest, Director General of a ministry in Israel. So that's pretty cool. Everybody come on, a round of applause. There's a young guy who's already a Director General of a ministry. Tell me about your ministry. You told me that you don't like the name Ministry of Aliyah and Absorption. You don't like the word absorption.
First of all, I will say I came from the government. I was 10 years in the Ministry of Justice, and I think that it's really zchut that the Minister Ophir Sofer suggested me to come with him and to be the Director General of the Ministry of Aliyah and Integration. And the first thing that the employees of the ministry taught me was that there is no other ministry in the world that is called Ministry of Aliyah, because there is no word like Aliyah. There are ministries around the world of immigrations or immigrants, but Aliyah there is just in Israel. And in the first years of the ministry, they called him the Ministry of Absorption. But then they decided, and I really believe in it, that it's not absorption. Absorption, it's like to fade something or like to delete something. And integration, this is a real challenge that we have today, to integrate the Olim into the Israeli society. And I think that this is what is so beautiful in the state of Israel.
And what is one of the main challenges that you're dealing with for integration?
Okay, so when I was nominated to the position, and some of my friends asked me, there are Olim to Israel these days, and 2022 and even now in 2023 we have the highest number of Olim in the last 30 years. More than 100,000 of Olim came to Israel since the beginning of 2022, most of them from Russia and Ukraine because of the war. And the big challenge is to integrate them and to welcome them to Israel, and first of all, to give them the opportunity to learn Hebrew. We have a really strategic work that we are dealing now, and we are trying to do it quickly, because we understand that learning Hebrew for the Olim is not just a language. We hear from the Olim that the Ulpan is also the absorption center. The friends that they are acquiring in the Ulpan are friends that will be there for all of the life in Israel. So we are working about a reform because we need to teach Hebrew for thousands of new Olim.
Amazing. Hebrew is not so easy. And I'm going to ask Hashem when we get up to heaven, I'm going to ask him why was Hebrew so hard. But in the meantime, it is our language and brings us all together. Thank you very much for your fight to teach us and integrate us into the land of Israel. Amichai Kahana, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ishai. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And a few minutes here with us is Ishai Fleischer. He's with us interviewing, but he's also want to present his story coming from Hebron. Yes.
Well, not so much presentation of a story, just much shorter than that, Yoni. The chairman of the conference, Dudu Sada, gave me a chance to speak for 60 seconds about something that's happening. The Jewish community of Hebron has an unprecedented opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, after 200 years of a piece of land that we've owned, that Chabad purchased 200 years ago from a Jewish merchant who built a piece of land outside of the ghetto walls, finally we have a chance to build it, and we are now building 31 apartments in Hebron on Tabu. It is legal, it is 100% Jewish, it is 100% normal, and you have the opportunity to actually buy. We are looking for buyers and renters and people who are going to help be part of this great process of returning the Jewish people to the heart of the land of Israel, to the town of the tomb of the patriarchs and matriarchs, Abraham and Sarah, Isaac, Rebecca, Jacob, and Leah. It's very easy to find it. It's My Hebron. That's right, there you go, that's what I think. There you go. That's right. Rebuilding Hebron, it's one of the greatest missions of our time, and I feel that I am a shaliach of this great city. It's very simple, myhebron.co.il. Come join us, build, and make the city of the forefathers and mothers alive again. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Ishai. Chagit Levayev is the CEO of the Or Avner Levayev Foundation, an organization dedicated to the benefit of Jewish communities and strengthening Jewish identity. I'd like to invite Tal Einrich for an interview with Chagit Levayev.
Hagit, you are the head of the Levayev Group here in the United States. And in this role, you're not only spearheading business ventures on behalf of the group, but also philanthropic ones. You and your entire family, we can say, you've done a lot for the Jewish people in Israel and abroad. Tell us a bit some of your latest projects, latest initiatives.
Thank God we're involved with many philanthropic activities around the world and in Israel. And it's really an honor to work and continue the amazing work that my father started around the world. Our main focus has always been to focus on Jewish identity and how do we maintain it around the world. And what we've figured out is maintaining Jewish identity is focusing on Jewish education from a young age. And therefore, around the world, we have founded over hundreds of schools that are there to help and have Jewish kids learning about their identity.
Why is this issue so close to your heart, if I may ask?
Of course. So first of all, this issue, we were appointed for it. So the Lubavitcher Rebbe, in 1989, when my father came to see him, he came to ask for a blessing. And when he saw the Rebbe, he couldn't speak. And the Rebbe told him, you don't need to speak a lot, you just need to do a lot. I'm asking you to go to the former Soviet Union and take care of the Jewish people there. And since then, he really took it as a mission upon himself to start hundreds of schools and Jewish centers, synagogues, mikvahs, orphanages, and anything to help sustain Jewish life abroad.
So let's zoom in, and more specifically, how do you decide in which areas you'd like to make an impact? And also, how do you measure impact of your projects? Like, what makes you proud?
So, how we measure impact is we see where it's most needed. For example, 25 years ago, many of the Jewish families that were living in the former Soviet Union, they immigrated to the United States or to Israel. So in Israel, we established a chain of organization called the Or Avner and Or Chana High Schools and schools that are helping the kids adjust in the new Israeli environment. And here in America, what we are specifically focusing on is 25 years ago, kids that were, immigrants, they couldn't afford Jewish schools because Jewish schools are pricey, and they just went to public schools. And we know what happens in the first or second generation when kids attend public school. They're not going to be able to maintain their Jewish heritage for the long run. So my father right away decided he's going to open the first free Jewish school in America, where we just wanted kids to come. Don't worry about tuition. Just come and learn about your history, about your heritage. And today we really have thousands of graduates from that school. We opened several locations. And this is to answer what makes me proud. This is what makes me proud. Today, you see the students that went to our school already signing their children to that school. And you see how young generation that was a witness to everything being a part of the giving, and today they're so involved in the community and they want to help and they want to be a part of all the philanthropic endeavors that we're involved with. So this is really passing it forward, and this is what's really special about this.
This is incredible, and this is going back to what we saw today on Fifth Avenue, how this mission is so important to so many people.
Right.
I wanted to ask you one last question on the personal level, because I've been following you on social media, and I know that I'm not the only one on Instagram. I think we can say that you have a high stature on social media with many followers, Jews and non-Jews alike. And I was wondering what principles guide you whenever you decide to post certain family-related, Israel-related content. And the reason why I'm asking it is because many people who would have been in your shoes, they would have used this, platform to promote certain political statements, ideologies, and so on. Yet you never do. How come? And how very un-Israeli of you. It's very rare.
So first of all, of course, I promote a lot of Israeli initiatives, but I'm much more choosing to focus on my Jewishness and not necessarily on my political views, because I'm very much looking for ways to connect people, bring them closer together, connect them, and not distance them and tell them, oh, we're so different. I believe in A and you believe in B. No, you have the right to believe in what you believe. I have the right to believe in what I believe, and let's respect each other and accept each other. I mean, we cannot all be identical and all be the same. And the social media is an amazing platform to promote so many amazing charities and organizations that I'm involved with. If it's organizations that support women, empower women, women in the workforce, and anything to do with school and education, everything that I'm passionate about is just an amazing place to do that.
Thank you so much for everything that you're doing and promoting. And if you're not following Chagit, you better do so.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Hasbara, a Hebrew word which has become a top priority for the State of Israel and pro-Israel organizations worldwide. I now call upon Galit Distel Atbarian, Israel's Minister of Hasbara, Public Diplomacy. Bevakasha.
Hello, hello. So wonderful and exciting to be here. Dear friends, I'm going to speak about Jerusalem now. And it is almost impossible for me to do that. And the reason for that is that I have two different Jerusalems in my mind. A particular Jerusalem and a transcendent one. Jerusalem of daily life and the sublime Jerusalem, the eternal one. There is Jerusalem below and a Jerusalem above. How can they both be united? How can one speak about both of them together? On January 10th, 1971, I was born in Hadassah and Karem Hospital in Jerusalem, one of the most beautiful places in the city. I spent my first years of childhood like any average Jerusalem kid, feeling jealous of the relatives who lived in Tel Aviv because they had a beach. But with or without a beach, I loved my childhood, I loved my neighborhood, and I loved my city from the depth of my soul. Jerusalem of the 70s had everything a child could ask for. I lived in a brand new neighborhood to which new Israelis had arrived. People whose parents came from every corner of the globe, Jews from Muslim countries, Jews from European countries, children of parents from Yemen, Persia, Kurdistan, Morocco, and children from quieter houses whose parents escaped the Nazi crematoriums. We had everything we possibly wanted. Jerusalem of the 70s was the most successful Jewish integration factory in the world. No one took themselves too seriously. In every building, in every floor, behind every door, lived parents who had funny accents, which was totally different from the accent of the parents of the kid who lived across the hall. We all joked about each other, and we all laughed at the Hebrew mistakes our parents made, because none of us understood the huge difficulty of their immigration experience. None of us understood that we were a special generation, a generation of redemption, a generation of Jewish Israeli children who experienced independence and freedom after 2,000 years of persecution. A generation who took it for granted that this city and this land were ours forever, It was a trivial matter for us. We were not at all aware how lucky we were to have been born into such an incomprehensible privilege. Jerusalem was not holy for us. It was familiar and safe and sweet, like the chocolate cake that all the mamas in the neighborhood used to bake for Shabbat. It was familiar like fuzzy slippers on a cold winter day, like the promise at dawn that fulfilled itself every day anew. Jerusalem was wonderful to us in wintertime and in summertime. I remember, until this day, our small living room window on a freezing February, and how we used to get up in the middle of the night to look through it in hope to see the snow that the weatherman had promised. Jerusalem in springtime meant almond trees going everywhere and green almonds that we picked up, brought home for our mother to wash and sprinkle with salt. Jerusalem in summertime meant the open fields to which we were sent in order to leave all bread for the birds, because no parent agreed to throw it away. Jerusalem in summertime meant summer vacation in which we used to go to Baba's grocery store every morning for chocolate milk and a bun. It meant cool breeze in the evenings while eating watermelon with salty cheese on our little porch surrounded by beautiful, beautiful mountains. The Jerusalem of my childhood was the world's most varied culinary supplier. No one had any money for restaurants, but Jerusalem was the first to offer the tastiest fusion kitchen in the world. If you felt like having a Kurdish kube after school, you'd go to Liat's parents. If you wanted a Romanian mamaliga after school, you'd go to Danny's home. If you wanted Moroccan fish after school, you'd go to Noah's house. If you wanted chicken soup with lokshen after school, Maya's house was really excellent. But if you felt like Persian rice with vegetable stew, well, my home was the best place for you. The problem was that despite all this rich fusion, we sometimes just wanted to have an hamburger, and that was a little bit more difficult to find in Jerusalem back then. The Jerusalem I grew up in was the Jerusalem below, in which every stone, every tree, every street were familiar. The Jerusalem which I walked with sandals or boots, where I swinged on every swing, where I fell in love for the first time in kindergarten and then really fell in love in high school. Jerusalem was close. Every pathway was a friend. Every mountain was a home. Jerusalem was like a womb to me. How can one connect between this Jerusalem and the holy, eternal Jerusalem? It's a little bit like being raised by a loving and beloved mother who is totally, utterly your mother, but also accidentally a queen. And Jerusalem is first and foremost a queen. Only in recent years, I have realized that my natural, normal, familiar childhood was also, and maybe mainly so, a huge and important part of a prophecy. That I was a prophecy, that my parents were a prophecy, that my neighbors were a prophecy. We were all the prophecy which seemed impossible 2,000 years ago, and we were all fortunate enough to have become its manifested fulfillment in our simple, normal lives. When our prophets wrote thousands of years ago that one day deserted Jerusalem, a derelict place where no one has lived for centuries, would become a place where elderly people sit on benches, loving couples get married, and children play in the streets, they meant me. in every playground, on every swing, during every daydream under an olive or almond tree, in every simple walk to Baba's grocery store in the summer vacation to buy chocolate milk and a bun, I was fulfilling a prophecy. And only now, in this phase of my life, when I'm standing here in front of you as a representative of the Israeli government, only now I manage to unite the particular with the transcendent, between the prophecy and life itself. Jerusalem is many things for me, but first and foremost, it is a miracle, a revealed miracle of God that is being fulfilled in front of our eyes every day anew. And I thank God so much for the right He has given me to fulfill this miracle. Thank you very, very much.
Jerusalem Conference in New York City, and representing Israel here in New York is Israel's Acting Consul General, Israel Nitzan, who will now join us to the stage.
Thank you, and good evening. Shalom. Today was a very special day here in New York, as I think that we all marched up Fifth Avenue, celebrating the miracle called the State of Israel in its 75th Independence Day here in New York. But I must also add, and I think that you all know, that it is also a difficult day in Israel, a day after 3 soldiers were killed during operational activity along the Egyptian border. And I felt that I need to acknowledge that. May their memory be of a blessing. We remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice serving our country to allow us to live as a free people in our land. I'm grateful, and I thank the Jerusalem Conference for inviting us to take part and including us in your program. I'm here basically to welcome you to New York. Those of you who come from Israel or any other place, so welcome to New York on behalf of the consulate. I would like to focus on one important topic that, from my point of view, I'm concluding here a 5-year tenure, and if there is one topic that is at the top of our priorities, the alarming rise of anti-Semitism here in America, and especially here in New York. We stand with our brothers and sisters in the Jewish community here and fighting together with them this rabid phenomena. Hate and racism cannot win. Part of anti-Semitism today is also anti-Zionism. And it's true that not every criticism of Israel, of Israeli policies, is anti-Semitic, but some is, and anti-Zionism is. And certain political initiatives, also here in New York, aimed against Israel, but actually are aimed against the Jewish community, are anti-Semitic, as well as lie-filled anti-Semitic hate speeches on campus. These are anti-Semitic expressions. And leadership today is important, is vital more than ever before. It's a leader's responsibility to combat hate, to build bridges, tolerance, and act as a moral compass in our society. And for us as a consulate in New York, the greatest Jewish community outside of Israel, fighting anti-Semitism is our responsibility as the official representatives of the State of Israel here. But I want to also to thank, in this context, the opportunity. I want to take the opportunity to thank from this stage the many leaders in New York who have demonstrated leadership in recent weeks, condemned the anti-Semitic lie-filled hate speech at CUNY Law, who stood up against the initiatives demonizing Jewish or Jewish charities with connection to Israel and fight anti-Semitism every day. We're grateful for their moral leadership, and we want to work with them. We will continue to work with them. So I want to thank you again for having us today, and I wish you all a fruitful conference. And again, welcome to New York. Thank you.
Okay, and now the Jerusalem Award. The Jerusalem Award for Law and Justice is hereby conferred upon Honorable Rachel Fryer. It is our honor and pleasure to bestow upon you the Jerusalem Prize for being an American Jewish jurist serving as a justice in the Supreme Court in the state of New York, for having made history by being the first Jewish Orthodox Hasidic woman appointed to the Supreme Court of New York, and for having established special organizations and institutions such as Chasdei Dvorah, that assists needy families, Baderech, that works to help Haredi youth at risk, Ezrat Nashim, an emergency medical organization that is run by women. A round of applause, please, for Honorable Ruchi Fryer, Acting Supreme Court Justice. And I'd like to invite to the stage representatives of Jerusalem Conference, Arutz Sheva and Besheva, and, of course, Honorable Ruchi Rachel Fryer, and the Minister, Rabbi Amichai Eliyahu, as well as Chagit Levayev, here for the Jerusalem Award. Thank you very much. A Kodak moment for another round of applause.
ואחרי זה תיתן לה. טוב, יוני זה פה.
בסדר גמור. Okay, take a microphone. Of course. So first of all, thank you very much for being with us today. And it's an honor, really, to present the Jerusalem Award to you. First of all, I have to ask, judge, founder of NGOs, mother, grandmother, how do you juggle?
So I will first say the bracha. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam she'akol niyeh b'dvaro.
Amen.
And that is the answer to your question. Everything happens because God wants it to happen. Without God's help, it would have been impossible for me to have accomplished anything.
What is your tip for people who want? Yes, that's another round of applause for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And a big amen. What would be your tip or your advice to people who see it and say, I can't do it. She's a superwoman.
So I would say to, first of all, take one day at a time.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing. And the other most important message that I have for anybody is never compromise your values. Never think that you have to compromise what connects you to God to succeed in the secular world. Because I remained firm and I didn't allow anything stop me from being who I am. And most people had predicted that it would hinder my journey. That if I'm outwardly proudly Jewish and Hasidic, and I observe all of the restrictions, that it would hold me back. But actually it was the hefech, it was the opposite. That I was able to accomplish and get the respect of my colleagues.
Give us a few examples. You've heard people seeing what you're doing and asking, I don't know, even, why do you say mumble words after you eat or things like that? Give us an example of the way you felt that respect.
So I think that for me, as a professional woman, the The act that gets the most attention is that because I'm Hasidic, I don't shake hands with men. And the legal profession is filled with men. So very often I'm introduced to somebody, and at the very, very first moment that I meet somebody, I will say, please forgive me, I'm Hasidic, and I can't shake your hand, but we can be friends. And most people don't forget me.
And they respect?
And they respect me, right. So I think that sets the tone for my connection with my faith and my desire to be able to work with other people. I can give you many examples. I don't know how much time we have.
No, that's a good and powerful example. And I'd like to we mentioned the NGOs that you founded, Ezrat Nashim or Ezras Nashim. What's the need? And we have a few representatives here, of course. Well, what's the need for a women's organization in that field of saving lives?
So your question is, what's the need?
Where did it come from?
So I'll first rewind a little bit further, okay? So when I was going through my journey, many people had told me, Ruchi, it's impossible. I wanted to go to college and I wanted to go to law school, and they said, it's never going to happen. These were called naysayers. I had them every step of the way. And they said, Ruchi, with 6 kids, how are you going to get through law school, and how are you going to, and then you'll never get into law school. You'll never pass the entrance exam, and even if you do, you'll never graduate. And even if you do, you'll never pass the bar exam. And even if you do, who's going to come to some Haredi, Hasidic woman who's a lawyer? And I kept on saying, how do you know? How do you know? Do you have Ruach HaKodesh? Do you use a different Siddur than I do? If God wants it to happen, it's going to happen. And I didn't let them distract me. But when I got into law school, I remember walking into that building. It was the first time that I was in a very secular academic environment. And I remember thinking to myself, Ruchi, you know, you got this far. Maybe now you have to start worrying. Wow. Maybe now the nisyonot are going to be just too hard for you to overcome. So I made my deal with God, and I said, Dear God, Hashem, help me get through law school without compromising my values. And then when I graduate, when your children need help in the law, I will help them. So first I got involved with boys at risk, primarily in the Hasidic community. And then I got involved with, it was just one phone call. Hi, Ruchi, my name is so-and-so. We're having a meeting. We are a group of EMTs, emergency medical technicians, and we want to join Hatzalah, but they won't take in women. We need help. We need a lawyer who's going to help us for free, and a woman lawyer. And they had asked a few different women lawyers, but I was the only one that answered their call. And I said, I have no choice. This is my responsibility. God is testing me. And when I met these women and I heard the cause, I said, if I went to law school for this cause alone, it was worth it. But the truth is, there were only a few powerful men who tried to stop us. Most of the rabbis, most of the people understood. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out that when women are having emergencies, they prefer having women take care of them. But those men who tried to stop us made a very big mistake, Yoni. They pressed the wrong buttons. They told me there's something that I can't do because I am a Hasidic woman. And I said, really? We can have babies every year. We could do everything to run the house. We can help support our husbands, but we can't be EMTs? Look at the city of New York, how many female EMTs there are. And I fought for these women, but really, the fight was for women's dignity and women's modesty.
Wow. Now, when you talk about that, and it sounds like the words empowerment and things like that we hear a lot nowadays, is it about women are the same? Or is it about there's something different that women present? Different, you know, what we talk about today about everyone's equal.
We're not the same. Absolutely not the same. God created us very differently. We have our role as women. We're very powerful. We don't need any secular concept telling us how powerful we are. The Torah gives it to us. And if you want proof, I'll just make it very quick. All right? What determines your Jewish identity? It's who your mother is, plain and simple. God gave us women that big responsibility of transmitting Judaism to the next generation. So you don't need any more proof that we have all the power in the world. Sometimes there are men who try to push us down, but that's not their religion. But I'm here that women need our space in emergency medicine. And if anybody wants to stop them or stop me, I won't let.
Wow. Now, I'd like to end, actually, to go back to the world of law and ask you how the worlds of halakha that you mentioned that you go according to and the world of civil law, how does that coexist? Or do you sometimes meet contradictions or issues that you need to say, wait a second, I can't deal with this because I come from a different set of values?
No, not really. First of all, I'm a judge in secular court. So the issues that come in front of me, we use the secular law for that. And we know we also have the concept of dina de malchusa dina. So that's not a problem at all. And in fact, all the religious values that I was raised with, all those Torah values, is what helps me. It helps give me the backbone that I need. You know, in the American courts, where the judge sits, right above the judge are the words, "In God we trust." And that always puts me into perspective. Whatever I'm doing is because God put me here, right? I'm here because Hashem put me here. So I pray a lot. That's the truth.
Last but not least, what's next on your agenda?
I don't know. I don't know, because I want to continue climbing up and going up. So I just pray to God that He makes the way clear for me. And so I see what He has planned for me.
Okay, Honorable Judge Ruchi Rachel Rachel Fryer, thank you very much for joining us. Okay, Zionism now. Zionism is at the core of it all, what we're doing here today, what we're doing in so many fields. And with us today is chairman of the World Zionist Organization, Yaakov Chaguel, who will now join us for an interview with Tal Einrich.
ברוכים הנמצאים.
ההסתדרות הציונית העולמית, גוף שהוקם על ידי חוזה המדינה, בנימין זאב הרצל, בשנת 1897. 126 שנה לאחר מכן, איך אתה רואה את התפקיד של ההסתדרות, כשמדינת ישראל חוגגת 75 שנים להיווסדה?
ראשית, את המטרה הכי חשובה שלנו השגנו. הרצל הקים אותנו כדי להקים את מדינת ישראל, וברוך השם הקמנו אותה, והיא חיה, בועטת, וברוך השם אנחנו גאים בה.
וכלום לא מובן מאליו.
נכון, וצריך להודות על כך כל יום. אבל יש עוד אתגרים רבים. רוב היהודים עוד לא גרים בישראל. אמנם הריכוז הגדול ביותר של היהודים הוא בישראל, וזה גם מהעשור האחרון, אבל רוב אחינו עוד לא גרים בישראל, וזו עבודה שההסתדרות הציונית העולמית עוסקת בה יום יום שעה שעה בעידוד עלייה. יש לנו, לצערנו, אתם יודעים, הרעיון של הרצל היה להקים מדינה יהודית כדי שלא תהיה אנטישמיות. לצערנו בעשור האחרון אנחנו רואים שהמדד האנטישמיות עולה כל שנה, ישנם יותר אירועים אנטישמיים מהשנה שקדמה לה, וגם שם אנחנו נמצאים. ההסתדרות הציונית העולמית היא בחזית של המאבק באנטישמיות הגואה, הן מול רשויות בעולם כולו, היא בכנסים לחיזוק העניין, בחקיקה ובהבטחה ממש של מוסדות ברחבי העולם, ויש לנו עוד הרבה מאוד אתגרים, ואנחנו עושים אותם, והכי חשוב, אנחנו הפרלמנט של העם היהודי. אני נבחרתי על ידי הקונגרס הציוני האחרון, בחרו בי עצירים, שהם חלק מתהליך בחירות שקורה בכל העולם כולו, וזו חגיגה דמוקרטית אמיתית.
אז אתה במסגרת התפקיד הזה, ואתה כבר שנים בעשייה בתחום של הציונות, נפגש עם הרבה קהילות יהודיות, עם הרבה אינדיבידואלים בכל מיני מקומות שונים בעולם. מה הכי בולט ממה שאתה שומע, דברים שחוזרים, מה הכי מדאיג אותך מדברים שיוצא לך לקלוט ולאסוף פה ושם?
מדאיג אותי תמיד, אבל מדאיג אותי יותר בתקופה האחרונה, אחדות עם ישראל. אנחנו מדברים פה על אתגר שהוא אתגר לא פשוט. כן, קהל נכבד, אני מדבר גם אליכם. אחדות זו לא אחידות. זה אומר שאנחנו בתוך המשפחה יכולים להתווכח עם האחים שלנו, אפילו לריב איתם, אבל בסוף לזכור שאנחנו מאותה משפחה, אנחנו אותו עם. ובהקשר הזה אנחנו מתבלבלים מכל הצדדים, דרך אגב, משמאל ומימין גם כן. אנחנו צריכים לכבד איש את רעהו, אנחנו צריכים להקשיב איש לרעהו, אבל אנחנו יכולים גם לא להסכים איש לרעהו, אבל חייבים לזכור שעם אחד אנחנו. אם אנחנו לא נזכור את זה, אז כל האתגרים שדיברנו עליהם בתחילת הרעיון הזה, ועוד נדבר עליהם בהמשך, הם לא יקרו. כי עם הנצח זה לא מובן מאליו. צריך להשקיע בזוגיות, כמו שצריך להשקיע במשפחתיות, כמו שצריך להשקיע בעם.
זה לא סוד שיש הרבה, לא מעט, נגיד את זה ככה, פערים אידיאולוגיים בין יהודים בתפוצות, עם דגש על יהודים פה באמריקה, כי אנחנו נמצאים כאן היום, אז נתמקד במדינה הזאת, ומדיניות של מדינת ישראל תחת ממשלות ימין, בלא מעט תחומים, רוב היהודים פה נוטים לכיוון הליברלי. איך אתה אישית מנסה לגשר על הפערים האלה בשיחות שלך עם אנשים?
ראשית אני רוצה להדגיש, התראיינתי היום גם באיזה ערוץ קטן מתחרה, בוויינט, בבוקר של ישראל, ואמרתי, אמרו לי, תגיד לי, יש מצעד עוד מעט, מה נראה לך, יהיו פה הפגנות ועניינים, מה אתה אומר על זה? ואני אומר לכם, לכולנו, גם שהיו הפגנות של הימין בארץ, אסור להתבלבל. כביסה מחפשים בבית, לא מפגינים. מותר להפגין וצריך להפגין, אבל מפגינים בתוך ישראל, לא מחוץ לישראל. אנחנו חייבים בהקשר הזה להחזיר את ההיגיון לתוך השיגעון הזה. כי הפגנות לא מפגינים על שום ממשל ועל שום עניין מחוץ לישראל. אנחנו רואים פה את כל תומכי ה-BDS, איך הם מחככים ידיים. הייתי פה השבת, עברתי בין בתי הכנסיות, ראיתי הפגנות, נחרדתי לראות אנשים שמפגינים נגד שרים בישראל. תפגינו בישראל, לא מחוץ לישראל.
ספר לנו על קצה המזלג לפני שיוני נותן לי את הקריצה, איזה מהלכים יצא לכם לקדם בתקופה האחרונה בהסתדרות הציונית העולמית שאתה במיוחד מרגיש גאה בהם?
תראו, אני מגיע ברגעים אלה מאירוע מדהים, שהיינו עם 350 אנשים ומתוכם עשרות של משפחות שכולות שגרות כאן בניו יורק. אירוע שערכנו ביחד עם משרד הביטחון הישראלי, זו השנה השנייה, כאן בבית הכנסת פארק איסט. אני רוצה להגיד לכם שיש עשרות משפחות שכולות שגרות, מאות משפחות שכולות שגרות מחוץ לישראל. ואנחנו, גם עם משרד הביטחון, מחבקים אותם, ועשינו היום אירוע מדהים של מחבק את המשפחות האלה, אבל פתחנו היום במסורת חדשה בעזרת השם, בלי נדר, ובו עמדנו דקה דומיה, בתחילה של הצעדה בשדרה החמישית. דקה דומיה לזכר חללי מערכות ישראל ופעולות האיבה. אני אומר את זה כי אנחנו כישראלים מכירים את המסורת הזאת, שיש יום הזיכרון ואיכשהו מסתיים, מתחיל יום העצמאות. פה בארצות הברית פחות מכירים את העניין, ואני מקווה שהיום עשינו צעד ראשון במסורת הנפלאה הזאת.
מיוחד.
רגע, כי צריך לזכור, הנס הזה של מדינה יהודית בארץ ישראל, של עצמאות, יש לו מחיר. ואת המחיר הזה אנחנו צריכים לזכור ולהזכיר כל הזמן.
יעקב חגואל, תודה רבה וישר כוח.
בואו נמשיך לעשות ציונות, תודה רבה.
Okay, Tal is coming back, and now Tal Anrich will speak with Avi Cohen Scully of the Ministry for Diaspora Affairs, of course, and combating anti-Semitism.
אבי, ירדתי, עליתי לכבודך. אבי, זו השנה הראשונה שבה משרד התפוצות הפך גם רשמית למשרד למאבק באנטישמיות. אז בוא ברשותך נתחיל, כי בדיוק בנקודה הזאת באמת נגענו עם יעקב חגואל, וקודם כל נתחיל ממה שנקרא אנטישמיות קלאסית, כזאת שהיא ברורה, גלויה לכל, בסגנון רוג'ר ווטרס, שרק עכשיו הזדעזענו מזה, לא להאמין שדברים כאלה קיימים ב-2023. וכאן בארצות הברית, באופן ספציפי, אתה יודע, התקיפות של יהודים זה דבר שקורה על ממש דבר שבשגרה. איך יכולה מדינת ישראל דרך משרד התפוצות לפעול נגד תופעות כאלה?
אז קודם כל ערב טוב לכולם ותודה רבה על הזמן וההזמנה. אז אנחנו 4 חודשים בתפקיד, גם מדיניות חדשה וגם תפקיד חדש, אז אני אגיד בעיקר מה אנחנו מתכננים לעשות.
בבקשה.
ולא אספר סיפורים שלא עשינו. אז אחד, זה פעם ראשונה שהחיבור של תפוצות עם עולם האנטישמיות והדה-לגיטימציה לישראל, הוא נמצא תחת קורת גג אחת. עד עכשיו היחידות היו מפוזרות בכל מיני מקומות, ולא בכדי הפעולה הראשונה שעשה השר עמיחי שיקלי, זה לשנות את שם המשרד ממשרד התפוצות למשרד התפוצות במאבק באנטישמיות. זה לא רק סימבולי. עכשיו, כל פעולה שאנחנו עושים, אני אתן לך דוגמה אחת, שבמשך שנים המשרד עסק ותמך בקמפוסים בארצות הברית, ועכשיו לראשונה השנה, אנחנו מכניסים פעילות נגד אנטישמיות ונגד דה-לגיטימציה, לתוך הקמפוסים שאותם אנחנו מתקצבים בפעילות שותפת של משרד התפוצות. דבר שני שהתחלנו להתעסק איתו בצורה משמעותית מאוד, זה אנחנו סיימנו להיות פסיביים. כל פעולה שאנחנו נראה, גם אם זה קטנה וגם אם זה גדולה, שבה תוקפים מדינת ישראל, שבה יש גילוי אנטישמיות, אנחנו נגיב בצורה של תקיפה. מה שעשינו עכשיו עם הזמר רוג'ר ווטרס, באירופה, שלחנו מכתבים בשם השר, לכל ראשי הערים, לכל החברות שמממנות אותו, לכל מי שאפשר, כדי שידעו במה מדובר, ואנחנו נעבור מהגנה להתקפה.
מצוין. מעבר לזה, אז זה באמת הצורה של רוג'ר ווטרס שאמרנו, אנטישמיות גלויה, אבל יש גם את האנטישמיות המתחבאת, המסתתרת, זאת שמודדת את ישראל בסטנדרטים כפולים, אנחנו רואים את זה במוסדות בינלאומיים, אם זה כמו האום, או אתה יודע, אתה הזכרת בקמפוסים, באוניברסיטאות בעולם, כל מיני תפיסות אידיאולוגיות שמכחישות את הקשר בין עם ישראל למדינת ישראל וכו' וכו'. מה אפשר לעשות כדי למגר בתחומים האלה? באמת, אולי נעשה רגע זום אין על הקמפוסים. איזה סוג של פעילות?
אז לפני שאנחנו נגיד מה אנחנו עושים, מה צריך לעשות לדעתנו, צריך להבין שיש עלייה מדאיגה מאוד בכל הרבדים של האנטישמיות. החל מהפיזית, דרך מה שאת קוראת לאנטישמיות חדשה, אנטי-ציונות וכו' וכו'. וצריך קודם כל להבין שהתופעה היא תופעה מאוד מאוד מדאיגה בכל העולם ובפרט בארצות הברית. רק בארצות הברית יש לי פה נתונים, עלייה של 22% בהיקף כלל האירועים האנטישמיים. בארצות הברית זה בעולם, בארצות הברית 50% בעלייה בהיקף האירועים האנטישמיים. עכשיו מה אפשר לעשות? אז נתחיל בדבר הבסיסי ביותר. יש אמנה שנקראת אמנת איירה, לא יודע אם שפה מכירים, זה אמנה שלפני מספר שנים גוף שהוא לא גוף ישראלי, בשם איירה בעצם שם 11 נקודות. האמנה הזאת צריכה להיות בעצם מאומצת על ידי כלל הגופים שבעולם. ואנחנו בעצם שמחים להגיד, לא אנחנו, אבל זה קרה לפני שבוע, ממשל ארצות הברית, בעצם אימץ דה פקטו את איירה, ופעם ראשונה בנה תוכנית ממשלתית עם 100 נקודות להתערבות, למיגור האנטישמיות בעולם, בארצות הברית, סליחה, ואנחנו צריכים עכשיו לדאוג שכל גוף רציני בעולם יאמץ את איירה ויחבק אותה ויבנה עליה תוכנית יישומית. זה מהלך ראשון שחייב לעשות אותו, וזה ידרוש הרבה מאוד עבודה של ממשלה אל מול ממשלה. בחלק השני, כן, אחד מהמוקדים המרכזיים ביותר להפחתת אנטישמיות זה הקמפוסים, ואנחנו צריכים לתגבר את קצב העבודה בתוך הקמפוסים, לפתוח עוד קמפוסים נוספים, לתקצב אותם בפעולות שונות כאלה ואחרות, ולאפשר בעצם לכל הגופים והארגונים, הלל, חב"ד, עולמי, SSI וכו' וכו', בעצם שיהיה להם הרבה יותר כלים ויכולות להתמודד עם הדבר הזה. זה שתי פעולות מרכזיות שבהן מתמקד בשנה הקרובה.
בוא נעבור רגע לכובע השני של משרד התפוצות. מה אתם עושים בכדי לקרב קהילות יהודיות שמרגישות מכל מיני סיבות שהן מתרחקות מהארץ?
טוב, אז גם זו תופעה מאוד מדאיגה. האמת, המשרד שלנו עסוק עם שתי תופעות מאוד מדאיגות, באמת, גם האנטישמיות וגם החיבור של העולם היהודי למדינת ישראל ולזהות היהודית. צריך לדבר על זה מה הממשלה רואה בזה, אבל זה סיפור אחר. בהקשר הזה אנחנו עושים מגוון פעולות. אחד, יש לנו המון פרויקטים ומהלכים אל מול הקהילות היהודיות, להבאת צעירים, להבאת סטודנטים לארץ, להבאת נשים, כל מיני פרויקטים כמו מומנטום וכדומה. התחלנו לעבוד לראשונה עם הקהילות היהודיות הפורמליות. עד עכשיו עבדו בצורה של פרויקטים רוחביים, מי שרוצה מגיע. התחלנו בעצם לקחת את הקהילות היהודיות הפורמליות, לחזק אותם, להביא להם כלים, כדי שהם יוכלו בתוך הקהילות שלהם עצמם, לחזק את החיבור לישראל, לחזק את הזהות היהודית, וככה במטרה להגיע לכמה שאפשר יותר קהילות ויותר אנשים בעקבות הדבר הזה.
ושוב, יש נושא שאני כל הזמן חוזרת עליו, כי לאנשים, ליהודים בעולם מאוד חשוב הקשר של הדור הבא עם מדינת ישראל. זה דאגה שאתם רואים אצלכם גם במספרים, גם בסקרים? כלומר, זה תחושה או שזה משהו שקורה?
זה לא תחושה בכלל, ועזבי שנייה מה אנחנו חושבים. יש סקר פיו, שהאמריקאים מסתמכים עליו בעיקר, שמראה ירידה מאוד מאוד משמעותית בחיבור של הדור הצעיר, לא של המבוגרים, של הדור הצעיר, למדינת ישראל, וזה דבר שמאוד מדאיג אותנו, ולכן הפרויקטים צריכים להיות ממוקדים בחיבור של העולם היהודי למדינת ישראל. לא בכדי מושקע הרבה מאוד כסף כדי להביא אנשים. אנחנו מאמינים שמי שמרגיש פעם אחת את האוויר ארץ ישראל, הוא חוזר אחרת לאיפה שהוא ממנו מגיע, ובגלל זה אנחנו משקיעים בדבר הזה המון כסף. זה לא שמועה, זה תופעה שהיא קיימת.
אז נאחל לך בהצלחה בתפקיד כמעט חדש.
חדש, למה?
חדש. לא, אתה כבר שולט מאוד מאוד בחומר, זה עשייה של שנים, זה לא רק מה עכשיו, זה נחשב, הפזם.
תודה רבה.
תודה רבה. Thank you very much. Tal, you're staying with us still. And we are inviting to the stage Shlomo Ne'eman, the mayor of Gush Etzion Regional Council and chairman of the Yesha Council. Bevakasha.
שלמה, השנה האוכלוסייה ביהודה ושומרון חצתה את הרף של 500,000 תושבים. לפי הדוח האחרון של מועצת יש"ע, מדובר בעלייה של 40% בעשור האחרון. בוא נתחיל מזה. מה אתה לומד מזה, שאתה מסתכל על הנתון הזה בפרספקטיבה, בוא נלך של 10 שנים אחורה, וגם מה זה אומר לך לגבי העתיד של האוכלוסייה היהודית ביהודה ושומרון?
בדיוק, העיקר בואו נסתכל 10 שנים קדימה, והתפקיד של ההתיישבות היא להתיישב, למלא את הארץ, ליישב את הארץ, ובעצם האנשים האלה שיושבים על גבעות יהודה ושומרון, על גבעות יהודה ושומרון, הם האנשים שמשנים את פני מדינת ישראל לעתיד. אנחנו מקווים מאוד להגיע ל1,000,000 תושבים כמה שיותר מהר, וזאת המשימה שלנו, והמשימה הזאת מתבצעת גם ברגע זה שאנחנו יושבים כאן.
Just a brief translation, the Jewish community in Judea and Samaria has surpassed 500,000 Jews over the last decade. We've seen a growth of 40%, and well, it keeps growing. We have a very optimistic guy here who thinks it's there to stay and to grow. And my second question to you, תסביר לנו איך בדיוק מתבצע הקשר מול הממשלה הנוכחית, כלומר, איך אתם מתנהלים מול הממשלה הזו, שנחשבת לה, הרבה קוראים לה, אתה יודע, בישראל ובעולם, הממשלה הכי ימנית אי פעם. אז מה אתם מצפים מהממשלה הכי ימנית אי פעם?
ממשלה היא גוף מעשי, כן, אמנם יש הרבה רעש סביב הקמת ממשלה, ובאמת גם יעקב חגואל דיבר כאן על אחדות העם שנדרשת, הכל טוב ויפה. הממשלה היא גוף מעשי, היא צריכה להנהיג את עם ישראל לקראת מעשה, והמעשה הזה מבחינתנו הוא, כמו שאמרתי, הוא יישוב הארץ. אנחנו עובדים מול הממשלה, פועלים מול הממשלה, על החלטות ממשלה, על בנייה ביהודה ושומרון, על שיפור תשתיות ביהודה ושומרון, על השוואת זכויות בין תושבי יהודה ושומרון, כי אנחנו יודעים שביהודה ושומרון ושומרון עדיין לא חל חוק הישראלי, וזה אומר שישראלים שגרים ביהודה ושומרון בעצם חלים לגביהם חוקים אחרים. הדבר הזה הוא מפר את האיזון הזה בזכויות בין אזרח לאזרח אצלנו במדינה, והדבר הזה הוא תוכנית עבודה. אנחנו בונים תוכנית עבודה למדינה ולממשלה הזאת.
Mr. Naaman is talking here about a game plan of how the Yesha Council is handling itself vis-a-vis the Israeli government, which is considered by many as the most right-wing government in the history of the Jewish state, and how they want to see progress from this government, specifically in different fields of infrastructure in Judea and Samaria. I don't know if you mentioned security, but also to expand communities, to see more growth, and also to make sure that the Israeli law will also eventually be enforced in this territory, because right now it is not the case, as you know, since we don't have sovereignty in Judea and Samaria. איזה צעדים היית, אם אני אומרת לך ככה, תמנה כמה, היית רוצה לראות מיושמים מחר בבוקר כאלה שיקלו על החיים השוטפים של תושבי יהודה ושומרון, למשל?
אני אפתיע אותך, אנחנו לא מחפשים חיים קלים, אנחנו לא רוצים צעדים שיקלו...
האמת אתה לא מפתיע אותי.
כן, אנחנו לא רוצים שהממשלה תקל על החיים שלנו, אנחנו רוצים שהממשלה תשפר את חיי של מדינת ישראל, ומדינת ישראל חזקה זו התיישבות חזקה. מדינת ישראל חזקה זה ביטחון עבור אזרחי מדינת ישראל שמתחיל אצלנו ביהודה ושומרון. מדינת ישראל חזקה זה חיילי צה"ל שעושים את שליחותם אצלנו בשטחי יהודה ושומרון, ובעצם מרגישים את השליחות הזאת שהם עושים. אנחנו מצפים מהממשלה לפתח את ההתיישבות, אנחנו מצפים מהממשלה לתת לחיילים כוח להילחם. יש לנו אויב, האויב הזה אנחנו לפעמים מתבלבלים, וגם הממשלה לפעמים מתבלבלת. חיים באיזשהו קונספט, באיזושהי תפיסה של הסכמי אוסלו, שהנה אותו שלא מגיע אותו, יש כאן איזשהו פתרון. הפתרון ליהודה ושומרון זו מדינת ישראל בלבד, אין פתרון אחר. ואנחנו מצפים לצעדים שיחזקו את השליטה של המדינה ביהודה ושומרון.
So Mr. Naaman is talking about how having a strong presence in Judea and Samaria, strong security in Judea and Samaria, expanding the authorities of the Israeli army in Judea and Samaria will not only improve the lives of the people who reside there, but also will make Israel stronger because strong presence there means a strong Israel. And he reminds everyone that Israelis should not be mistaken by who the enemy is, as residents of this area are.
אני ברשותך אוסיף ממש פרטים. למשל, לממשלה, הגענו כרגע עם הממשלה לסיכום תקציבי על פיתוח תשתיות וכבישים ביהודה ושומרון בהיקף של כ7 מיליארד שקל. צריך להבין, תוכנית כזאת לא הייתה מאז מלחמת ששת הימים. תוכנית כזאת בעצם משנה את פני יהודה ושומרון.
7 מיליארד?
7 מיליארד שקל, כן. והתוכנית הזאת בעצם לא משאירה שום כביש, שהכבישים האלה לא השתנו מאז השלטון הטורקי. בעצם רק הסכמי אוסלו, שהביאו כבישים עוקפים ליהודה ושומרון כדי להבטיח את הנסיגה, רק הם היו הצד התשתיתי. כרגע הדבר הזה שנעשה ממש בחודשיים האחרונים, הוא מהפכה של ממש, והוא משנה תשתיות, והוא משנה את היכולת של השטח הזה, של האזור הזה, לקלוט, כמו שאמרנו, לפחות עוד 500,000 תושבים בזמן הקרוב.
So Mr. Naaman is really praising here one significant measure that has recently passed with the current government, which is a budget of 7 billion shekels, not dollars, shekels, to expanding and improving the infrastructure in Judea and Samaria, which is something that he said absurdly hasn't happened since the days of the Oslo Accords, and now it's a significant progress for the entire area. עד כמה ריאלי לדעתך לצפות או להתניע מהלך של ריבונות ביהודה ושומרון באקלים הפוליטי שנוצר וגם מול הממשל הנוכחי בארצות הברית?
הריבונות היא הכרה. ואני חושב שאנחנו מתמודדים קודם כל עם אי-הכרה של המדינה שלנו פנימה. כמובן שהחלטות הריבונות, החלטות שמשנות את מעמד השטח, הן תלויות גם בקהילה בינלאומית. אז קשה לראות שבמצב שארצות הברית, וכאן אני פונה ליהודי ארצות הברית, אנחנו נמצאים כאן בארצות הברית, תלחיצו על הממשל שלכם, תגידו לממשל שלכם שחייבים לסיים את הסאגה הזאת עם סימן שאלה על יהודה ושומרון. ארץ יהודה שייכת לעם היהודי. זה לא אומר שום דבר על פגיעה בזכויות של הערבים שחיים שם, ולא צריכים לעשות את הלינקיץ' הזה. בסופו של דבר, הממשלה הישראלית צריכה לעשות את הצעדים כדי שהשלטון הישראלי, כדי שהריבונות הישראלית תהיה ביהודה ושומרון. ואם אי אפשר לקבל החלטה בפעם אחת, אז עושים החלטות בצעדים קטנים יותר, אבל משנים מציאות. זאת המשימה.
Mr. Naaman here is calling to change the reality in Judea and Samaria and work towards promoting a declaration of sovereignty over this territory. He's also pleading with American Jews to press the American government to make certain threads in this area. He says, and if we can't do it tomorrow morning, it doesn't have to happen in one time. We can take gradual steps towards the implementation of sovereignty because this area of Judea and Samaria belongs to the Jewish people, and it doesn't say anything about the Palestinian residents of this area.
Thank you very much.
תודה רבה.
And now I have the honor to invite to the stage State Controller and Ombudsman of Israel, Matanyahu Engelman. Thank you very much for joining us. So first of all, a few words about your work. Some think that maybe you're supposed to fix the world and make Israel a better place by just saying what's to do, but it's not so simple. Tell us a bit about your role.
Okay, so first of all, I would like, before speaking about my work, to send deep condolence to the three families of our soldiers, Leah, Ohad, and Ori Yitzhak, that were killed today at the border with Egypt. If I go to my role, I would say, first of all, I was elected by the Knesset, by the Parliament of Israel, at the same procedure that the Knesset elects the President of Israel. And the reason for that is because they want me to be independent. In my role as a state controller, we are auditing over 2,000 public bodies. All the public sector in Israel is subject to our audit, and we have variety of audit reports related to many issues. Some of them, for example, on the economic side, how can we promote competition within Israel? How we can deal with the cost of living? And some of them in defense issues, such as threats of drones. How do we handle that? Or how do we keep right and be ready for earthquake? And also from other related issue to the IDF and the Ministry of Defense, and also police and law enforcement within Israel.
And what you write in the reports, is that obligation? Is that recommendations? How is that really to be seen by the government and the state?
Well, by law, each government institute or each director general of a government institute must respond to us and tell us what he did with the deficiencies we found and how did he adopt the recommendation we sent and we gave in our report. And eventually we are doing follow-up reports, and we found out that over 60% of the deficiencies that were raised within our reports were already fixed or on their way to be fixed. So we measure ourselves, and it's very important for us to be very effective.
Now, I wanted to go into two issues. A few hours before I left Israel to here to the United States for this conference, I participated in the funeral of yet another Jew who was killed on the roads of Judea and Samaria. And I understand that you're not allowed to present most of the details, but you're working these days on a report about those challenges, the security challenges on the roads in Judea and Samaria. What can you tell us about that?
Yes, now we are in a process of conducting a very comprehensive audit about the security of the roads in Judah and Samaria.
we found out, unfortunately, that there were many terror actions during the last year on the roads of Judah and Samaria. And we are in the middle of a process of auditing the preparedness of all the operational response to the protection of the road protection infrastructure, the missing of cellular coverage, the issue of the interface between the parties that should secure those roads. And the last item I would mention is the issue of the neglected barriers and the need of maintaining checkpoints within Judah Samaria in different areas in order to prevent more terror actions.
Yes, the family members of the person who was killed were talking about that checkpoint that in their case was missing.
That's right, and I can mention also we had a previous report regarding the fence that protect especially the center of Israel. And one of the main deficiencies was that the fence, like those barriers, was not maintained as it should have been. And it should be noted that in this fence, the government of Israel invested over 8 billion shekel, which means $2.2 billion, and we found out that it was totally destroyed.
Wow.
So, and part of our, as you have mentioned, we look very closely how we are effective. So we saw that upon sending our main findings to the government, the cabinet took a decision to rebuild the fence, and I hope also that our findings that relate to the safety of the people that are being driving and all the people that live in Judah Samaria will also be much more better after taking into consideration the deficiency that we will raise, of course.
Now, thank you very much. I'd like to relate to one of the significance reports that you presented not long ago, and that's about Operation Guardian of the Walls, Shomer Chomot, a very out of the ordinary. Every war and every violent clash and riots are out of the ordinary, and attacks that we saw, it was throughout Israel, it was inside the cities, it was sometimes between residents of Israel, citizens of Israel, Arabs, and citizens of Israel, Jews, a very complex security situation. But also there you said, and you woke up the state and explained that things had to be done differently, and things have to be done differently or prepared differently for the second wave that can come.
Yes, indeed, I agree with you. We published last year a very comprehensive report regarding Shomer HaChomot and the situation that we faced in Israel a year and a half ago within the mixed cities. Some of the recommendations related also to the Shabak role, whether our intelligence forces, whether should they focus only on Gaza and Yehuda v'Shomron, and maybe they should be more involved. Classic terrors. But we mentioned that we recommended also that the cabinet will look upon whether they should be more involved and also in issues that relate to the mixed cities. Another issue we raised, we also recommended the Attorney General to sue people that were involved in terrorist actions and they damaged facilities of municipalities, they damaged police cars, or they damaged synagogues, to sue them, because it's not enough only to take them into criminal court, and we've just heard a judge that is acting here in United States, but I think we in Israel should study more from United States how to handle also civil cases against terrorists and fight them through what we are calling follow the money. It can be either to those who are damaging us. It can be also related, for example, I give you another example. We look at the issue of avoiding car accidents within Yehuda v'Shomron. And one of the main deficiencies, unbelievably, we found out that the police already gave more than 250 million fines on Palestinian drivers that
they weren't implemented.
But
they didn't.
And nobody is collecting this money. So if you would receive a fine that you were not behaving as should be on the road and nobody will not collect the fine, it's not effectiveness, of course. It's not this is unbelievable. And due to our recommendation, we know that the Minister of Defense changed his attitude, and we know that now they are much more strict in collecting fines from Palestinian drivers too that are that they did some thing that they shouldn't have done during the driving in the on the roads on Yehuda Shomron.
Okay, that was a very interesting glimpse into what you do. Just last but not least, a few words about visiting the United States. You participated in the march. You see the importance of creating these kind of events. A few words about really this important connection between Israel and the diaspora.
So, first of all, I want to say thank you to all the participants in the parade today. It was really amazing to see how the Jewish community of the United States and others also support so much Israel. I must tell you that from a professional view, we have a very strong collaboration with my counterpart in the United States, the GAO, which is eventually the federal state auditor of the United States. And he is going even, following my request, a team from his office in Washington will come and make a peer review on our office next month in order to promote our work in Israel, to see that we are doing better work. So we have very strong collaboration with them. I would also mention that as the state controller of Israel, I was lately elected to be the next president of EuroSci, which is the European State Auditor Organization, which composed of 51 state auditors. They elected me. We are going to host a conference in Jerusalem next year with all of those state controllers. So I think especially a state controller to promote collaboration will promote excellency in order to promote our work for the citizens of Israel.
Okay, State Controller and Ombudsman of Israel, Mataniyahu Engelman, thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now we'll hear a few words from Yigal Dilmoni. Yigal Dilmoni is founder and board member of AFJS, that's American Friends of Judea and Samaria, and he's the Director of International Relations at the Yesha Council. Yigal, bevakasha.
Good evening, dear guests, Israel government minister, member of Knesset, people who love Israel, people who love Jerusalem. Thank you, Besheva newspaper, Dudu Saada, and Arutz Sheva for the honor to invite me to speak here at Jerusalem Conference in New York, in the heart of Manhattan. Here, I want to speak about the true regard to Judea and Samaria. Just 2 weeks ago, we celebrate Yom Yerushalayim, the day when the state of Israel united the city of Jerusalem, the eternal capital of the Jewish nation. Not a lot of people remember that at the same days, the IDF also liberated Judea and Samaria, the Jordan Valley, Gush Etzion, Hebron, Bethlehem, Bethel, Shiloh, Shiloh, Shechem, Mount Gerizim, Mount of the Blessing, and other biblical sites. Therefore, there are some claims that Jerusalem Day started the occupation. This theory is not true and does not match up with the historical reality and the international law. In Six-Day War, exactly the opposite happened. Israel ended the illegal Jordanian occupation. This territory, Judea and Samaria, was promised to the Jewish nation in the Balfour Declaration and in the San Remo Conference and at the League of Nations 1922 resolution. I would also like to mention the statement of Secretary of State Mike Pompeo in 2019, which recognized the right of Israel to build and to be a Judea and Samaria. Actually, Jordanians occupied this area in 1948. So the Six-Day War ended the Jordanian occupation of this area. Therefore, the truth is that Yom Yerushalayim is also the day that we celebrate the end of the occupation. Here another story about fake news versus the truth. About 10 years ago, we had two factories in Barkal industrial area. It's in the heart of Shomron in Samaria, one for pretzels and one for plastics. They were both purchased by other company who decided to move the factories out of Judea and Samaria because there are reasons to other places in Israel. What was the result? Hundreds of Arab workers lost their jobs. From time to time, we hear from those calling for an economic boycott for the factories and agriculture in Judea and Samaria. It is called BDS. It's part of larger anti-Semitic campaign against the state of Israel. They try to close factories and agriculture farms in Judea and Samaria. As you just heard, if factories in Judea and Samaria close, thousands of Arab workers will lose their job. So what is the logic of the BDS? Who are they trying to hurt with their fake boycott? Today there are 1,000 factories in Judea and Samaria, in 20 industrial zones, with 30,000 Arab workers who are residents of the Palestinian Authority. Some of them are senior managers. They make 2.5 times more than average salaries in the Palestinian Authority. They consider rich in their towns. That's why every day hundreds stand in the lines to get a job at these factories. So the truth is that the BDS harm the economic and the life of the Arab in Judea and Samaria, not Israelis. In reality, improving the economic in Judea and Samaria is good for everyone. I could spend time here telling you about the master plans pushed by Yesha Council for modern roads, electricity, and water infrastructure that Israel now is building in the area. I could also focus in 18,000 illegal buildings that the Arab build in Area C and how we try to fight against it. But my time is short. You all know about fake news. And you all know about fake news about Judea and Samaria. Now we are standing up and fighting against this. We recently started a new educational project to share the truth about Judea and Samaria. It will be in English. Together with many of our good friends here, we established AFJS, American Friends of Judea and Samaria. Some of our board members sitting here, Rafi Lezerovich, Jacob Elbow, Jack Gindi, Avi Lezerovich, and other friends across the USA. We do it in partnership together with Yesha Council, including the chairman Shlomo Neeman. He's also the mayor of Gush Etzion. And together with other mayors like Israel Gantz, that's sitting here, the mayor, the governor of Binyamin area. And together with Shira Livman, the new CEO of Yesha Council. Through education, we will share the importance of the land of Israel to the nation of Israel, while spreading the truth Our goal is to unite all those people who love Israel, who love Judea and Samaria and the Jordan Valley. We bring together all who understand that we are privileged to see the great miracle, the return of the people of Israel to the land of our heritage, to our homeland. We continue to build our country. We do it in Tel Aviv, in Jerusalem, but also in Hebron, in Beit El, in Shiloh, in Har Grizim, Har Bracha, in Emek Dotan, in Hermesh, in the Jordan Valley, and other places that mentioned in the Tanakh, in the Bible. We started 56 years ago to build Judea and Samaria, and thanks God, like Shlomo said, over 500,000 Israeli already living in 150 beautiful communities in Judea and Samaria. AFJS is your opportunity to become our voice here in America. AFJS are organizing a mission delegation to Israel for leaders, young people and other people, public opinion shepherds and influencers. We do it in partnership together with WZO, with Yaakov Chaguel that sit here before 10 minutes. And we are hosting event and lecture wherever we invited in order to tell the truth about Judea and Samaria. We are spreading the facts along with call to action in different ways, including in huge Facebook group. You can search it, AFJS on the Facebook. And we are fighting fake news and attempt to boycott Israel. We support the renewal of Jewish agriculture to the biblical land. We are helping to bring more tourism to historical and heritage sites in Judea and Samaria, because nothing is more powerful than seeing something with your eyes. This is a new project which hasn't existed before. You can partner with us in this great miracle by taking action. It's all by one click. You just have to open our website, www.afjs.org, and sign in our website. You can also find us in the Facebook. Now is the time to do it. Join us through AFJS and become partner of our return to the biblical heartland. Join us, and together we make Israel great again. Thank you very much.
Okay, we started in Jerusalem and now we're continuing to Binyamin for a special panel about Binyamin, the ambassadors for Jewish prosperity in Judea and Samaria. Ruthie Lieberman, political advisor to Governor of Binyamin, Israel Gantz, and CEO of Jaffe Strategies, will be joined now in speaking with Nathalie Dadon, Hasbara activist and lecturer, Eliana Pasentin, head of international desk of Binyamin Regional Council, and Naama Berg, owner and CEO of Psagot Winery. Binyamin.
I'll never forget the first time I came to Binyamin. I had this feeling of parallel times meeting, past, present, and future. Wow! I quickly realized I'd come to a place I could call home. I connected with the soil, the people, and the landscapes. We soon realized that here, deep in the ground, is a story that needs to be told. And in telling that story, we could open a place in people's hearts. We opened our home to thousands of people from all over the world, and together, everyone became part of this story. A story that starts deep in this land, in the soil, in the roots, in a place where our forefathers walked or ran. As time went by, we connected communities around the world to this special region. We connected the people through the flavors, the aromas, the towns, and through the progress. We share this story with the international community around the world. We will continue to do this with a great sense of mission and love for this land.
Wow. Binyamin. English, right? We saw the place, the people, the biblical land. What made you start all that?
So I'm originally from the San Francisco Bay Area, which is kind of far from Binyamin. Made Aliyah with my parents as a teenager to Herzliya Pituach. And I like to say that we made another Aliyah up to the mountains of Binyamin. We fell in love with the region, and we felt at home. And we started when we told our friends where we're moving to, the reactions we got, all of our friends from Tel Aviv, from Herzliya, why do you want to go live with those settlers up on those hilltops? And we lived in a caravan for 10 years, part of the time with no running water, part of the time with no electricity. And we decided to open our door. And we opened our home to people from Israel and then from all over the world. And we started to open their hearts. Opening the door and inviting them in made such a huge difference. And that's how we started as a family, our Hasbara, our advocacy for Israel and for the region. And today I'm the head of the international desk for the Binyamin Regional Council. And with us here in the audience is the governor of the Binyamin region, Governor Israel Gantz. And I'd like you to applaud him because this is his zchut, his initiative that we travel 4 times a year and we come here to America. And we invite delegations from all over the world and we explain and we tell our story with passion and with love.
Well, thank you. And now,
in the morning when I wake and the sun is coming through, oh, you fill my lungs with sweetness and you fill my head with you. Shall I write it in a letter? Shall I try to get it down? Oh, you fill my head with pieces of a song I can't get out. Can I be close to you?
Natalie Dadon.
Hey, hello. I'm so excited to be here. It's a very big honor for me. As you can see, the first time you can see in the picture, I just fell in love the first step I put inside, I put in Binyamin. Like every spot over there, every place I've been. Do you remember the tears? I was literally crying. I felt like all the answers I was looking for are there. All the fake, the narratives that people speaking with me about. I got so much answers over there. The promised land where it all begins. And I returned a lot of times, and as what it makes me feel, I promised to myself I'm going to bring a lot of people over there as well. They need to see it in their own eyes.
So you're a pro-Israel activist. We're all looking for a good word for Hasbara. Anyone is welcome to try. You've shown us the power of social media. You've shown us what it means to reach out to people with a message that they may not have heard before. And you've shown us how you can influence people's opinions, public opinion, even policies. I think it's correct to say you've paid a price professionally for being so outspoken. What makes you do this?
I think this is an answer we need to ask him. He leads me. I believe as much as I learn more Torah and Jewish, I'm not a religious girl, but as much as I get more connected to my identity, it makes me want to scream the truth more louder and learn and to teach others what I'm learning, but to reach for the truth and tell it to the world, because we are all surrounded with a lot of fake news all the time. Usually I used to know as a fact that if I'm opening the news, what they showed me, it's what I get. This is the truth. But as much as I'm taking more responsibility about the information that I'm getting, and also spreading to my followers, and there's a lot, I have a responsibility for my country. And that's what makes me keep going, and as long as I know the truth is with me, this is my shlichut.
And we applaud you for your courage and your talent. Can you let us in on a little bit of your secret on how you have used social media successfully?
I don't think you're going to like the answer. A lot of bikini. No, I'll be serious. It started with a lot of, what's ruled the world now. It's a lot of reality shows. I have started with Big Brother, and then Survivors, and the Next Top Model, and each show, brings more audience and followers. And lately, I think for 5 years now, I was starting to take when my son went to the kindergarten, and I took him to Gan Dati, the religious kindergarten, I was starting to learn more, and I think the followers were changing to something more, I don't know how to say, like, it changed. It's become more valuable for me than before, than the bikini.
You've gone up against some strong people who have a big presence.
I think I want to add something. When you are authentic on the social, you can't fake it for long. As long as you are more authentic and you bring yourself, and it's a very fake world on the social. People shows you only the good things and the big vacation and all the beauty in life, but we need to know that there is more. We have a responsibility of doing more with these tools.
Thank you. And now,
knew there was something hidden in this cave. We knew. We felt that a secret was there. After weeks of work, hints started appearing, and I started to realize where I am. We found there something we never expected to find, something that revealed the secret of the cave, and we immediately understood that this is not a coincidence. We understood that wine was always a source for life and joy, and it takes place in the most exciting part of life. And from that day on, it was clear. It's time for history to come back to life. That's why we took the winery one step ahead. To explain how it happened, but we brought back to life history of 2,000 years.
Okay, a show of hands. How many people here have visited the Psagot winery?
Wow.
Okay.
I missed the winery. Can we go back home?
Did everyone see Naama's face just light up? Naama, first of all, I want to go dig in that cave for some more finds, please. You have won international awards with your wine. You're about to come out with a new bubbly wine, which we're not allowed to call champagne, made in the traditional method.
I think people want wine over there. That's what I think. In this time of the day.
You and your husband Yaakov have managed to have a very successful business model. And again, probably at some cost, because it's in Binyamin. Can you tell us more?
First of all, we had hard days. I think many people know and remember that times. We also lived in caravans. I'm sure in the audience, few people lived in caravans for 10 years or more. And we had tough times, and it required a lot. About 2015, we started all the BDS issues to struggle with. And I think that the main point that I can really emphasize is that when you do something really good, like really, really, really good, in a good way, and you go all the way for it, and you put all the money, and you don't save anything, and you put all the effort, and you don't save anything, and you put your heart in it, it wins. And I think that the success is all of us. I think that it's not only ours. We share it with a lot of people, and it really does the work. Like, people come a lot. The winery is selling a lot of wine. I don't think that somebody on the street here didn't know Psagot today in the parade. It was like I was in tears all day. Like, people know Psagot here, all of them. It's not like that in Israel.
This is because of my post, you know.
We have a lot of work in Israel. That's the main work now that we have to do.
So Naama, what is your biggest challenge today?
I think that what we learned in the last 3 years, when we recently opened a visitor center, a new place, and I think that the most important really issue is to bring Tel Aviv, to bring the main, to bring the center of Israel to the settlements.
To connect them together.
To make them really feel that they belong to this area. It's hard work, and we all do that all day. This is what we do. And it's something that you have to do a lot. You have to put your heart. And I come back exhausted every day. And I'm thinking, what did I do? Nothing. I was just talking to people. It's so hard. I don't know how you do it all these years. And this is the main thing that we have to work on, to bring people to connect the hearts and to make them, to break the barrier. It's a huge one.
So we've met here three amazing women. I applaud them again in Hebrew and in English. Kol hakavod. Eliana, you and I have worked together for a while now. Thank you, Governor Gantz. And I think we see here the power of women, of creativity, of thinking out of the box, of trying to use your own and personal talents to make a difference. And we have heard breaking down barriers and telling people something they may not have heard before, and bringing them closer to our own ideas. How do you see that in your work?
So I think people love stories, and people love the behind the scenes and thinking out of the box, because they've heard the same thing again and again. And when you come to our region, you taste the wine, you experience. When Natalie came, we went jeeping, and we went picking fruit, and we went to pray, and that really makes a difference.
And I didn't want to go home, you remember?
And she didn't want to go home. And that makes a huge, huge difference, to meet the stories and to meet the people. But I also host many, many delegations, and we do this together with Governor Israel Gantz and you and me. And we meet people that come, especially from abroad, with hatred towards what we represent. And I'm asked many times, why do you waste your time with these groups? They're so left-wing, they have so much hatred. And they spend an entire day in Ramallah and Rawabi, and they give us maybe 45 minutes to an hour. So what can I achieve in that short amount of time? And my goal is to change their exclamation points into question marks. Do they really have the whole story? Do they really know the truth? And if they go home scratching their head, I've done my duty. But they come back again, and many times they're representatives from U.S. Congress. Ruthie has been working in Congress for over 10 years, and she walks the halls there like we walk the Knesset, and she really deserved. And when I came to Congress for the first time, and I was so excited, we walk into the first member of Congress, and I look at him, and he says, "You're from Shiloh." I said, "Yep." So I'm from Eli, but every time that we went to the next office and there was a senator, I said, "Senator, I don't know if you remember me." "Of course, my daughter Hannah, she's waiting to come back to Shiloh." And again, because when people come and experience and pray and feel, they remember it and they take it home with them. And so we have a story to tell, and we have something to feel, and we have something to bring to the table. And when people come and they have the experience, they become our ambassadors. And I really hope that everyone in this room will come and experience again and again, and bring at least a busload of people so we can have more and more ambassadors. If it's through the wine, if it's through Instagram and social, and everything Natalie's doing, it's really incredible. We were marching today in the most incredible parade ever, and everybody's yelling, "Natalie, Naama, Afsago," and AY, like they're just calling our names and they recognize us, and it was such an incredible feeling, but we're just starting and we have to continue.
Thank you. And don't think we're letting you off the hook. Everybody here has a job. Natalie, how can you help us understand taking the power of what we have and perhaps using social media to do something more?
I think we need to understand the power of, let's take, for example, the Hadid's family. I know at first people told me, "Come on, leave them alone. No one believes them. She was posting fake. It's nonsense." But at first I was just holding my hand. I was saying, "What do you mean? They have, each one of them has. One of them have 60 millions. The other sisters 50 millions. How much Jewish there is in the world?" Like they're spreading lies all over and again and again, and I see the hatred just spread out, and every post they posting, it's affecting us. And I know I'm just a little borig קטן במערכת, and I'm trying to do my best.
Little cog in the wheel.
I took a group of volunteers that helps each other. And every time we are fighting like the Muhammad Hadid profile. We managed to crush him a few times. And for us, it's a really break. It's huge. But as long as you realize, each one of you in the room, that even if you have 20 followers, even if you have, I don't know, you think you don't have the power, each one on social, this is the news today, because it's not only opening the TV. This is about following me, following Go Binyamin, and showing Israel, the good sides of Israel, the best side of Israel, and helping us. The power that I'm getting is for my followers to keep continuing doing what I'm doing, and each one of you counts. First of all, follow Binyamin. Follow me on Instagram, and if you love the contest, you see that I'm taking the fake news and doing it right, you have the power to help me, and we are all together in it.
So we are going to take out our cell phones.
So now do selfie and tag me, thank you.
Oh, we forgot our cell phone.
No, is that Haron doing the photo?
Here, no, AY, come up here. We're going to do a selfie. Come on.
Everyone take out your phones.
Let's do a big one.
Wherever you are, at whatever table you are, let's all take all the selfies at once.
Yeah, let's do a selfie with.
Yeah. This is ours. Let's see yours.
This is our cowboy from Binyamin.
The cowboy.
And everyone say, Go Binyamin.
Go Binyamin.
Oh, I'm not in there.
Now do the opposite.
Are you selfieing, everyone?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this special panel with Binyamin. And now, the Jerusalem Award. The Jerusalem Award for the builders of Binyamin is hereby given to the One Israel Fund. In recognition of your spirit of selfless dedication to securing the presence and ensuring the future of our communities in Binyamin and in all Yehuda v'Shomron. From security cameras, training and equipping special units to playgrounds, mikvaot, special needs, cultural and youth centers, working to enhance the lives of the people of Israel as we return to our homeland. With gratitude from Governor Israel Gantz of Binyamin, of course. I now call upon representatives of Jerusalem Conference, Arutz Sheva and Besheva to grant the Jerusalem Award, and of course, the Governor of Binyamin, Israel Gantz, and the leaders of the One Israel Fund, Jackie Herman, Stephen Orlow, and Scott Feltman. Join us on the stage. It's dangerous.
Wait, I want to...
יכול להיות, אליאנה, you have to decide quickly. אליאנה. צריך להחליט. אליאנה חשוב להזמין.
אני ישר דמות. ג'קי? שנייה.
Hi there. I want to thank the governor, Governor Gans, Eliana, everybody else that Eldad, of course. How could I forget Eldad? Sorry, Eldad. I want to thank the organization for recognizing One Israel's efforts to helping build Binyamin to make it safer, stronger, a better life for the Jewish people that are there. We have so much work to do. We can't thank them enough for acknowledging us and for hopefully believing in us that we will continue our efforts to secure the homeland. So thank you so very much for everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie.
Okay, everybody, thank you for joining us for the Arutz Sheva Israel National News B'Sheva Jerusalem Conference next year in Jerusalem and next year also here in New York City. You have all the coverage of the conference, of course, on the Arutz Sheva website. We will now end with the Israeli anthem, Hatikva. Thank you very much for coming. Thanks for all the viewers watching us online. We will now end, as we said, with the national anthem of the State of Israel, Hatikva. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We conclude the Jerusalem conference. The VIP event will be taking place at around 5 minutes to 8 later on. Thank you very much.